opened a convenience store in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Pain Saki Sakura Soabe. Feng certainly knew the difference between androids and artificial humans. Mitsuki was created from scratch by Orochimaru using his own genes and the genes of some other people. However, androids like number 17 and number 18 are directly modified on their physical bodies. Although both are artificial humans, there are essential differences between them. Don't say that, I know you must have. I'm in a hurry. Feng stated his purpose directly. I want to use the impure world reincarnation technique in another world to pull the souls of the two people out of hell, and then use the reincarnation technique to revive them both. So, just tell me if you have it or not. If not, I'll go find another Orochimaru. He's sure to have it, if it weren't for the consideration that the higher the quality of the sacrifice used in the impure world reincarnation, the more strength the person after the impure world reincarnation can exert in his lifetime. Feng would never have come to Sasuke's world if he went directly to his own world. The other Orochimaru, who had a better relationship with him, would definitely not ask so many questions. If he wants one, another Orochimaru will give it to him. If he doesn't have one, another Orochimaru will be caught right away. Originally, if we went to Goku's world to select sacrifices, the quality would definitely be guaranteed, but given Goku's personality, I'm afraid he won't let him do as he pleases. If it's not explained clearly, Goku will definitely stop him, but Feng didn't have that much time to explain. Only Feng can use the time ability in the convenience store. Feng wants to use this ability, but he can't bring some benefits to other people, otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble and consider the issue of the speed of time flow in different worlds. Date is still waiting for him to go back. Feng just hopes that Date will not be so stupid. If he can't win, he can hide in a convenience store. No matter how angry number 17 and number 18 are, they can't hurt him at all. It's a pity that the employee's first immortality benefit is used here. Hearing the urgency in Feng's words, Orochimaru stopped pretending and nodded, saying, "Yes, I'll get it right away." After saying that, his figure quickly disappeared, and a moment later, he came back with a scroll. "Shopkeeper, these are the experimental subjects I cultivated myself. They are somewhat similar to white Setsu, except that they have no consciousness of their own. They are no different from ordinary people." After taking the scroll, Feng said before disappearing, "You can take a nap now while you have nothing to do. When I finish my work, the reconstruction plan for Kusagakure village will start. Bulma will be there by then, and I will take you with me." Feng came and left in a hurry, without even having time to say hello to his employees. After Feng left, Tsunade's eyes turned unfriendly. "Orochimaru, tell me the truth, what do you mean by the experiment? Do you still want to go back to the old ways?" Sasuke didn't react that strongly. After all, he was once a bad boy who had been with Orochimaru. He knew very well that he had not turned over a new leaf. He had simply suppressed his nature. He himself can't control himself, so it would be strange for Orochimaru, who loves research so much, to be able to control himself. If it can really be controlled, then what will happen to Mitsuki? Orochimaru said calmly. "Explain." "What explanation? I have made it very clear just now. That is an experimental subject that I cultivated myself. So, is it not okay if I cultivate it myself? If anyone has any objections, let them come to me in person." No more talking, I'm going to sleep. He was not interested in the transformation plan of Kusagakure village, but was interested in meeting another self. Bulma was also there, which made him even more interested. "Alice, what a pity." Orochimaru turned and left, sighing to himself. He was even more interested in Feng's use of impure world reincarnation in another world, and then use of samsara to resurrect others. It was just that Feng walked too fast and he didn't have time to open his mouth. Tenten was a little worried. "Lady Tsunade, no one will come to cause trouble, right? There are many spies nearby who are monitoring Orochimaru, not just those from Konoha. Thanks to the fact that the ninja world is relatively peaceful now, there are deep connections between the major ninja villages. Spies from other countries who used to hide in the dark, fearing that they would be exposed, are now almost out in the open." The office was opened on the same street as the Hokage building. The number of people in Konoha who are monitoring Orochimaru is almost the least. Basically just Yamato as Naruto's former teacher. Yamato is definitely Naruto's own person, and Orochimaru's relationship with Naruto is even deeper. Everyone around is our own people. Rather than saying that Yamato is here to monitor us, it would be more accurate to say that he is here to slack off while being paid. Chyanshin was not worried about his own people, but about the spies from other villages. They did not understand the truth of the matter and thought they had caught a big fish, so they reported it recklessly for the time being. They don't plan to let too many people know about Feng's existence. It's limited to their own people, and they have to be Konoha's own people. Tsunade snorted coldly. Who dares to cause trouble? Just because you can't beat the Otsutsuki clan doesn't mean you can't beat them. The questioning just now was just a pretense. If they were sensible, some people would pretend that they didn't see it. Those who should retreat would retreat, and it is not clear whether those who stayed behind are really spies from other countries. If someone really makes trouble because of this, Tsunade doesn't mind stretching her muscles since she's old. Sasuke sneered and said, Tenten, tell Sakura that I won't be back for a few days. I'll stay here and see who dares to cause trouble in front of me. No matter who comes to cause trouble, Sasuke doesn't mind making the other person recall the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha clan. I won't. Chyanshin shook his head and said, you should go back. I'll stay here. Before coming here, Zioin specifically told me to tell you that if you don't go back tonight, she will come over. Sasuke's sneering expression froze. Yaozi, I'm sorry, I wanted to help you, but the other party is more skilled. Tsunade patted Sasuke's shoulder and laughed. Go back quickly, your girlfriend can't wait. No matter how slow she was, she knew what Sakura meant. It's all because he doesn't go home for years. Whenever he goes home, he takes care of his daughter. Otherwise, Sasuke would have had his second child long ago. Hurry, go back. Tsunade pushed Sasuke and said seriously, do your best and try to get Sakura pregnant. I'll help you take care of the baby after it's born. She had thought it all out. After she got pregnant, Jiraiya would be resurrected a year later, and she and Jiraiya could help Sasuke take care of the child. Sasuke was pushed forward reluctantly, muttering, what little girlfriend? She's almost 40, cough. Seeing that Sasuke hadn't come back for a long time, Sakura packed her luggage and prepared to stay in a convenience store. She coughed lightly and said meaningfully, yes, I'm 40. I heard that some people are no longer good at the age of 40. I don't know if it's true. What do you think, Sasuke? Tenten covered her mouth and laughed secretly, her eyes fixed on Sasuke without any concealment. Sasuke's face darkened, and he immediately straightened his back. I am different from Naruto. I don't know if he can do it, but I can definitely do it. Is it? Go back and try. Okay, let's try. Sakura leaned over to Sasuke's ear and whispered, Sarada has gone to live with Naruto. These few days, there are only two of us at home. How many days? Sasuke shuddered in his heart. But thinking of his own bold words, he opened the space door and said provocatively, go. Goodbye teacher Tsunade, goodbye Tenten. Sasuke may not come tomorrow, so I'm just letting you know in advance, Sakura said, waving her hand in a spirited manner. Take it easy. Tsunade was speechless. After all, she was young and very impatient. Unlike Sakura's unrestrained attitude, Tenten, who had not experienced certain things, was a little shy, but still made a gesture of encouragement. Come on, try to get pregnant. Sakura laughed, put her arm around Sasuke's shoulders, and said without turning her head, don't worry, I won't let him go out until he gets pregnant. Sasuke, who felt a little weak in the knees, regretted his decision before he even started, and asked Tenten and Tsunade for help. Tenten, Tsunade-sensei, please help me reserve a bed in the hospital. I'm the dean. Sakura pulled Sasuke into her arms, raised her eyebrows and smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of you at home. No. Before the space door closed, Sasuke's wail was heard. The surrounding illusions also automatically dissipated as Sasuke left. Sasuke didn't want anyone else to hear such a private matter. Tsunade picked up the luggage that Sakura had thrown on the ground, and her eyes narrowed with laughter. Haha, it's great to be young, wow. It's all gray. The fight was so intense, when Feng returned to the Date world, he was almost choked by the dust around him. There was no trace of a city around. It was full of potholes and the buildings were all smashed into powder by the energy wave of number 17. The powder was blown into the air by the shock wave and turned into flying dust just like the heavy fog and smog weather. The visibility is limited. Datel held number 18 tightly and refused to let go. His bones were broken and he was unconscious, but he still remembered his promise to Feng. It is also thanks to the strength improvement brought by the 8 gates. Otherwise Dater would not be able to hold on after using ki to sense Dater's condition. And finding out that he could still hold on for a while, Feng opened the scroll with confidence and released the experimental subject inside. The scroll cannot store living things, And Orochimaru did not wake up the experimental subject. Strictly speaking, the unawakened experimental subjects cannot be considered living beings. They have no breathing and no heartbeat. Now they are just a pile of meat. Orochimaru also thoughtfully put down the instructions for awakening the animal. God knows how upset Feng felt when he saw the 3 words instructions. He felt like crying. Look, they have instructions for such a small object, but you have to figure it out on your own for such a big object. What a shame. Feng followed the steps in the instruction manual and turned on the switch step by step. With the injection of unknown liquid, the 2 experimental subjects began to react. First the heartbeat, then the breathing, and then the eyelids opened, revealing lifeless eyes. After all the wake-up procedures were completed, there was a drip sound and the nutrient solution in the culture chamber began to flow out of the chamber through the hole at the bottom. The hatch opened automatically and Feng quickly released the experimental subject. He saw that the instruction manual stated that because it was an abnormal awakening, the lifespan of the experimental subject would be very short and it needed to be used as soon as possible. Feng did not dare to delay. After putting the experimental subject away, he began the ritual of impure world reincarnation. He learned the impure world reincarnation technique from Orochimaru. He asked for advice from both Orochimaru and secretly practiced it in a convenience store. So when he used it, he was not only not unfamiliar with it, but he was even more proficient in it than Orochimaru. Immortality reincarnation. Arise. As the words fell, talismans appeared out of thin air and formed a circular magic circle. The circular magic circle is hollow in the middle, like a piece of transparent glass, through which you can see the scene on the opposite side. Feng was very satisfied with his improved special effects, which looked much better than the original impure world reincarnation effects. 2 souls with golden halos on their heads and somewhat illusory bodies struggled to get out of the magic circle before the soul could figure out the situation. It was pulled by an irresistible force and possessed the body of the experimental subject. The shape and appearance of the experimental subject began to change. Clothes began to appear on the empty body. Feng was amazed. He could understand the change of appearance, but these clothes were exactly the same as those on the soul body. How did they come about? It's not fake. The texture feels no different from the real thing. You can say it's real. The whole process of change was very rapid and was completed in an instant. At this point, the impure world reincarnation technique is completed. Feng also completed the experiment assigned to him by Orochimaru when teaching Feng the impure world reincarnation technique. Orochimaru wanted Feng to try whether the impure world reincarnation technique could be used in other worlds. Feng knew what Orochimaru was planning, but he didn't refuse. If impure world reincarnation is used well, it can be a good trump card. Bulma heard the noise outside and ran out of the convenience store. Previously, number 17's energy waves were released randomly, and Bulma was worried that her presence would restrict Big Trouble's actions. So she hid in a convenience store. She saw that number 17 and number 18 were not allowed to enter the store. As soon as she came out, Bulma covered her mouth in disbelief. Goku and Vegeta. What's going on? Vegeta opened his eyes and saw Bulma at a glance. You've gotten a lot older. Bulma looked haggard. She often did research day and night. The long-term irregular work and rest schedule caused her physical condition to deteriorate seriously. Hearing the familiar voice, Bulma's tears instantly flowed down and she threw herself into Vegeta's arms. Vegeta, woo woo woo. Bulma cried and expressed her grievances. They are gone. Everyone is gone. Gohan also left a few years ago. Now except for Trantis, no one can stop the androids. You don't know how worried I am. I'm so scared that Trunks will go ahead of me. I'm so scared that I'll go and leave Trunks alone. She and Trantis are each other's spiritual support. Bulma can't imagine how desperate and lonely the remaining people would be without either of them. Vegeta patted Bulma's back gently and comforted her. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. He was not a gentle or kind person, but after coming to Earth, he had his own family and children. Everything is changing for the better, but... Chapter 227, Fun-Minded Man-Made Man. Damn you, android. The rage in Vegeta's heart was about to burst through the sky. If Bulma hadn't been in his arms, Vegeta would have gone and fought the android's Goku. Goku is gone. He flashed behind number 17 and hit number 17 with his fist filled with anger with all his strength. Number 17 noticed someone behind him and wanted to turn around to defend himself, but it was too late. Suddenly, number 17's body bulged out from being hit. The penetrating fist wind passed through number 17's body, and a protruding fist mark appeared on his chest. Number 17's eyes widened involuntarily, and the severe pain in his body made his whole body tremble. This was the first time he felt an attack of this magnitude. Neither the one-arm boy nor the explosive big tech could make number 17 feel excited. Playing house with children, pretending to be injured. Everything is just a game. But now, the strength of the fist behind him really made number 17 feel that he could let go after the attack hit the target. Wukong took advantage of the situation and crossed his hands together, first raised them up, and then immediately smashed them down hard. Number 17 was about to say something, but the blow made his head dizzy and he almost bit his tongue. His body fell involuntarily at a high speed, and with a loud bang, he hit the ground heavily. The dust in the sky blocked number 18's vision, but his perception of ki, coupled with the energy wave attack that number 17 had stopped, made number 18 realize that a formidable master had arrived. There were two auras that appeared, and for some reason, number 18 always felt that they were somewhat familiar. Although when Goku died, the androids had not yet appeared, but when Dr. Gero created the android, he had already included Goku's genes into it, so even if the android had never seen Goku, it could sense Goku's aura. After meeting, he was able to quickly recognize Wukong. However, number 18 didn't think about it at all. The first person they killed was Piccolo. Once Piccolo died, the Dragon Balls that could be used to experiment with the wishes were gone, and they no longer had any worries. As for the Dragon Balls on Namek, according to the information input by Dr. Gero, Namek has been destroyed. It is unknown whether there are any survivors. Even if there are, people on Earth will not be able to find them. Also, they won't let anyone leave the Earth. The game isn't over yet, and everyone has to stay and play with them slowly before they get bored. The familiar yet unfamiliar aura made number 18 more alert. The attack could work on number 17, and it could also work on her. She is stronger than number 17, but her strength is limited. The dust that blocked his vision made Goku frown. His anger was no less than Vegeta's, and even stronger. Vegeta is at least an outsider. Although he is an outsider, he has lived on Earth since he was a child. His relatives, his friends, and people he has known since he was a child also live on Earth. Goku didn't expect that so many things would happen on Earth. After his death, he was still thinking about persuading his friends not to resurrect his Goku. He had planned to talk to Piccolo through the King of Hell in Hell and ask Piccolo to convey his thoughts to everyone. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, he saw Chi-Chi also died, followed by Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha and others. His friends died one after another, and when Wukong learned that something terrible had happened on Earth, he still retained a last glimmer of hope until Vegeta died. His fantasy was gone. Without Piccolo as his mouthpiece, Goku wouldn't be able to remotely guide Gohan's practice. The death of the fortune teller also completely cut off Wukong's connection with the Earth. Wukong, whose body was covered with cracks and looked like pieces of broken stuff, released his energy. The weather was like a strong wind, blowing away the dust floating in the sky. Number 18, whose figures were buried in the dust, and Da-10, who was locking him tightly, revealed their figures. Son Wukong. Number 18 was horrified. Aren't you dead? Although Goku's appearance at this moment was a little abnormal, he was listed as the first on the android kill list, making it impossible for all the androids to make a mistake. Number 18 finally understood why she felt a breath was familiar. Then the other one. Number 18 turned his head to look at the location of the other aura. When he saw another familiar figure, number 18 became completely excited. It's you, Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Number 18 laughed wildly. It's so satisfying to be able to kill you again. She had long been a little tired of the Earth. If it weren't for number 17's endless enjoyment of it, she would have destroyed the Earth and gone to other planets in the universe. The blood flowed into his eyes, and even though his eyes hurt, Date didn't dare to wipe them. In the blurred vision, two familiar yet unfamiliar figures appeared. Mr. Goku. Father, as he murmured, Date's nose felt a little sore. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Goku's figure suddenly appeared in front of number 18. Who trusted Wukong very much, loosened the arm that was tightly locked around 18. Who was supported entirely by his faith, unloaded it in one breath and automatically withdrew from the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The after effects of using the 8 gates ninjutsu immediately appeared on his body, causing him to groan in pain. The pain in various parts of the body was secondary. He had no strength at all, so Date couldn't even stand steadily and fell backwards on his back. Wukong held Tate up with a hand, feeling a little distressed. You must be Trantis, right? I heard Gohan often mention you. He said that you are the one he is most worried about. Now it seems that you are even better than Gohan said. When he died, Trunks was not yet born. When the others died, Trunks was still a child. Only Gohan stayed with Trunks for a while longer. Trantis had made it this far on his own, and Goku asked himself that even if he could do it, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do better than Trantis. He couldn't imagine how Trunks, who was carrying such heavy pressure, could hold on. Wait until he dies, then you can talk slowly. Number 17, who came out from the bottom of the pit, said jokingly. Goku's eyes narrowed. It was true that he liked fighting, but he had no good feelings towards the androids who enjoyed killing. Wukong brought Ate to the entrance of the convenience store and gently placed him on a chair. You take a rest here first. Turning around, Goku shouted to Vegeta, Vegeta, wait until we get rid of the androids, then you can slowly catch up with Bulma. He couldn't tolerate it for even a moment. The android had to die, and no one could stop him. Goku didn't know why he and Vegeta were resurrected, but he could feel that their bodies were not their original bodies. His body limited his ability to display his strength. Worried that this state could not be maintained for too long, Wukong decided to end the battle quickly. Even in hell, he did not give up his practice. Vegeta patted Bulma's shoulder gently. Bulma, take a rest first, I'll be back soon. Vegeta, who also did not give up his training, estimated his own condition and found that he could only exert 10% to 20% of his strength at most. Anymore and the body will disintegrate. Yeah, Bulma responded with red eyes. She doesn't have any special abilities, and her greatest help is not to be a drag. Taking a few steps back, Bulma said worriedly, be careful, they are very strong. Don't worry, I'm strong too. If he was able to display his full strength, Vegeta would be confident that he could defeat the android in just 1 or 2 moves, then kill them. Don't hold back, all of you come at me together. Bulma, who knew Goku's fighting habits, said seriously, Goku, please don't worry about your Bushido spirit, okay? Everyone has been killed by the androids, are you still going to be soft-hearted? Wukong is good in every way except that when fighting, he always thinks that the enemy can reform, and even though he can clearly kill the enemy, he always lets the enemy go out of soft-heartedness. Bulma doesn't want the same soft-heartedness as Goku to appear in the androids. Goku was a little embarrassed but assured, got it Bulma, he is not soft-hearted, he just thinks that some people have the possibility of correction, so he is willing to give them a chance. If he really were my enemy, I wouldn't be soft-hearted. Goku wanted to argue, but when he saw Vegeta's warning look, it was clear that his eyes were saying, whatever my wife says is what it is. And if you dare to object, I will kill you. Wukong understood the look in his eyes and gave up trying to argue. Even a blind man could feel the anger in Vegeta now, and he didn't want to touch Vegeta's brow at this time in hell. Vegeta, who practiced day and night, worked even harder than him and almost went crazy killing the androids, has become Vegeta's only obsession now. He doesn't care why he was resurrected or what he will become in the future. He only has one goal, to kill the androids. Die, Vegeta roared, bent his legs slightly to gather strength, and rushed. Didn't rush up. Feng held Vegeta with one hand and Goku with the other, and said speechlessly, why are you panicking? Why are you panicking? You two haven't been fully resurrected yet, and you're rushing forward like this. I'll have to rescue you later. The body after the impure world reincarnation is not without limitations. If used normally, the immortal body and infinite chakra will become infinite energy. In the Dragon Ball world, this unlimited energy does not mean that you can use as much as you want. Instead, it will automatically replenish as you use it. It is such a small output port, and its output power is constant. With this output power, Goku and Vegeta would be exhausted to death, and at most number 17 and number 18 could break through their defense, but it would not cause fatal damage to either of them. If it does not cause fatal damage, it is equivalent to no damage to the android. Goku and Vegeta's impure world bodies are immortal and have endless energy. They, the androids, also have endless energy. If they start fighting, I'm afraid the fight will last until the end of time. Even until the earth disintegrates, and neither side will stop. Vegeta suppressed his inner anger and asked through gritted teeth, who are you? Anger made him lose control of his facial expressions. If it weren't for the fact that Feng, Bulma and Vegeta were together and considered them family, Vegeta would have let go of the arm that Feng was holding long ago. I'll let Date explain it to you later. Now, please be quiet for a while. I need a relatively quiet environment to revive you two. Feng released the arms that were holding the two men, and Sasuke's Rinnegan replaced his eyes. The purple eyes, the circles above them, and the Magatama irregularly arranged on the circles look mysterious and seductive. The eyes that did not resemble human ones made Vegeta and Goku subconsciously more alert. Artificial human. Goku was a little uncertain. He had never seen such eyes in hell. There are people from all over the planet, with all kinds of appearances and strange shapes, but their eyes are relatively normal. Feng's eyes made Wukong feel suspicious. Isn't this a man-made human? As if he had heard Wukong's thoughts, Feng said dissatisfiedly, what artificial human? I am a purebred earthling, purer than both of you. The earths of several worlds can prove it for him. Androids number 17 and number 18 folded their arms and did not stop it. According to their thinking, They finally found a game that they could play freely. If they couldn't play it to their heart's content, it would be too boring. Sister, I want Sun Wukong. Number 17 stared at Sun Wukong with fanatical eyes, his body trembling slightly. He was excited and couldn't wait to kill Sun Wukong. Haha. Number 18 chuckled and shook his head. No, Son Goku is mine. If you can deal with Vegeta sooner, you still have time to drink some soup. The purpose of their creation was to kill Sun Wukong unexpectedly. When they came out, Sun Wukong was already dead. Having died of illness, the android brother and sister were extremely speechless, and also felt a little regretful. Their biggest target was already dead, and they had little interest in other targets. Number 17 was a little unhappy. Sister, I could always do whatever you wanted in the past, but this time, Sun Wukong must be mine. Vegeta is not as fun as Son Goku. He is not even a Super Saiyan and can't even beat his own son. Number 17 felt that he could kill Vegeta without using even a hand or a finger, just like the first time he killed him. Let's play rock paper scissors. Number 18 stretched out his hand and said seriously, whoever wins gets Sun Wukong. Thinking that arguing was not the solution to the problem, Number 17 nodded in agreement and said, okay, no one is allowed to cheat. 1 2 3. The brother and sister shouted slogans and stretched out their hands behind their backs. You lost? Number 18 blew his fist like a victorious general. Number 17 began to doubt his life. He looked at the cloth he had stretched out, and then at the fist that Number 18 had stretched out. Shouldn't I have won? Bulk restrains fists. That's the rule, right? If I remember correctly, Number 18 said calmly. Don't you know that the rules have been changed a long time ago? Now fists restrain paper. Paper restrains scissors, and scissors restrain fists. Who changed the rules? Number 17 was furious. Isn't this a scam? He didn't even inform us when the rules were changed. He even resorted to cheating behind Number 18. A piece of broken glass reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight not far away. Listening to Number 18's serious nonsense, Yi Feng really wanted to laugh. Isn't this Yan Gang? Chapter 228. Who can act? Is it too early to change it? Yi Feng thought with a smile. You must have changed it now. While listening to the brother and sister constantly changing games and cheating in order to compete for the starting position of Sun Wukong, you didn't admit that I won, and I didn't admit that you won. While opening his phone, he searched for the video of Nagato performing the Samsara technique. It's not that Yi Feng doesn't know the art of reincarnation, but he feels that it's not cool enough to use it directly since the siblings were not in a hurry anyway. He was even less anxious. He was a little helpless. He wanted to prove his strength, but he didn't expect to fail in the end. He had a premonition that he could kill one android by opening the 8 gates, but he would die immediately after using them up, and he would not have time to kill another android. After watching the video, Yi Feng put away his phone. As Vegeta and the other two paced back and forth anxiously, he coughed and said, well, get ready, it's coming. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other and nodded. Come on, I'm ready. Thank you for cooperating with me. Following the seal Nagato used when performing Samsara, Yi Feng activated the pupil power of the Samsara eye. Feeling the pupil power drain away, Yi Feng pretended to make 2 movements, slapped the ground, and shouted softly, Samsara. As Samsara Tensei was performed, the cracks on Vegeta and Son Goku's bodies were like the paint on a modeled wall, falling off piece by piece. Dazzling white light came out through the gap. The more shells fell, the brighter the white light on the 2 people became. Even in broad daylight, the white light cannot be blocked. After the outer shells fell off completely, white light enveloped the 2 people's bodies like a cocoon. Then, white light suddenly burst out, and invisible airwaves blew up smoke and dust, and rolled down gravel. 2 extremely powerful auras appeared as the 2 figures appeared. Alright, Yi Feng patted the dust off his hands and said lightly, the resurrection has been completed. You 2 can fight to your heart's content, but be careful. The earth can't stand much damage. The wanton destruction of the artificial humans has long changed the ecological environment of the earth. Although it is broad daylight, in Yi Feng's opinion, it is almost the same as cloudy weather. It's not as gloomy as a rainy day, but it's not as sunny as normal weather either. Wukong clenched his fist and pinched the flesh on his body. Does it hurt? After touching the place where he was pinched, Vegeta punched Goku on the chin without saying anything, and snorted, what do you think? Ouch! Wukong covered his chin, tears streaming down his face from the pain. It hurts. It's not that she cried because of Vegeta's punch, it's just a natural reaction of the human body. However, he could feel the pain, and Goku couldn't help but smile. This smile was seen by Bulma, who scolded, why, are you happy? You're laughing because the android died? Chi-Chi is still suffering in hell, as is Gohan and everyone else. What is there to be happy about? Goku closed his mouth reflexively. Bulma was one of the people he feared the most. Bulma, Goku's voice was much lower. Since this friend can revive Vegeta and me, he can also revive Piccolo. Once Piccolo is resurrected, the Dragon Balls can be restored. Then we can make a wish and everyone can come back, even if the Dragon Balls on Earth cannot be used. There are still the Dragon Balls on Namek that can be used. Others may not know where New Namek is, but he knows. You think too much? Yi Feng shook his head and said, I resurrected you and Vegeta because Tao didn't let me do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resurrected you too. No wonder. He also wants to ask Wukong about his fellow villager, but he couldn't say that now. Vegeta's eyes were blazing with anger. Vegeta kicked Goku and said through gritted teeth, how long are you going to keep nagging? Don't you care, android? What he couldn't stand the most was Wukong's personality. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he wanted to say something, he would say it after the fight. He always said some irrelevant things before the fight, and in his eyes, all the words were nonsense. Oh, Wukong nodded hurriedly. The sudden resurrection made his mind more active. Vegeta, which one of the two do you want to choose? Wukong's eyes scanned back and forth between number 17 and number 18. I think we can also play rock paper scissors. Too long-winded. Vegeta couldn't bear it any longer, so he pushed hard and rushed towards the android. He wants both. The outcome between number 17 and number 18 was decided at this time. Haha, number 17 said proudly, I am you. I win. After all the exchanges, the winner is still decided by rock paper scissors. 18 put away the scissors, gave a sly smile, and turned to meet Goku. Number 17 was a little dumbfounded. Before he could scold number 18 for his rogue behavior, he was forced to meet Vegeta. Wukong, who used teleportation to arrive first, originally wanted to find number 17, but he was too soft-hearted and didn't want to hide a woman. But 18 took the initiative to come forward, and Wukong had no choice but to fight. Vegeta had no intention of testing them, but the android died too quickly, and Vegeta felt that it was too easy for them, so he did not kill them right away, but instead used his fists to hit number 17 continuously. Number 17 became more and more frightened as the fight went on. This shouldn't be the case. The Vegeta he knew wasn't that powerful when he killed Vegeta before. It was easy, but why did he feel so much pain? Vegeta's fists were like heavy artillery fire, creating big holes on the ground. They also hit number 17, leaving fist marks all over his body. Can you practice in hell? Number 17, who had never been to hell and didn't know that one could continue to train in hell, couldn't understand why Vegeta had become so powerful. Not to mention him, even Dr. Gero, who created him, didn't expect it. What's even more unexpected is that Wukong has connections in hell, and they're very powerful. King Yama, the boss of hell, knows Wukong. King Kai, who lives in hell, also knows Goku. All the people on Earth who were killed by the androids, people Goku knew, including Piccolo and others, are training on King Kai's planet. It has never stopped for a moment over the years. Number 17, who was confused, suddenly felt a little fortunate. He was fortunate that Vegeta could not transform. He could still barely cope with this level of process. Even if he had to outlast Vegeta, he could still outlast him. However, it is hard to say about Wukong. When Goku died, he was already able to transform into Super Saiyan. Thinking of this, number 17 quickly shouted to number 18, Sister, quickly deal with son Wukong. Don't give him the chance to transform, as long as they don't transform. The Saiyan's strength is just that in 17's opinion. Number 18 naturally heard what number 17 said, but she was speechless and could only keep cursing bastard bastard. The pressure brought to him by son Wukong, who had not transformed, was even greater than the pressure brought to him by Datel, who had exploded. It's like this before the transformation. What will it be like after the transformation? There are also similar methods of large-scale explosion, and number 18 remembers that son Wukong also knows how to do it. If all these things were added up, number 18 felt that he might capsize. She didn't dare to hold back just for fun. After all, she just wanted to have fun, not really want to die. Number 18 no longer held back, seized the opportunity, and repelled Goku with one move, then used his super fast speed to flash to Vegeta's side. Get rid of him first, number 18 said to number 17, moving closer to Vegeta's body and raising his hand to release an energy wave at such a close distance. She didn't believe that Vegeta, who couldn't transform, could withstand it. Vegeta turned sideways, grabbed number 18's hand, lifted it up forcefully, and aimed it at number 17. Remember next time. Don't shout before you launch a sneak attack. No, Number 17 showed a trace of fear. The energy waves from 18's hands made him smell the breath of death. Number 18's face also changed drastically. She used almost all of her energy to send out this energy wave. If the fight gets serious, number 17 will definitely not be able to withstand it. Without time to disperse the energy wave, she raised her other hand, gathered the energy, and aimed it at Vegeta's head. She wants Vegeta to be buried with number 17. Number 17 wanted to dodge, but there was no way because his arm was firmly grasped by Vegeta in a hurry. Number 17 also raised his hand and released his own energy wave. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive energy waves exploded one after another. The place where the 3 people stood was deeply sunken. Groundwater gushed out and quickly filled the deep pit. The water surface surged, and a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky and disappeared. Vegeta, wrapped in golden light and pierced by lightning, rushed out of the water with number 17 and number 18 stopping in midair. Vegeta shouted loudly, spun violently, and threw the 2 men out. Is it Super Saiyan 2? Test struggled to straighten up from the recliner, his face full of surprise. He didn't expect that his father, who couldn't even transform into Super Saiyan before his death, could now transform into Super Saiyan 2. Feng, who was holding a bottle of drink and sucking from a straw, was not surprised at all. Isn't that strange? After so many years of training in hell, if you can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2, how can you expect the noble Prince Vegeta to accept it? I just don't know if the 2 of them have reached a higher level. A higher level, Te murmured, and suddenly remembered something and asked, Uncle, what about you? Have you reached a higher level? Feng had only shown him Super Saiyan 2, and also said that Super Saiyan 2 was not the end. He thought, since Feng knew that there was a level above Super Saiyan, either he had seen it before, or Feng himself had reached a higher level. Te wanted to see how long it would take him to catch up with Feng. Gohan is his teacher and the person he admires the most. Now, Feng's name is also on the list of admirers. Feng saw what Te was thinking at a glance and blinked. Guess, how is it possible to guess this? Te felt a little lost. Feng smiled and patted Te on the shoulder. Work hard, young man. My success cannot be replicated. Don't think about becoming me, think about how to surpass me. After all, no matter how powerful others are, they are not as powerful as you. What do you think? Te looked at his father, who easily blocked the attack of the android, and nodded vigorously. He nodded so much that he forgot he was still injured. This movement affected the wound on his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Te, what's wrong with you? Te, Feng shouted anxiously and grabbed Te's hand. Te blinked, not understanding what was going on. What? You're dying? I'm not unable to survive. Although I'm seriously injured, I think I can still be saved. You. With his mouth covered, Te, unable to speak, closed his eyes. He now knew what number 1 meant. Dat's eyes are closed. Feng's exaggerated acting skills made Bulma unable to bear to watch, although she didn't know what Feng was doing. Seeing that the injuries on Dat's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Bulma cooperated and started crying. Trunks, the sincere cry made Feng raise his head. Someone comes to steal your life. Feng used his ultimate move and shouted loudly, Vegeta, Trunks is dying. Vegeta, Bulma cried, her voice filled with sorrow and trembling. Our son was killed by the androids. What? Vegeta, who was planning to torture the android before killing him, was shocked and his hands and feet became uncontrollable. His head turned stiffly little by little and looked at Te. How he hoped it was fake, but Bulma's back was shaking as she lay on Big Tooth. Was she crying? Te closed his eyes, and the tears in the corners of his eyes were his disappointment in him. Vegeta grabbed his hair frantically. He lost his mind and fell to the ground from the air. Trantis regret filled Vegeta's heart. Why do I have to torture the android? Why did I want to torture the android? Damn it. Trunks, as if all his energy was drained away at once, Vegeta fell to his knees in despair. And his state also withdrew from that of a Super Saiyan. Why have I trained in hell for so many years? Vegeta murmured, questioning himself. His own son and his own wife were his only thoughts in hell for them. Vegeta put aside his arrogant character and begged Goku to plead for him. Otherwise, with his previous crimes, he would not be qualified to enter King Kai's planet for training. He retained the last bit of fantasy that his son was not dead and the new Namek had not been found by the androids. Sooner or later, his son will be able to use the Dragon Balls on new Namek to revive him. Once he was unable to protect his son from the wind and rain, and seeing the tragic situation on the earth, he regretted it. If he could be given another chance, he would want to say sorry to his son. He wanted to tell his son, your father is not as fragile as you think. He wanted to tell Trantis that your father, Vegeta, can also protect you from the wind and rain. Why don't you damn androids even give me this chance? I was finally resurrected, but I didn't even have the chance to say a word to my son. Are you going to deprive me of even this little right? Vegeta, with his eyes blank, was hit hard, just like when he first learned that Sun Wukong was dead and he would never have the chance to prove himself again. He was depressed at the time and had no intention of fighting. When he confronted the androids, he didn't even change into the form of a Super Saiyan, even though he was able to do so at that time. Chapter 229. He is no longer himself. Is it too much? Bulma, who couldn't help laughing, lay on top of Big Tooth and asked in a low voice. Feng glanced at Vegeta and said in a low voice, "No, it's not even enough." Test stammered, wanting to say something. "Shut up," Feng whispered. "You are a dead man now. Close your eyes, don't speak, and don't move." Ten, with tears in his eyes, was speechless and said, "Uncle, you pressed my nose and it hurts." Ten, whose nose was pressed down and who had difficulty breathing, simply held his breath with his physique. Holding his breath is easy for him. Bulma was a little confused. Isn't this enough? She wanted to teach Vegeta a lesson. To let him know how much injustice she and her mother had suffered after he left. "I was worried all day long and never had a peaceful day. Every day I was either moving or on the way to move. After much difficulty, we found a place to stay, but it was also under the surveillance of the androids." Bulma didn't believe that the androids could arrive so quickly, and that the android siblings didn't know that they lived here. Bulma even suspected that her own time opportunity was the result of the androids' deliberate indulgence, who wanted her to complete the creation so that she could snatch it away and go to other time and space. Bulma knew the androids' obsession with Goku. In fact, Bulma was overthinking it. The androids did know where she and Dad were, but that was just to make fun of Dad. Is for her research. The android really doesn't know. Feng lowered his voice and said, "I feel like we are not on the same page. I was talking about Vegeta's limit. You may not know much about the limit of a Super Saiyan. Logically speaking, Vegeta has been training in hell for so many years, it's impossible for his strength to be just a Super Saiyan 2, it's unlikely that he will hide his weakness. From what I've observed, he has already touched the threshold, but he's still missing an opportunity." Tech couldn't help but hesitate again this time. Feng didn't need to say anything. Bulma slapped Tech on the forehead without any hesitation. Immediately, Tech stopped moving. "Then what do you think is his motivation? What prevents him from breaking through his own limits? The stronger Vegeta is, the better he can protect the Earth and prevent tragedies caused by artificial humans from happening again." Naturally, Bulma is very concerned about this. She was simply fed up with this kind of life. It is true that she likes to travel around, but now she's running around. Is it traveling? It is escaping. She hasn't been shopping for a long time and almost forgot what it feels like. If Bulma knew that number 18 complained that her clothes were too old and she hadn't changed them for a long time, she would probably spit in number 18's face out of grief and anger. "You shameless guy, how dare you say that? I haven't changed my clothes in years." "What did I say? The clothes Bulma wears now are all old styles from more than 10 years ago." If she hadn't liked collecting beautiful clothes in the past, she would have run out of clothes to change in the past 10 years. Even the suit she was wearing now had been washed so many times that you could hardly tell its original color. Feng sighed and said, "He has a heavy knot in his heart." Back then, Wukong didn't die in his hands, but was taken away by illness. He regarded Wukong as his rival, and he has no place to vent his anger. Bulma knew this. And Vegeta became depressed. Since then he stopped practicing and stayed in his room all day, staring at the picture of Wukong. And days later, the appearance of the artificial man helped him get better, but he neglected exercise and treated his body badly, so he was unable to fully display his full strength. I heard from others that Vegeta was smiling when he died. He was probably looking forward to seeing Goku again after his death. That bastard didn't even think about them at that time. Not only that, the successive deaths of Krillin and the others have plunged him into regret. He was the strongest fighter under Goku and had the best chance of defeating the androids. But because of his self-degradation, his friend died. Do you think he will forgive himself? With his self-esteem, I'm afraid he must be in agony all the time. Bulma nodded silently. She understood Vegeta's character. The pride engraved in his bones was what attracted her most back then. Gohan wasn't dead yet. Do you think he might have had some illusions? Without waiting for Bulma to answer, Feng said to himself, Gohan has great talent, but what he lacks most is time. He doesn't have the time to explore his talent. With no one to guide him, it's beyond our expectations that Gohan can hold on for so long. But after Gohan's death, will Vegeta, knowing the current situation of the Earth, feel more guilty, will do. Maybe he'll even blame himself for Gohan's death. Gohan took good care of Big, but because of some unrealistic fantasies, he took the initiative to hand over the Earth to the androids. I'm afraid he'd be too embarrassed to even mention a competition in front of Goku. Moreover, as far as I know, Hell arranges everyone's destination after death according to their merits and demerits in life. According to Vegeta's habits before he came to Earth, he might not even be able to reincarnate. Goku has connections in Hell, and if Goku hadn't begged for mercy, I'm afraid Vegeta wouldn't even stay with Goku. Bulma couldn't help but ask, how do you know that Vegeta and Goku are together in Hell? If we're not together, he can't possibly reach the level of Super Saiyan 2. Do you really think everyone in Hell can practice? Yi Feng said with a smile. It's impossible for someone who doesn't make a certain contribution to stay sane for a long time in Hell. Hell is not a place where ordinary people can stay. The living have their own rules, and the dead have their own rules. The natural environment in Hell is such that the longer one stays in it, the faster his sanity will be lost eventually. You will forget everything, even yourself, and then dissipate into a ball of energy. Yi Feng continued, with so many negative emotions piled up together, if he wasn't still thinking about you and your mother, he would have gone crazy a long time ago. You are his motivation, but the long-term pressure of negative emotions has put a heavy psychological burden on him. This is his threshold. If he crosses it, he can reach a higher level. If he can't cross it, he will be like this now. He pursed his lips in Vegeta's direction, motioning for Bulma to look for herself. Bulma glanced at him and saw that Vegeta seemed to have lost his soul, lying on the ground like a walking corpse. Motionless, he allowed the android's attacks to fall on him without any reaction. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, people would have believed that he was dead. Bulma felt a little distressed. She was unhappy with Vegeta for abandoning her and her daughter, but she also didn't want to see Vegeta lose his fighting spirit again. In her heart, Vegeta will always be the one with pride on his face and a look that thinks everyone is inferior to him. He's from planet Vegeta and now lives on Earth. He is Prince Vegeta who never admits defeat. You definitely have a way, right? Bulma looked at Yi Feng for help and begged, help him, I beg you. Vegeta is in his current state and there is no way he can get out of this situation on his own. His unyielding character also makes him more likely to get stuck in a rut than others, and he cannot get out of it unless he hits a wall. No, don't be so serious. For a mother to speak so humbly in front of other people's children is not a plot in some movies, and Yi Feng has no such hobby. Yi Feng would help even without Bulma asking. Otherwise he wouldn't have said so much. He fumbled around on Date's body and pulled out 2 crumpled contracts. The one signed by Date has been automatically stored in the old place, in the convenience store, and is absolutely safe. Taking one of them out and stuffing the other back, Yi Feng said, sign your name. You, sign here, right? Bulma took the contract without hesitation. She had signed many contracts before and was very familiar with where to sign her name. Bulma dipped her name on the blood on Date's clothes. Yi Feng, who had just taken out a pen, was speechless. It was like this again. He had tried his best to shorten the wording of the contract, but still couldn't finish it. The signed contract was made into 2 copies, one returned to the old place, and the other was waved by Yi Feng to the living room on the 2nd floor of the convenience store. Putting the pen back into his pocket, Yi Feng said speechlessly, you are the first person among all my employees to sign with blood. It's not your own blood that is used. Wiping the blood off her fingers where Date's clothes were still clean, Bulma asked, what are you going to do? Free your mind. I need to find something. Okay. Bulma did as she was told because of her trust in Yi Feng. She was not afraid that Yi Feng would do anything bad to her. Nor was she afraid that her memory would be seen by Yi Feng. The lives of his entire family were saved by Yi Feng, and the world also had hope because of Yi Feng's arrival. Just some memories. Bulma can tell which are more important and which are less important. Yi Feng had no intention of checking Bulma's memory. He just wanted to use Bulma to verify some conjectures. Since number 1 can passively hear his own voice in another world, then can he also actively send his own voice to himself in another world? If it can be sent, it can be locked by the convenience store. If it can be locked, Yi Feng can go over. I remember when I was watching Dragon Ball, there was a Cell who had arrived at the world where Son Goku was a year earlier, just hiding. It was a world even more desperate than the world Date lived in. Everyone died, including Daito himself, leaving only Bulma. In Dragon Ball World 1, Bulma tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong, Bulma? Chi-Chi and Bulma were enthusiastically visiting the merchandise on the 1st floor. Suddenly, Bulma became distracted, which caught Chi-Chi's attention. Nothing. Bulma shook her head, thinking she had misheard. She did not take Yi Feng's fleeting voice to heart and continued her tour with Chi-Chui. Is there still an error in sending? Yi Feng urgently withdrew a message and continued searching without giving up at last. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Withdraw and resend. Do you want to revive your companions? Do you want the earth to return to its original state? Please click yes or, am I finally crazy? Bulma's eyes were dull and she laughed at herself. Once upon a time, she was so high-spirited and vigorous, but now, the devastation all around her tells of her desolation. Seeing that Bulma didn't click, the text in front of her changed, stretching and extending. A huge screen, replacing the text, reappeared in front of Bulma. The change in the text made Bulma raise her head. Her eyes narrowed and she muttered, Vegeta. A familiar figure lay motionless on the ground, and another familiar figure was shaking his body. Vegeta, cheer up. Goku's tone was full of anxiety. How could he not know what Vegeta was thinking? In hell, Vegeta only knew how to practice hard every day. At the beginning, he would talk to him a few words, but since Gohan came down, Vegeta has never opened his mouth again. He even avoided them, even when eating. I never blamed you, really, I never blamed you. The tragic situation on Earth is something no one wants to see. Goku didn't mean to blame Vegeta. He only blamed himself for not trying hard enough and not being able to hold on a little longer. The brother and sister number 17 and number 18 were a little overwhelmed by the sudden situation. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is far beyond theirs. The moment they were thrown out, both the brother and sister felt like they were going to die. Number 17 used the energy waves emitted by himself to reduce the power of the energy waves emitted by number 18. Number 17 looked miserable, with tattered clothes and bruises on his body. As an artificial human, his self-healing ability is stronger than that of ordinary people, but not that strong. At least they can't regenerate. Piccolo's severed limbs. Endless energy gave number 17 endless physical strength, and he would not suffer from shortness of breath or physical discomfort due to excessive exercise. Vegeta was unharmed by just an energy wave from number 18's full-strength attack, which made number 17 start to back down. If Vegeta is so strong, wouldn't Goku, who hasn't transformed yet, be even stronger? Sister, retreat. It looks like the first goal cannot be accomplished today. Although number 18 is unwilling to accept this, he also knows that retreating temporarily is a wise choice. Nodding, number 18 flew back and said, retreat, after they have trained for a while and surpassed Vegeta and Goku. It won't be too late to take revenge. I didn't practice before because I felt it was unnecessary. There is no one on the entire Earth who can be a match for them. If they really get serious, they can destroy the Earth in an instant. It's different now. The resurrection of Vegeta and Goku has brought too much pressure on them, so they have to practice. Number 17 looked at Yi Feng hatefully. It was all because of this man. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have become so miserable. Number 17 was unwilling to retreat like this, so he raised his hand and fired an energy wave towards Yi Feng. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Psychostimulation Therapy. Looking at the energy wave coming towards him, Yi Feng was not in a hurry. He even had time to ask Bulma, do you want to do it or should I? Me. Bulma pointed at herself with a look of disbelief. If she had such ability, could she have watched her son and fought alone for so long? She went to slap the android in the face this morning. It's just acting. Yi Feng winked and said, as long as you don't leave the convenience store, the energy wave can't hurt you. They fought so fiercely before. Look, is there any scratch on the convenience store? Bulma had no doubts. The whole city was gone, but the convenience store was still standing. It was indeed an extremely safe place. After responding, Bulma stood up and stood at the place where the line was drawn before, opening her arms and protecting Yi Feng and Date behind her like an eagle protecting her chicks. Vegeta, she cried out in a tragic voice, her voice full of reluctance. Without looking at the energy wave, Bulma turned her head to look at Vegeta and smiled. Her smile was so sad and beautiful. Thank you for seeing you before I leave. The energy waves are as dazzling as the sun, emitting blinding light. Bulma was so stimulated that she couldn't help but shed tears. No. Vegeta looked devastated, his legs and feet so weak that he couldn't even stand up. He rolled and crawled towards Bulma, trying to stand in front of Bulma, but it was too late. Yi Feng cancelled the suppression of the energy wave. In an instant, the energy wave reached its original speed and directly submerged Bulma's body. After a loud bang, Even the convenience store behind Bulma was turned into ashes in the violent explosion. No, Vegeta screamed miserably. Without any sign of pride at all, Goku tried to help Vegeta up, but was pushed away by Vegeta. Go away. With a grim look on his face, Vegeta forced himself to stand up and staggered to where Bulma disappeared with a thud. Vegeta knelt on the ground. He moved gently, afraid to disturb Bulma's sleep, and held a handful of ashes on the ground in his palm. He shuddered, buried his face in his hands, and took a deep breath even though his face turned red from being choked by the dust. Vegeta endured it. Sorry, he cried and laughed. I'm sorry for making you suffer. After I deal with the androids, I will go to accompany you. Please wait for me for a while. Please don't leave me alone, Bulma. I have nothing. Outside the convenience store where Feng had temporarily hidden, one step away from Vegeta, Bulma was covering her mouth, trying her best not to cry, but seeing Vegeta like this, her tears couldn't stop flowing. I'll wait for you, Vegeta. I'll wait for you forever. Whispering, Bulma couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Vegeta's face. Is that you, Bulma? Feeling the gentle touch on his face, Vegeta raised his head suddenly and looked around in surprise. Goku looked at Vegeta, whose mind was in chaos, and felt heartbroken. If this continued, Vegeta, who had already made up his mind to die, would probably commit suicide after killing the android. He wanted to persuade her, but didn't know how to start. Filled with rage, Goku's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably, and soon it reached a critical point there was no stopping. Goku's heartbeat was still accelerating. Finally, after crossing the critical point, Goku's eyes became much colder. The golden hair stood up high, and the green eyes were like the eyes of a wild beast. Breathtaking, Goku, who could enter the Super Saiyan state at will, would not be affected by anger at all, but Vegeta's distraught look made it difficult for him to reason. Looking at the direction where the androids left, Goku could no longer suppress his inner anger. He urgently needed to find a place to vent his rage. His body flew into the air and turned into a stream of light, and Wukong followed the breath of the android. He has already memorized the breath of the androids, so no matter where they run to, Goku is confident that he can catch them. He wants to make even artificial humans feel despair. His aura surged again, lightning surrounded him, and Goku's speed increased significantly again. Goku's departure did not affect Vegeta, who was immersed in his own world. He was still happily looking for Bulma. Bulma, I know you're here. I'm sorry, let me look at you again, please. I swear, I won't run away this time. Bulma. Vegeta, as if it was a call from the soul, Vegeta instantly locked onto the source of the voice. A huge screen appeared before his eyes. Bulma held Trunks' body in her arms, her eyes dull and her body hunched over as if she had no support. Vegeta, the master is dead. The master who resurrected you and Goku is dead. He blocked the fatal blow for us. As if to prove her words, a small screen appeared on the screen. On this small screen, when the energy wave was about to hit Bulma, Feng, who was wearing a red cloud robe, suddenly appeared in front of Bulma. He raised his hand to transfer the bodies of Bulma and Dot. He himself seemed to have exhausted all his energy. His inhuman eyes shed tears of blood and was finally hit by the energy wave without even a scream. His body turned into ashes. Vegeta trembled slightly, forced a smile, and comforted him. It's okay, we still have the Dragon Balls. Goku knows where the new Namek is. We can use the Dragon Balls to revive Mr. and Krillin and the others. Bulma seemed to perk up, raised her head and said, does Goku really know where new Namek is? I know, he won't lie to me. Vegeta nodded hurriedly, as if he remembered something, and said, you forgot that the survivors of Namek lived in our house for a while, and they told Goku before they left. There was a flash of hatred in Bulma's eyes, not directed at the Namekians, but at herself. If he had not told Trunks the news, Trunks would not have been killed by that green-skinned monster. She hated herself. Why didn't she check it more times? Why did she let her guard down just because the android died? She hated it. Why wasn't she the one she hated, watching her son, her only support, die in front of her? Bulma felt like the sky was falling at that moment. I have nothing left. Friends, family, Earth, what? Bulma didn't care anymore. She didn't care about anything anymore. Bulma, who was determined to go with her son, took a deep look at Trance in her arms and said softly, Trance, please wait for Mom for a while. Mom is afraid that you are not used to being alone. You know, I'm most afraid of being alone. Thank you for staying with me for so long. I'm sorry, son, I didn't protect you well. Wait a little longer, okay? I'll be there to accompany you soon. Bulma, don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid, Vegeta shouted anxiously, trying to stop Bulma's impulse. But the screen and outside the screen are two different worlds. His body went straight through the screen and missed regardless of his own miserable state. Vegeta propped himself up, knelt on the ground, turned around and moved forward, begging, "Bulma, don't leave me alone, I beg you, don't leave me alone, give me another chance, give me another chance, I will definitely kill the androids, I will definitely find the Dragon Balls, please, Bulma." Bulma picked up a piece of gravel on the ground and placed it against her neck. With a relieved smile on her face, tears silently streaming down her face, she laughed, she cried, she talked. "Thank you, Vegeta, I am glad to see you again before I leave. Thank you, I'm sorry I couldn't protect our son." No, no, no. Vegeta shook his head frantically, tears blurring his eyes. "I am sorry for you, you have to live well, you know? You have to live well for us, mother and daughter. Don't be so sad. Smile." "I haven't seen anyone smile in a long time." Bulma's playful tone made Vegeta vaguely recall the scene when he first met Bulma, so lively, so cute. "From the first moment I saw Bulma, my cold heart began to melt." He wiped his face randomly, trying to wipe away the tears, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe them away. Pulling the corners of his mouth, Vegeta forced himself to smile. "PFFT, haha." Bulma smiled with tears in her eyes. "You still look so ugly when you smile. When Trantis was a child, he was always scared to tears by you." Vegeta also laughed. "Trantis is too timid. I never cried when I was a child. You are the Saiyan prince," Bulma said angrily. "Trantis is so brave, he has grown up." Growing up, but the atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. After a long while, Bulma broke the silence and said, "Anyway, I still have to thank you. The earth will be handed over to you from now on. I'm leaving now. I'm going to accompany your son. He is most afraid of the dark. I don't know if hell is pitch black. No, it's very bright in hell. It's not night yet, and the environment is good," Vegeta said in a low voice, but with a smile. "That's good." As if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, Bulma said cheerfully, "No wonder you didn't come back to see us for so long. It turns out that the environment in hell is so good. I won't say any more. I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm tired. I'm tired." These three heavy words were said by Bulma lightly. Vegeta nodded. "Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Although his tone seemed calm, his hands were behind his back, and his nails were deeply dug into his palms. "Artificial humans? I don't see them die with my own eyes, so it's a bit regrettable." The sharp-edged gravel pierced the skin on her neck, but Bulma didn't seem to feel any pain. She warned, "In the cave where the androids are hiding, deeper underground, there is a monster that is more terrifying than the androids, although it has not been fully cultivated yet. If you have time, you can destroy it." Vegeta still nodded. "Okay, goodbye, Vegeta." After explaining everything, Bulma, who had nothing left to say, said goodbye. "I'm going to take a rest for a while. I've persisted for so long, I can't hold on any longer. If you have anything to say to me, wait until you revive me." "Okay," Vegeta nodded mechanically and assured, "Don't worry, it won't be long. When you come back, I will turn the earth into the way you remember it, hopefully." The three barely audible words represent Bulma's final wish. The gravel pierced deeply into her neck, and fresh blood flowed out through the cracks in the gravel. Tick, tick, tick. It dripped onto Trantis's face and into Vegeta's heart. Vegeta's heart was broken, but at Bulma's request, he forced it back together. The screen seemed to have completed its mission and disappeared. Just like a mirage, everything has returned to the beginning. Bulma was still kneeling there, holding the lifeless Trantis in her arms. "Is everything you said true?" The man standing in the shadows stretched out a hand, holding a contract. "Of course." Loud rumbling sounds continued to come from the air. From far away to near, the escaping number 17 and number 18 were beaten back by Wukong whenever the android siblings tried to break out in other directions. Goku would force them back from another direction. The overwhelming strength left the artificial brother and sister completely defenseless. Hearing the sound, Vegeta stood up, dusted himself off, and straightened his clothes. There was a disdainful smile and a disdainful expression on his face, as if the proud Prince Vegeta from the past had returned. With a flash of his figure, Vegeta disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he blocked Goku's attack for the android brother and sister. "Leave them to me, and you go to New Namek to get the Dragon Balls." Goku was really worried about Vegeta's condition. "Vegeta, it's not too late to get the Dragon Balls after the androids are dealt with. I won't feel at ease until I see the androids die." He knew that Vegeta would not let the android go. With Vegeta's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with the android, but he had missed Bulma's instructions before, so he was afraid that Vegeta would turn around and attack him after dealing with the androids. and then he would have to go down to accompany Bulma and Vegeta. Vegeta looked at Goku deeply, with no joy or sadness in his eyes, but a smile appeared on his face. It is good. While the two of them were talking, the android brother and sister had already disappeared. The gusts of air caused by their high-speed flight left a long trail in the sky. Just wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Vegeta turned and left, following the trail, tracking the android siblings. Bulma said that there were even more terrifying monsters hidden in the base where the androids appeared, and he wanted to keep the android siblings and take him to find the base. He is not afraid that the siblings will not go, but he is the ancestor who will cause trouble. Number 17 and number 18 kept looking back, but they didn't see Vegeta, and the siblings had no intention of staying. It's not a solution to keep running away like this, number 18 said with a frown. With Vegeta's speed, it won't take long for him to catch up with him. Number 17 suggested, we can hide in the survivors' base. He just didn't believe that Vegeta would leave the survivors in the base alone and attack them. Chapter 231. Don't be reckless. The only hope for the android brother and sister now is the survivors in the base, as they are all their hostages. Landing in a dilapidated city, number 17 lifted a manhole cover and jumped down without even looking. Number 18 followed closely behind, not forgetting to close the manhole cover again. It wasn't long before Vegeta followed the trail. Standing on a rooftop, Vegeta sneered, pointed his palm at the ground, and energy began to gather in his palm. The android's trick of hiding his breath and taking the survivors hostage was of no use to him with the Dragon Balls. Vegeta is not afraid that these people's deaths will be in vain, without any tangled emotions. The energy wave that was ready to go crashed straight into the center of the city. The explosion was so loud that even Goku, who was far away, could feel it. Vegeta, Goku paced back and forth while shouting softly. He wanted to go and take a look, but he was afraid of making Vegeta unhappy and irritating him again. After thinking it over again and again, Goku decided to trust Vegeta. Of course, he was not idle either. Putting his finger on his forehead, Goku searched for the breath of King Kai. Although he knew where New Namek was, he had never been there. It would be very impolite to go there without saying hello in advance after being dead for so many years and with his family and friends around him. Wukong has matured a lot. Hey, is that Goku? Are you resurrected? King Kai sensed someone was spying on him. The familiar aura let him know that it was Goku who suddenly disappeared. Is Vegeta with you? Vegeta's cold personality aroused King Kai's competitive spirit. He didn't believe that anyone could face his jokes without changing his expression. King Kai, who regards Vegeta as his lifelong enemy, swears that if he fails to make Vegeta laugh, he will resign and give the throne of King Kai to Vegeta. Haha, how about this joke? Even King Kai could imagine Vegeta's devastated expression after hearing the news. It is impossible to obtain his position as king of the realm without the order from a higher level. No one can take away his position as king of the realm. When Vegeta believed it, would he be so angry that he laughed when he told him this reversal? I'm inexplicably looking forward to it. Hello, hey, Goku shouted several times, but there was no response from King Kai. I couldn't help but slap my forehead. Oh, I'm falling into hysteria again. Everyone on King Kai's planet knew that King Kai wanted to make Vegeta laugh. Every time he failed, King Kai would be distracted and lost for a while, then comfort himself and think of the next way to make Vegeta laugh. An anxious Goku didn't have the mood to wait for King Kai to recover, so he said directly, I have a video of Vegeta laughing. Do you want to see it? What? King Kai was shocked. This is impossible. Damn it. Who made Vegeta laugh before me? He's the one who resurrected both of us. Just as Goku was about to say that, the man was dead and asked King Kai to keep an eye on him in hell. His eyes widened with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with Goku? King Kai became nervous, wondering if something unexpected had happened again that shouldn't be the case. Based on what he knows about Goku's strength, he shouldn't be unable to defeat even a cyborg according to the information brought by Gohan. King Kai estimated that the strength of the androids was at most that of a Super Saiyan 1. If he had not died early, when Goku defeated Frieza and returned to Earth a year later, he would have had the strength to fight against the androids. What's more, he has been practicing in hell for so long. Although he cannot exert his full strength due to the lack of a physical body, it is still easy for him to deal with an artificial human. Let's talk later. Wukong unilaterally ended the communication. Hey, patting his ears as if he was making a phone call. King Kai was anxious and jumped up and down. Goku, what happened? At least tell me first. Due to his status, King Kai cannot interfere in the affairs of the human world. In the past, when he spied on the human world, he had to rely on others, just like when he talked to Wukong just now. But the prerequisite is that there must be a medium. and the person who practices is his medium. Ordinary people simply cannot bear the impact of his spirit. Where's Goku? Where's Goku? King Kai's shout attracted the attention of other people on King Kai's planet. Chi-Chi grabbed King Kai's shoulders, shook him madly, and asked, "Where's Goku? Where did you hide him?" After staying on King Kai's planet for so long, Chi-Chi has already adapted to the gravity on King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, which is 50 times heavier than the Earth, Chi-Chi can move freely. Not only that, she also picked up the discarded kung fu. The scenes of her friends dying one after another also deeply shocked her, especially the death of Gohan, which made Chi-Chi want to tear the android to pieces alive. Krillin and others also gathered around King Kai, looking at him expectantly. None of them reacted to the disappearance of Goku and Vegeta. Two beams of light fell from the sky and enveloped Goku and Vegeta's bodies. By the time they reacted, Goku and Vegeta had been taken away by the beams of light, and they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. They couldn't touch the light column at all. It was as if the beam of light and they were not on the same space. King Kai, whose feet were shaken off the ground, said dizzily, "Kiki, put me down first, I want to vomit." King Kai, who was put down, retched and stroked his chest and said, "Goku contacted me just now. I have good news for you. Goku and Vegeta are fine. They have been resurrected and are on Earth." "Really?" Kiki asked in surprise. Of course, King Kai was extremely sure whether Goku was on Earth after spying on the Earth for so many years. King Kai is extremely familiar with the Earth's environment. As long as you are on Earth, no matter where you are, King Kai can tell you your exact location. That's weird. In the quick glance just now, he only saw a desolate area, and he really couldn't tell where exactly it was, but because he was afraid that Chi-Chi and the others would worry, King Kai did not say it. Kiki is his personal chef, and she cooks delicious meals that he really likes. Kiki, who didn't think too much about it, cheered. "That's great." The others also had smiles on their faces no matter what the reason was for the resurrection of Goku and Vegeta. The fact that they were able to be resurrected means that they are not far from resurrection. Everyone thought of the Dragon Balls on New Namek at the same time. "Sir, Bulma, aren't you dead?" Goku said in disbelief. He saw it with his own eyes. The energy wave blew everything into ashes at the entrance of the convenience store. 3 lounge chairs are neatly arranged. Bulma swirled the drink in the cup, took a sip, and her intoxicated expression made Goku's throat involuntarily well up. I haven't had a fresh drink in a long time." Bulma sighed. She even has to filter drinking water before she can drink it. The ecological environment of the Earth has been severely destructive by the artificial humans. Although it looks solid on the outside, it has actually reached the point of being shattered. Any external stimulation may directly ignite the Earth's unwillingness to work. Earth, damn, you eat my food, drink my water, live in my house, and now you don't even let me go? Damn androids, why don't you just die? Yes, Vegeta, that's it, beat them up. The drink in Bulma's hand attracted Goku's attention. He couldn't help but ask, "Bulma, is it delicious?" "It's delicious. Very delicious." Bulma nodded without hesitation. In fact, it was just an ordinary drink, but on Earth where food was scarce, Bulma didn't ask for anything else to have a fresh drink. Gudong, the sound of Wukong swallowing his saliva was very loud, loud enough for the 3 of them to hear clearly. Pointing at the drinks on the table, Feng raised his head and said, "There are more here. If you want some, pour it yourself." Wukong was not polite either, or rather, he never knew what politeness was. Taking 2 or 3 steps, he walked to the small table, picked up the bottle, and drank the drink in it, smacking his lips unsatisfied. Wukong asked, "Anything else?" He drank a bottle of drink and it actually had the effect of forgetful milk, and he completely forgot to ask about the 3 people's situation. With a gentle wave of his hand, the door of the convenience store opened automatically. Feng looked at the dazzling array of snacks and said generously, "Eat whatever you want. Anyway, someone has already paid the bill, so Feng doesn't feel bad at all." Bulma has never lacked money, not in the past and not now. It's just the end of the world now, and she had no place to spend her money, so she took it with her as a souvenir. After learning about the benefits of the convenience store, Bulma waved her hand and recharged all the money into her own account, becoming the person who recharged the most under Feng. He's also the person who spends the most money in convenience stores so far. She bought a lot of things online and stored them in the storage room on the 2nd floor. Really? Wukong's eyes were as bright as several 100-watt light bulbs, and his saliva kept flowing down. "It's more real than gold," Feng said with a smile. "How many years have passed? How many years have passed?" When the snack entered his mouth, Goku felt like crying. After death, you will no longer feel hungry. Eating on King Kai's planet is also out of habit. All the ingredients were prepared by King Kai. Except for the food on King Kai's planet, there was nothing to eat in other places in hell. Sometimes when he was really hungry, Goku would sneak out of King Kai's planet and hug a big tree and start chewing on it. Even the flowers blooming on the ground could not escape his bite. This caused the King of Hell to cry to King Kai, saying that there weren't many beautiful sights in hell to begin with, and if Goku continued to eat them, there would be no more beautiful sights to be seen in hell in the future. King Kai was helpless. He had no choice. The grass on King Kai's planet used to be lush and green, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Ever since Wukong came, he no longer had to weed. He could just open the door and release Wukong, and all problems would be solved. Forget about the grass. If he hadn't acted quickly, his pet grasshopper would have been eaten by the goblin-eyed Monkey King. His other pet gorilla used to have a good relationship with Wukong, but now it avoids Wukong when it sees him. The King of Hell had no choice but to make 3 rules with Wukong. He could eat, but not eat everywhere, and he certainly couldn't bring his friends to eat together. He could eat however he wanted in the place he planned. Wukong readily agreed. As long as there was food, he would agree to anything. God knows how scared Frieza was when he was hanging on a tree and flying around a group of little angels and saw Goku opening his mouth wide and eating him all the way. Wukong buried himself in the pile of snacks, his face full of happiness, and kept stuffing them into his mouth. He didn't stop even though he was choking and rolling his eyes. He punched his chest twice, rinsed his mouth with water, swallowed it, and continued eating. The pile of snacks is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When there is a certain amount, Wukong will jump out from the pile of snacks again, and circle around the convenience store like the wind. When he stops, he will be holding a large pile of snacks in his hands. Goku's appetite seems to have increased again. Bulma's mouth twitched. Based on her understanding of Goku, the amount of food Goku ate has exceeded his previous appetite. That's normal. Saiyans are naturally good at eating, and they also exercise a lot. Feng was not surprised at all. He turned to Date and said, "You should eat more in the future. You look so weak now that you can't even beat a small android. You are really embarrassing for the Saiyans." Date did not refute, but asked, "Uncle, if my dad finds out that you are acting, will he be angry and embarrassed? With your mother here, what do I have to fear?" Feng said proudly, "Brother's strength is now stronger than your father's. By the way, you must keep up this state and never show mercy to the enemy. The other Wukong always makes your father so angry that he wants to kick him to death. Also, you haven't seen your father gain the upper hand and be so arrogant. Oh, he's even more arrogant than Wukong. You can ask your mother about this." Date looked at Bulma, who nodded and said speechlessly, "Is it because Saiyans are born to be reckless? Can't they just crush the enemy to death right away?" Feng laughed and said, "There is another one who is even more extravagant than the two of them. The Gohan in your world is very reliable, but the Gohan in another world, wow, is so extravagant that even his father Goku was killed by him." Bulma also joined the convenience store and became a member of the convenience store, so Feng had no scruples when speaking. "Impossible." Date was a little unconvinced. "I think the other Gohan brother is also very reliable." He had seen another Gohan. At a young age, he did not back down in the face of danger. He knew that Frieza would come to Earth, but he did not hide in advance. Instead, he followed everyone to meet the enemy. He did not look like a reckless person at all. "Do you know what Gohan's biggest wish was when he was a child?" Feng asked back for a moment. Date didn't know which Gohan Feng was asking about. Bulma said it without hesitation. When Gohan was a child, his biggest wish was to be a scholar, because Chi-Chi thought that being a scholar could make money, but being a warrior could not make money. Date suddenly realized, "So, Uncle, you opened the store right next to Aunt Kiki's house, just to let Aunt Kiki feel at ease and no longer worry about money. What else?" Feng shrugged and said, "Gohan has a strong talent. As long as he is trained correctly, his progress will exceed everyone's imagination." Feng always felt it was a pity not to correct Gohan, at least with Gohan here. If there's a fight, Goku and Vegeta don't always have to fight alone. It's just an extra layer of insurance. Chapter 232, Escape from the Last Hope. Mushroom clouds continued to bloom above the earth, and the energy generated by the explosions tore apart the haze in the sky. Rays of sunlight passed through the dark clouds and sprinkled on the earth. The ground beneath their feet was shaking, cheering for Vegeta. The earth had had enough and was hoping that Vegeta would be ruthless and blow up the androids. Wukong and others are all old acquaintances of his, and the earth knows their temperaments very well. Those killed by the androids will sooner or later be resurrected by Goku and others. At that time, he will also be able to benefit from it and repair his own body. His physical condition has deteriorated badly recently, And even Sister Moon doesn't want to talk to him. The android brother and sister were being chased by Vegeta, cursing as they ran. Damn, you even didn't let the hostages go. Although you are not from Earth, you have lived on Earth for a period of time, right? Yes, we did kill your wife and your son, but we saved them for last. After all, you got to see each other when you were both alive. As for your friends, we are afraid that you will be lonely, so we specially send them down so that you can be reunited. We have done so much, and not only do you not thank us, but you also keep pestering us. You know, what you lose is just life, but what we lose is fun. Life is not fun, it is better to die. Damn it, here we go again. Number 17, who is daydreaming, was almost blown up by the energy wave behind him. Although he avoided the center of the explosion, his body was still involuntarily blown away by the shock wave. Number 17, whose clothes were torn to shreds by the explosion, didn't care about his dirty face. He rolled over, used the force to stand up, and ran away without stopping. My regards to your whole family. Number 17 raised his middle finger behind him without even turning his head. The android brother and sister kept moving on the ground. Even if they passed by a city, they would just flash by and didn't dare to stop. Vegeta would not give them the chance to stop. As long as the two of them show signs of stopping, the energy wave will lash them like a whip. The brother and sister had thought about acting separately, but their response was the same as Goku's. They turned around and couldn't run far, and would be kicked back the next second. The brother and sister had no choice but to advance and retreat together. It was impossible to resist. They didn't have the strength to do so. Vegeta, with lightning wrapped around his body, could crush them both to death with one hand. Run, there's still a chance of survival. Number 18 pondered secretly. She didn't know whether the super bomb in her body could work on Vegeta. If it could, she could stop now and die together with Vegeta. Since she was transformed into a cyborg, when has she ever been so miserable? Damn old man, since you're going to transform him, why don't you make it more powerful and use that energy absorbing method on us? Number 17 complained, if there were a way to absorb energy, I wouldn't have to run at all. No matter how many energy waves Vegeta emits, he can absorb them. Even if he can't absorb them, he can release them. It is recorded in his information, and it can be seen from their numbers. Number 17, which means there are at least 16 before him. Among these 16 androids that Dr. Gero called imperfect works, several have the ability to absorb energy, but in Dr. Gro's opinion, there is a limit to energy absorption, and one still has to rely on absorbing external energy to obtain the power to maintain one's own actions. This ability is imperfect. Thus, they, brother and sister, came into being. It has endless energy and inexhaustible power, but it lacks what number 17 desires most at this moment, energy absorption. When number 18 heard number 17's complaint, his eyes sparkled. He approached number 17 while running away and said, "Go to Dr. Gro's base." "What are you going there for?" Number 17 was stunned, not understanding what number 18 meant. He remembered that the base was destroyed by himself and his sister, and there were several unawakened androids inside who were directly put into deep sleep by the siblings. Number 18 said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember that the old man has an ultimate plan? Hasn't he been abandoned by the old man?" Number 17 was confused. The ultimate plan that number 18 mentioned was also in his database, but it was just a few words and number 17 never took it seriously. The information shows that the ultimate plan is to combine the genes of masters to cultivate the ultimate warrior. However, the breeding is too difficult and has always been stuck at the stage where the genes cannot be integrated. After many studies, Dr. Gro had no choice but to give up and began to cultivate and modify specific genes. This is how the improved artificial humans came into being. It's not that there was no technology to create artificial humans in the past, but it was all done by transforming humans into robots and utilizing the power of thermal weapons to increase combat effectiveness. But as the worldview continues to unfold and aliens appear, Goku and others, who are regarded as enemies by Dr. Gero, continue to grow in strength since thermal weapons had no effect on them. Dr. Gro changed the direction of his research and began to focus on the importance of the physical body. The analysis of Ki was like discovering a new world for him. The combination of the two created an artificial brother and sister who dominated the Earth for more than a decade. However, Dr. Gro did not expect that the first thing the siblings would do after waking up would be to get rid of him. The problem was solved too quickly, and he didn't have time to react. The backup plan he had left was useless and was crushed by the brother and sister. Number 18 shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. What if that old man is lying to us?" But number 17 frowned and said, "We looked for it, but we didn't find it." Right, from the beginning to the end, the brother and sister never believed what Dr. Gro said. After all, Dr. Grow did not ask for their opinions when he transformed them after coming out of the base. The brother and sister searched for a period of time, and searched for 13 years on and off. For 13 years, they traveled to every corner of the earth, but still found nothing. After a thorough search, only then can they dare to come out and stir up trouble without any worries. Number 18 looked in one direction and said, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. We still have one place to look for." "You mean?" Number 17 followed number 18's gaze and showed an understanding expression. The brother and sister looked at each other, quickened their pace, and headed straight in the direction they were looking. Vegeta, who had been driving the siblings in the sky, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and murmured in a low voice, "The fish has been hooked." He could see clearly that the brother and sister, who had been walking in a straight line, suddenly changed direction. They must have thought of something apart from the base. Vegeta couldn't think of where else on Earth his siblings could escape to. Falling slowly, in a moment, the brother and sister ran to a desolate place. The strange rocks, like pillars, are scattered on the ground. The brother and sister disappeared as soon as they entered the pile of strange rocks. Vegeta was not panicked at all. He had memorized the breath of the siblings and would be able to find them no matter where they escaped. Vegeta began to advance from the edge of the rock forest layer by layer. Wherever he went, the rocks were shattered by the energy waves he emitted, and were blown away by the shock waves generated by the explosion of new energy waves. There was a hint of joy on the brother and sister's faces. Vegeta did not launch a large-scale attack right away, which was exactly what they wanted. What they lacked now was time. The brother and sister knew the location of the base by heart. Even though the base was destroyed by them before, the location was still the same, standing in front of a collapsed rubble. The brother and sister did not dare to use energy waves to blast the rubble away, for fear of alerting Vegeta's brother and sister, so they quickly moved the rubble away piece by piece. As the rubble was continuously removed, a cave hidden behind the rubble was revealed. There were also signs of collapse in the cave, and the weak air circulation made the cave full of spider webs. Without paying any attention, the brother and sister quickly got in. After many twists and turns, we arrived at an open area deep in the cave. This used to be the place where Dr. Gero transformed the androids. And there are some experimental equipment scattered around the empty hall. There were about a dozen devices that looked like hibernation chambers, corresponding exactly to their numbers. 2 of the hibernation chambers had been opened, but the brother and sister had no intention of checking them, as that was where they had once lain. There was no need to look at the rest of the hibernation chambers, as they were filled with skeletons. The brother and sister were very sure, because they were the ones who killed the person. There is no need for any other artificial humans on Earth except for these 2 siblings. The brother and sister spread out and searched everywhere. Small pieces of stone kept falling from the top of the hall, and Vegeta's attacks from the outside made the entire cave shake. If the walls hadn't been reinforced by Dr. Grow, the cave would have collapsed long ago. As time passed and the sound coming from afar continued to advance, the brother and sister's faces became uglier and uglier. They searched the entire hall wherever they could, but found no passages leading to other places, nor any mechanisms. Number 17, who didn't believe in evil, ran to the entrance passage and started searching from the beginning. "How is it?" Number 18 asked anxiously. Number 17 shook his head, looking dejected. He searched the corridor but found nothing. "The passage is the only exit in this base, because its location is hidden." Dr. Grow did not think of leaving a back door for himself. "Why don't we fight him?" Number 17 said fiercely. "We have super bombs in our bodies, and the combined power of the explosion is enough to kill anyone." He doesn't know there's a bomb in our bodies. This is our chance. If he knew that they had bombs in their bodies, Number 17 didn't believe that Wukong would dare to attack him recklessly at such a close distance. No one can escape. Even Trantis, who had fought with them for so long, didn't know, so it was impossible for Goku and Vegeta, who had been dead for many years, to know. 18 was a little hesitant, and after thinking for a while, he said, "There's no need for us to be buried with him. I'll hold him back, and you can take the opportunity to escape and run away from the Earth. As long as you escape to the universe is so big that you can go anywhere, and he won't have a chance to find you. When you arrive in space, remember to find out the whereabouts of New Namek and destroy it. As long as the Namekians are gone, the Dragon Balls will disappear. Then, the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely, thanks to their transformed physiques." Number 18 doesn't have to worry about number 17's survival, as they can move freely in the universe. The only thing that limits them is speed. The distance between planets would take a long time if we didn't use a spacecraft. Number 17 couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do, sister?" "Me." 18 laughed. "After you get the Dragon Ball, won't you revive me and then destroy it?" Number 17 clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Yes, that's it. Why didn't he think of it? Since the Dragon Balls can revive other people, why can't they revive them? In this way, no matter which of them is the last one left, as long as one of them can escape successfully, the other will be resurrected in no time." Number 17, who finally figured out a solution, got excited and stomped his feet, saying, "Let me cover them. I've been annoyed with Vegeta for a long time. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time." Number 18 raised his hand to stop number 17 from continuing, listened attentively and said, "Stamp your feet again." Number 17 didn't understand why, but he stomped his feet obediently. Number 18, who heard the faint echo, laughed, "Ha, that old guy hid really well." A wave of energy was blasted by number 18 towards the ground beneath his feet. The explosion sound produced by the energy wave that was sent out with force was covered by the explosion sound outside. Number 17 was about to say something, but when he saw the collapsed ground beneath his feet, he was stunned again. This is, when he was at the base before. He didn't remember that there was another floor underneath the base besides. "I didn't hear any echo when I stomped my feet before, so why did I hear one this time?" Number 18 pointed to the collapsed ground and said, "Look inside, there are signs of collapse." The space hidden beneath the ground was larger than the space they were standing in. Just by visual inspection, such a large space would inevitably collapse under the weight if there were no reinforcement support. Perhaps it was for this reason that they did not discover the space below when they were there before, because of the damage they caused when they left last time, coupled with Vegeta's carpet bombing with energy waves this time. The structure below became loose. Some supporting pillars collapsed, making the space below empty and causing an echo, which attracted their attention. Number 17 couldn't help but show surprise on his face and said, "Haha, there is always a way out." No. 17 didn't believe that it wasn't a secret weapon, as it was hidden so deeply by Dr. Gero. Maybe the ultimate thing that Dr. Gero mentioned is hidden in the space below, even if it is abandoned. We will see whether it can be used or not. Anyway, the retreat plan has been thought of. Without any hesitation, the brother and sister jumped down. It was a little dark in the space, but it did not hinder the brother and sister's vision. After they were transformed, they could see clearly even at night, which was no different from seeing during the day. Thick cables are spread throughout the underground space, and the roar of machines provides the cables with the necessary electricity. On the table next to it, there is an old computer. The computer screen was on, with strings of data constantly refreshing on it. In the corner of the screen, there is a percentage value, which has reached 99. It is only 1% away from reaching 100%. Chapter 233 Useless Waste Backhand. At the end of the thick cable is a transparent jar containing green nutrient solution. In the nutrient solution, there was a curled-up green humanoid monster with wings, like a beetle. Behind the monster, there is a tube that looks like a tail, and at the top of the tube is a thin needle. It was very strange, and it made 17 a little disappointed. That's it. He didn't see what was so powerful about the monster. He was short, not even reaching his shoulders. Apart from his odd appearance, there was nothing about him that would appeal to number 17. There is a data cable on the computer connected to the jar. With every breath of the monster, the data on the computer will be refreshed combined with the percentage value. It is not difficult to guess that the monster seems to have not been fully cultivated. The difference was only 1%, which made number 18 happy but also a little anxious. It has been sealed underground for who knows how long, and the values have not been completed. The difficulty of cultivating monsters is beyond her imagination, but Vegeta was still watching from outside, leaving number 18 no time to think of other solutions. Number 18 had no other choice but to knock on the transparent jar. "Hey, can you hear me?" Number 18 originally wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect the monster to actually react. The sudden opening of his eyes made number 17 subconsciously take a step back. When number 17 came to his senses, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. Stopping number 17, who was about to lose his temper, number 18 asked again, "Can you hear me?" Number 17 suppressed his anger and frowned at what's going on. "Why do I feel like running away?" The monster's eyes just now made number 17 feel like he was being stared at. It's like a hunter hunting, and he is the prey. The monster in the jar nodded to indicate that he could hear. Number 18 breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could hear, it meant he could communicate. Long story short, we are androids created by Dr. Gero. I am number 18 and he is number 17. Dr. Gero was killed by Vegeta outside. We found the incomplete information about you from Dr. Gero's files. After a long escape, we finally returned here. The tattered clothes on their bodies told of their experiences, and the bloodstains proved the hardships of their escape. The half-truths made the monster in the jar believe them directly. A series of bubbles appeared and burst in the jar. What do you want to say? Number 18 was confused. Because of the glass and liquid, she couldn't hear clearly. Judging from the spoken words alone, she couldn't tell. The monster's mouth looked like it was wearing a mask, and the gap between opening and closing was so small that it was impossible to tell. As if knowing that he was not in a good state to speak, the monster pointed at the computer and then at himself. Number 18 guessed, "Are you trying to say that you can't come out unless the value on the computer reaches 100%? The monster nodded first, then shook his head. It's not that he couldn't come out, it's just that he didn't reach 100%, and when he came out, he wasn't in perfect shape. This kind of genetic deficiency cannot be compensated at a later time unless one uses the Dragon Balls to make a wish." Number 17 was confused by the monster nodding and shaking his head. "Then what do you mean?" "Shut up, 17, 18 yelled, then turned to the monster and asked, "What should we do to get the computer value to 100%? There must be a way, there must be a way." Number 18 prayed in his heart if possible. She didn't want to die once and then be resurrected. Hell is full of their enemies. Goku and Vegeta can both practice in hell. Then Gohan, who had his arm broken and then killed by them, can probably also practice in hell. After so many years, their strength has not improved at all, and Gohan doesn't even know to what extent he has grown. "If I meet this in hell and get killed again, I don't know if I can be resurrected by the Dragon Balls." He didn't tell number 17 about this guess because he was afraid that number 17 would get too excited and go after Vegeta regardless of the consequences. It seemed that her prayers really worked, and the monster really had a way to increase the value to 100%. Through the glass cover, the monster pointed at the cables on the ground, then patted his belly and pointed at his mouth. "You mean you're hungry?" Number 17 raised his eyebrows. If he was really hungry, he would be doomed. It's impossible for him to go out and say to Vegeta, "Stop for a while, I'm hungry, let me have a meal to replenish my energy, and you can chase me when I have enough strength." He felt that if he said that, Vegeta would probably shove a wave of energy into his mouth. The monster shook his head again, then nodded. Number 18 asked tentatively, "You mean, your energy is insufficient and you need to replenish it?" This time the monster nodded very vigorously and kept nodding. The monster is about to cry because someone can understand what he means. "You are so smart. When I go out later, I will eat you first." He was afraid that eating number 17 first would affect his IQ. "Do I even need to ask this? Look at the surrounding environment. I don't need to eat, but I need to replenish energy, asshole." Fortunately, I had the nutrient solution to support myself, otherwise I would have died long ago. Damn Dr. Grow. If you want to give up, just give up completely. What's the point of just throwing me here, even if there is an independent system that can maintain an uninterrupted energy supply for a long time? But it has been more than 10 years. More than 10 years. The energy has long been gone, asshole. The only good thing you did was to create a powerful energy harvesting system that can autonomously absorb free energy in the air, but the efficiency is too slow. It has been so many years. The monster's heart was filled with resentment. If the energy supply had not always maintained the lowest power output, if the value had not reached 100% before coming out, his genes would have been imperfect and he would have come out long ago. If there was enough energy, the value would have been 100%. Number 18 understood the monster's meaning and asked, "How can I replenish your energy?" "She doesn't have anything else, but she has plenty of energy." The monster stretched out his finger and pointed in a direction. Number 18 looked in the direction the monster pointed and found that it was a deep passage with no end in sight. Without any hesitation, number 18 quickly headed towards the passage. "Wait for me." Number 17 hurriedly followed. The passage was not long, and in just a blink of an eye, the brother and sister reached the end. At the end is a huge machine with densely packed pipes that penetrate deep into the rock wall and reach out to the outside world. The pipes outside were camouflaged, and nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. "The sound seems to have stopped." "No," 17 said with a frown. "This is not good news." "It stopped, which means Vegeta has found the base." Number 18 didn't reply. She was looking at the instruction manual carefully. If your Feng were here, he would definitely curse again. A broken machine has an instruction manual. Why doesn't my convenience store have one? It is Dr. Grow's habit to add instruction manuals to his equipment. There was no way. There were too many inventions and he was too old to remember them all before he died. He was still thinking about whether he should transform himself. If Wukong wasn't dead yet and he got Alzheimer's first, wouldn't that be too depressing? Unfortunately, before the transformation was complete, Dr. Gero was backstabbed by the brother and sister. Number 18 looked at the catalog and turned directly to the page about replenishing energy. She was so anxious that she didn't see the bold and red title at the bottom of the catalog, The Final Evolution. In the final evolution, the identity of the monster and the method to evolve the monster into a perfect body are introduced in detail. Number 18, who had found a way to replenish energy, placed his hand on the machine without hesitation, making a palm print as soon as he put it on. Number 18 felt the energy in his body rapidly dissipating, and the machine, as if injected with vitality, made a buzzing sound. The energy waves visible to the naked eye follow what appear to be cables, but are actually energy transmission pipes. Energy is continuously transmitted to the culture chamber along the pipes and the nutrient solution. A series of bubbles showed the monster's excitement. Fools. He took back his previous praise for number 18 and decided to follow the order, absorbing number 17 first and then number 18. As expected of Dr. Gro, he is really far-sighted. Number 18 looks smart, but he is actually a blind man. He can't even see such large bold fonts, which made him worry for a few seconds in vain. He almost prayed. He saw it when Dr. Gero printed the instruction manual. Although there was no way to deal with him, there was a way to prevent him from evolving into a perfect body. As long as he kills either number 17 or number 18, he will not be able to evolve to perfection after hiding here for so long. If he can't evolve to a perfect state, he will really die by banging his head against this glass cover. Number 18, who was continuously supplying energy, also noticed a bold font on the instruction manual. After reading it, she handed the manual to number 17. Number 17's face darkened as he watched, and he couldn't help but curse, "You deserve it, SHH." Number 18 made a gesture to keep quiet, shook his head, and pointed in the direction of the monster. Number 17 understood what it meant and clenched his fists helplessly. Number 18 gestured with one hand, using sign language to tell number 17 that they should act according to the situation and use the monster to attract Vegeta's attention, and the two of them would take the opportunity to escape. According to the original plan, they would escape directly outside the Earth. Number 17 nodded to show that he understood. Even if you feel very aggrieved, you can only endure it temporarily. There's only hope if you escape, so they wouldn't be attacked from both sides, with Vegeta in front wanting them dead and a monster behind wanting to devour them both. The buzzing sound of the machinery gradually became smaller, and feeling that the energy was no longer being lost, No. 18 let go. When the two rushed back to the incubator, they saw that the value on the computer had jumped to 100%, and the monster was stretching its body. You really want to. The monster was about to use words to paralyze the brother and sister so that he would have the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Then an energy wave came along his body, hit the incubator, and continued to move forward before hitting the rock wall with a loud bang. The thick rock layer was directly broken through, and the sunlight from outside shone in, bringing a ray of light to the dark space. The monster broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this was intentional, or it was intentional. If he was hit, he wouldn't have to think about evolving. He would have been taken away in one wave before he devoured number 17. He is at most in a mature form. Not a complete form. He doesn't have much strength at all. According to the information, he is not as good as a guy named Bick. The monster, still frightened, was about to let the brother and sister go first as he needed time to adapt his body. But then he saw the brother and sister look at each other and flew out of the rock passage without hesitation. The monster was stunned, not understanding why the siblings were so scared. According to the information, the siblings have no rivals on Earth. If that's the case, run. The monster turned around and ran away without hesitation. Only a fool would not run away. If he goes up to the enemy that both his siblings are afraid of, wouldn't he be just asking for trouble? Vegeta looked around and whispered to himself, this should be the deeper base that Bulma mentioned, right? He remembered Bulma's last wish word for word. If he hadn't been thinking about them, he would never have allowed the two android siblings to survive for so long. Just in case, Vegeta fired a few more energy waves towards his feet. He wanted to see if there was anything else underneath. Vegeta didn't relax his frown until he saw the groundwater gushing out. There's none left. In that case, Vegeta sneered as he looked at the three disappearing androids. You no longer have to exist. With a flash of his figure, Vegeta disappeared in the base. A dazzling flash covered the entire base, and the energy bomb left at the bottom was detonated after Vegeta went out. With the help of the airwaves generated by the explosion, the speed of the android siblings increased again. The monster desperately chased after them, somewhat angrily. Why are you running? Who is chasing after you? How could the brother and sister dare to reply? Doesn't it take time to talk? Wouldn't it be better to run away if you have this much time? The monster didn't get an answer and could only flee with a brother and sister. He has to follow the brother and sister, because they are the key to his evolution. Damn Dr. Grow, the monster cursed in his mind since he was created. Why did we create numbers 17 and 18? Just create it. Why do I have to devour both of them to evolve? Is this another backup plan you have left? You are dumbfounded, right? You didn't use any of your backup plans, you idiot, you damn %. If Dr. Gero wasn't in front of him, if Dr. Gero wasn't already dead, the monster swore that he would soak Dr. Gero for more than 10 years and then send him to death with an energy wave. Damn, my skin is almost faded after soaking in the water for so long. Vegeta completely destroyed the base. After solving his worries, he felt the aura of the 3 androids. His aura surged, and he appeared in front of the 3 androids in a flash. Where are you going? The android brother and sister slammed on the brakes, looking somewhat desperate. The monster following closely behind them turned around and ran away. As he ran, he thought in horror, that must be Vegeta. How could it be? That speed, that powerful aura, none of them could match his information. Chapter 234 UN number 039, re-busy while IN number 039, am taking a break. Damn Dr. Grow, the monster cursed out loud, you idiot, you didn't know how to update the information in more than 10 years. The monster didn't know that Dr. Gero had died more than 10 years ago. He naively thought that Dr. Gero was really killed by Vegeta, having been hiding in the deepest part of the base for more than 10 years. He has long been out of touch with the outside world. We can help you find the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Balls, everything on Earth can be restored to its original state, with nowhere to escape. 18 tries to get Vegeta to let him go. As long as you can let us go, I promise you that from now on, I will never appear on Earth again. With the speed of the brother and sister, they had reached a very high altitude in less than a minute. Behind Vegeta was their escape route beyond the atmosphere as the vast universe. Entering the universe is like a dragon entering the sea. Frieza alone can dominate the universe. If they can kill Frieza with ease, can't they go even further? As long as we avoid the Earth area, we can do whatever we want. Vegeta shook his head slightly and said coldly, no need. If the siblings were allowed to obtain the Dragon Balls, who knows what would happen? Even without Bulma's last wish, he would not let the siblings leave the Earth alive. Seeing that there was no way to reach an agreement, number 18 secretly made gestures with his hands behind his back. Number 17, who was one step behind, had a flash of silence in his eyes, and then he rushed directly towards Vegeta. Sister, you have always been accommodating me before. Today, let me be willful for the last time. Number 17 also thought about what happened in hell. It's hard to say whether you can be resurrected after death. It's not worth taking the risk for a glimmer of hope if someone is destined to die. Number 17 just wants to say, let me do it. The aura in his body began to converge, and after being compressed, number 17 injected it all into the bomb in his body with a hideous smile on his face. Number 17 said viciously, go to hell with me. Even if he is going to die, he will take someone with him. The super bomb may not be able to kill Vegeta, so he will charge the bomb again. He doesn't believe that this will not kill Vegeta. No, there were 2 different exclamations. Number 18 did not waste the opportunity that number 17 had given him. After turning a corner in the air, he rushed straight into the sky. The monster screamed even more heart-wrenchingly, no, it's over, everything is over. After more than 10 years of hiding and enduring, everything was lost because of number 17's self-explosion. Without number 17, even if he devoured number 18, he would not become perfect. Vegeta, the monster's face was distorted, full of anger and unwillingness. I must kill you. Boom! The explosion that resounded through the sky made the earth tremble, and 2 suns appeared in the sky at the same time. The extremely high temperature caused the few remaining vegetation on Earth to wither instantly. The melting of glaciers at the poles caused the sea level to drop slightly, which in turn caused huge waves. The huge waves rolled and ruthlessly swallowed up the buildings on the shore. The sound of gurgling bubbles continued to ring on the sea surface. The aquatic creatures living in the shallow sea turned over their bellies, emitting an enticing fragrance inland from the city far away from the coast. Huge cracks appeared on the land due to the great changes of the earth. It was like a bottomless abyss that opened its gluttonous mouth and suddenly closed together with a loud rumbling sound, accompanied by the screams of the survivors living underground. Great changes are taking place everywhere on the earth. The displacement of continental plates creates new continents, which are then submerged by the roaring waves in the next second. Extreme evolution and the death of organisms occur at the same time. The land creature that had just grown wings and could fly was thrown into the sea by the huge waves the next moment. It grew gills and took only a few breaths before the boiling seawater cooked its internal organs. What kind of species is this? Feng rubbed his eyes. He just saw a flying tiger with huge wings. It was obvious that the tiger was confused about having wings. It screamed in fear and moved its limbs randomly, causing its flying posture to be shaky. Feng was worried that it would fall down. Bulma looked at the tiger in the distance and said with a grim expression, "It's not a species, it's a mutant tiger." Vegeta's movements were so loud that the Earth's magnetic field changed. The animals also changed to adapt to the new environment, so fast. Feng was surprised. Isn't it said that evolution is measured in tens of thousands of years? This has only been less than an hour. Was it evolution that was completed before the explosion, or evolution that was completed after the explosion? If it's the latter, it's a biological miracle. Hurry up, Bulma cursed. If you don't evolve, you'll die. Evolution is useless. The great changes on Earth happened in an instant, leaving no time for animals to adapt and evolve. Goku, stop eating, Bulma shouted at Goku, who was buried in the snacks. Hurry up and get the Dragon Balls from New Namek. If we don't make wishes with Dragon Balls anymore, the Earth will explode. Goku, who was eating happily, raised his head and saw the great changes in the outside world at a glance. His face changed, and he concentrated and sensed King Kai. Percent. Goku, speak slower, I didn't hear you clearly. King Kai looked confused hearing the sound of chewing on the other side. He finally understood what was going on. He said with a dark face, "Swallow it before you talk, bastard." Even though he increased his chewing speed, there was still too much food in his mouth and Wukong's cheeks were bulging, but he was reluctant to spit it out. Picking up the water beside him, Wukong forced himself to swallow the snacks in his mouth in batches as if he were drinking medicine. Hiccup with a loud burp, Goku expelled the excess air from his body, and he felt much better. He quickly said, "Lord Kai, please help me contact the Great Elder of New Namek and tell him that I need to use the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls on Namek are not as hard to find as the Dragon Balls on Earth. The Dragon Balls are made by themselves, and they don't need external tools to sense the Dragon Balls. They don't even need to use things like Dragon Ball radar. Moreover, there's only one race, the Namekians. They love peace and have no internal conflicts. Although the Dragon Balls were created, they were rarely used and collected only for emergencies." Goku was not worried about not having any Dragon Balls to use after arriving on New Namek, and he did not need to wait. As far as he knew, there had been no disputes since they moved to their new home. These were all told to him by the Namekians. After all, New Namek was still under the jurisdiction of King Kai, and he had chatted with many dead Namekians. King Kai also knew that the situation was urgent. Using Goku, he could also sense the changes on the Earth. Without any hesitation, he helped Goku connect with the Great Elder of the Namekian people. After stating his purpose, the Great Elder agreed to let Goku borrow the Dragon Balls. Goku did not stop either. After using King Kai as an adapter to sense the breath of the Great Elder, he used instant movement and instantly came to the side of the Great Elder, wrapped in golden flames. Vegeta was not affected at all by number 17's self-explosion in his hand. He was holding the unconscious number 18. He wanted number 18 to die at the former side of the convenience store to comfort his husband's spirit in heaven. Although the gentleman can be resurrected soon, the necessary ceremony must still be performed. It's just that the missing number 17 makes the ceremony a little imperfect. However, Vegeta found a replacement sacrifice. Deep under the sea, the temperature is not as high as in the shallow sea, but still freezing cold. The monster curled up and buried itself in the mud on the seabed. The extreme restraint of his aura made him look like a dead object. If I hide here, he won't be able to find me, right? Thinking uneasily, the monster curled up even tighter. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a voice frightened him to death. "Got you." Vegeta's voice was like the soul-stirring voice of a messenger from hell. The monster's hearts, which had stopped beating in order to hide completely, started beating again. The seabed is so deep that you can't see your hand in front of you. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the darkness of the seabed, and the raised mud and sand made the surrounding sea turbid. The monster took the opportunity to attack, continuously emitting energy waves from his hands, while he himself kept retreating. Even number 17 was forced to self-destruct. The monster knew that it was no match for Vegeta, and had no intention of confronting him head-on. His purpose was just to use the stirred seawater as cover to escape. Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not Earth. It is obvious that the Earth is no longer habitable. As long as the Dragon Balls are here, the Earth will recover sooner or later. Without number 17 and number 18, they will be devoured and evolved, and staying on the Earth will only do harm and no good. Devouring ordinary people to evolve would be slow, and the large-scale death of ordinary people would also attract the attention of Vegeta and others. He didn't believe that Vegeta would only restore the Earth and not resurrect others. It still has to be the universe, only the universe. That is his way out. No wonder numbers 17 and 18 are moving up. It turns out this is the idea. The monster, who had figured it out, just rushed out of the sea when Vegeta grabbed his neck. The monster, which could survive even without breathing, pretended to be having difficulty breathing and scratched itself with its hands. It seemed to be struggling in its death throes, but it was actually secretly delighted in its heart. Number 18 was very close and had no ability to resist. As long as he could devour number 18, he might have a chance of survival. Moreover, no one knows that he has the ability to devour and evolve. And Vegeta certainly doesn't know it. Maybe he has a chance to obtain Vegeta's genes and improve his strength to a higher level. The monster, who was calculating, suddenly lost the power of its tail, which had been swinging constantly behind it, and fell limply behind it. With the help of Vegeta's enlarged hand strength, it closed its eyes, tilted its neck, and fainted, holding one in each hand. Vegeta identified the direction and his figure turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Here at the original location, a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea surface, constantly spinning, causing seawater to flow back. The powerful suction force tore the already cooked bodies of the marine creatures apart. Do you think we should move the convenience store to another location? Bulma looked at the suspended convenience store with some fear. There was a bottomless abyss under her feet. The cracked ground ran through the front and back of the convenience store. Feng felt a little sorry for his useless labor. The foundation, which had just been filled not long ago, collapsed directly into the crack. Until now, no response was heard, and he didn't know how deep the crack was. Let's change. Feng sighed tiredly. In the Dragon Ball world, you can't open a store in a busy place. When villains cause trouble, the first thing they do is go to the city. This place will surely become prosperous in the future, and will also surely welcome new enemies. There are many villains in the Dragon Ball world, and they appear one after another. After thinking for a while, Feng said, after the Earth recovers, I plan to open a convenience store in front of Kiki's house. It's quieter there and more people go there. Compared to making money, Feng still prefers to bask in the sun at the door. Dad also agreed and persuaded Bulma, Mom, you can do experiments directly in convenience stores in the future. It's absolutely safe. How could it be unsafe? Bulma thought. A building could actually fly by itself. The key is that there is no energy reaction. The Earth is about to explode. The outside world is now alternating between hot and cold. When it is hot, the human body can spontaneously combust, and when it is cold, people can be frozen into ice chips. But inside the convenience store, the temperature is just right and the walls don't feel uncomfortable to the touch. Bulma picked up the drink and took a sip happily, but suddenly frowned and said unhappily, Am I old? Just call me Mom. Why do you have to add the word old in front? Mom said a little aggrievedly. It's not even 3 days yet. Besides, you can practice the yin seal now, so there won't be any problem of aging in the future. Bulma touched the diamond mark on her forehead and said with a smile, That's right. The function of the yin seal is really what she loves. Just having to learn ki made Bulma a little distressed. Even though she didn't want to admit it, that was her age, but it's not a big problem. With a very capable husband and a talented son, Bulma doesn't believe that she can't learn it. Boom! It was like the sound of thunder, which suddenly rang out. Vegeta did not conceal his figure, and the sound he made when flying at high speed could be heard from far away. In the past, when he flew, he would use air to isolate the air currents around him so that he would not make any sound while flying and his vision would not be blurred due to flying at such a high speed. But now he was not disguising himself at all, without any protection, which was enough to prove his inner impatience. Wherever he goes, there will be traces left behind. Behind him, the separated air currents left an obvious mark in the sky. Dragging 18 and the monster, Vegeta landed at the old side of the convenience store. Putting the two androids down, Vegeta took a deep breath, suppressed the irritation in his heart, and said softly, Bulma, I'm here to see you. Goku has gone to find the Dragon Balls. You, Trantis, and Sensei will be resurrected soon. Please forgive my selfishness. I know you are very tired, but please don't leave me alone, okay? This idiot, he doesn't even know how to look at people when he speaks. Bulma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 235 Let you scare you to death. Vegeta didn't know that Bulma, whom he was thinking about, was not far away from him. Watching him quietly still with his back to the convenience store and his eyes looking forward, he made a passionate confession. After you are resurrected, I will rest with you, just the two of us. Don't you think Trunks would be lonely alone? How about we have another child, a boy or a girl? That way, even if I'm not by your side in the future, even if Trunks is not by your side anymore, you won't be alone." "What are you talking about?" In front of the child, Bulma was shy and covered her face embarrassedly, but judging by the way her ears stood up high, it was obvious that she was also modest. "This something I can listen to." Tech covered his ears. His father's confession to his mother made him, as a son, feel a little embarrassed. He always felt that the image of his father did not match what he knew. However, if his parents really plan to have another child, he hopes it will be a girl. He has already experienced what it feels like to be a younger brother. Big brother Gohan is very good to him, but he, as a younger brother, has not fulfilled his responsibilities as a younger brother. "I used to be too willful." This is what Dad says about himself. He hopes that his future sister will be more obedient. He has heard that girls are all well-behaved and sensible. "Vegeta, can you hear me?" Goku's anxious voice echoed in Vegeta's heart. Vegeta, who was immersed in sadness, suddenly raised his head. "I can hear you, you say?" Goku, who was far away on New Namek, contacted Vegeta through the King Kai transit station. Unlike the Shenlong on Earth, the Shenlong on Namek has its own name, Porunga. After being strengthened, Porunga has eliminated the limitation of only being able to resurrect one person at a time. Moreover, he is more cost-effective than the dragon on Earth. He can make 3 wishes. It has black horns on both sides of its shoulders, dragon fins on its back, and thick and long claws, which makes it look very intimidating. Hovering over the sky above New Namek, the huge figure of Porunga blocked out the sky and cast a large shadow. The giant red eyes stared at the tiny Goku, waiting for him to express his wish. Having already made one wish, Goku was at a loss as to what to do with his second wish. Shenlong said that he couldn't sense the breath of Bulma, Day2, and Mr, and he couldn't find the 3 of them in hell, which means that the 3 of them are not dead. Porunga showed a human expression of doubt and scratched his head involuntarily. "Did he say that?" "You didn't ask, and I didn't look for them, so how do you know that the 3 of them are not dead? Please tell me your second wish." If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take action against the person who made the wish, Porunga really wanted to knock open Wukong's head to see what he was thinking. "My second wish is to revive those killed by the androids." Before Wukong finished speaking, Porunga's eyes flashed red and he said, "Your second wish has been granted. Please tell me your third wish." "Don't." Wukong slapped his head. "I haven't finished talking yet. Don't revive Dr. Gero." Although he died early, he heard from people in hell that the androids were created by Dr. Gero, and that Dr. Gero was killed by the androids he created. It's not a pity that someone like Dr. Gero died. It would be too easy for him if he was resurrected. What Goku originally intended to say was just resurrect all the people killed by the androids except Dr. Gero, but he didn't expect Porunga to act so quickly. Besides, I speak the language of Earth. If I want Porunga to fulfill his wish, doesn't he have to use the Namek language? The great elder at the side said calmly. Earth language is an exception, because Wukong is their friend. In order to express their gratitude to their friend, they specially recorded the Earth's language system into Shenlong's wish system. Now you can make a wish in Porunga. In addition to Namek, you can also use Earth language. Is this your third wish? As long as Wukong says yes, Porunga will dare to fulfill the wish. Having been a wish-making machine for so many years, Porunga also has his own ideas. Wukong dared to tease him in front of him, and he dared to misinterpret Wukong's meaning. No, Wukong said quickly. My third wish is to make the Earth stronger. It is such a waste to kill an ordinary person like Dr. Gero with just one wish. He can be killed with just a random energy wave. There is no need to waste a wish. All your wishes have come true, and we'll never see each other again. A trace of regret flashed in Porunga's eyes, then his body turned into 7 rays of light and scattered all over New Namek. While Goku was still wondering about the changes in Porunga, on Earth, Vegeta, who could not get any response, became impatient again. Kakarot, what do you mean? He saw with his own eyes what it meant that Bulma and the other 2 were not dead, and he felt clearly the heart-wrenching pain. And you told me that the person was not dead, so where are they? Where are they? Tell me quickly, Kakarot, tell me quickly. Where is my Bulma? The Super Saiyan state that had already receded reappeared due to the emotions within. The crackling of lightning made the monster who was about to launch a sneak attack on number 18 shudder. After being electrocuted, he couldn't help but retract his tail. Kakarot, a roar came out of Vegeta's mouth, and the aura from his body emanated uncontrollably. The feeling of wanting something but not getting it. The answer was right in front of him, but he just didn't know it, making Vegeta feel uncomfortable all over. Kakarot, Kakarot. Vegeta kept muttering, wanting to destroy everything in front of him. An angry punch hit the ground, and with a loud bang, a deep pit appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit, there's a fist-sized hole, which is so deep that you can't see the bottom. The monster couldn't help but groan in pain. Damn you, Vegeta. Go vent your anger on Kakarot. Why are you looking for me? Even if he lay on the ground pretending to be unconscious, he still suffered an unexpected disaster. The monster who did nothing was in tears. My arms, my legs, it's gone, all gone. I can't win in the first place, and I've lost an arm and a leg. What's the point of fighting? Just kill me. Affected by the wind from the fist, half of the body of the monster lying at Vegeta's feet disappeared. There are no internal organs inside, but instead a mass of wriggling flesh and blood. It expanded from the broken parts and repaired his lost body parts. The genes from Piccolo make the monster very tenacious. As long as the parts are not fatal, it can heal itself. Even if the arm is broken, he can regenerate the broken limb. Well, after all, it's not Piccolo himself. Just a small amount of gene interception. Although it gives him super self-healing ability, the ability is uncontrollable. It also has the same disadvantage as Piccolo himself, which is that it consumes a lot of energy. The monster had just come out, and it was only with the help of number 18's energy replenishment that it came out. The monster itself did not store much energy at all. A lot of it was released at the bottom of the sea, and a lot of it was consumed by the passive repair of the body. The energy that was about to run out made the monster's green skin turn a pale shade. Vegeta is not blind. How could he not notice such a big commotion when he was right next to them? Before he could make a move, the pretending to be dizzy monster leaped up, wrapped its tail around number 18, and quickly retreated. Wait, the monster retreated and said, "We don't have any hatred, so why are you chasing me? You were created by Dr. Gero." Vegeta touched his eyebrows with a cold expression. "The current state of the earth, it has nothing to do with me." The monster cried out in injustice. It was all done by the brother and sister. You know that too. I just got out. I didn't do anything. He thought, it's too late. I had just come out and hadn't figured out the situation yet. But I was already running around with the siblings. If he had known this would be the case, he should have stood still and at least explained it. It's hard to explain this run. Is his hair growing longer? I don't know if it's my illusion, but the monster always feels that Vegeta's hair is a little longer than before. It was originally vertical, but now it has a subtle tendency to become a shawl. The monster, who thought it was an illusion, hurriedly explained, "I was not created by Dr. Gero. He just started the experiment." The subsequent changes were all deduced by the computer itself. Rather than saying I was created by Dr. Gero, I'd say I was created by a computer. While saying words to delay time, he devoured number 18, which he had hidden behind him. The pointed tip of its tail opened like a bloody mouth and bit out number 18's head. The tail, which looks solid, is actually hollow and contains a targeted anesthetic gas that is specifically used to deal with number 17 and number 18. A strong sense of crisis woke 18 up from his coma. He struggled, but was unable to overcome his natural restraint. The intensity of the struggle gradually weakened, and finally, number 18 fell into deep sleep again. Faster. If it weren't for the fact that it had to use its tail to swallow, the monster would have wanted to swallow number 18 in one gulp. 3 heads popped out from the edge of the deep pit. The 3 people used the convenience store as a cover and hid their bodies in it. They lay on the edge of the deep pit and looked down. "See, I told you that Saiyans are very wild." Feng had an expression that said, "Come and praise me." Yes, you are awesome," Bulma complimented perfunctorily, then immediately gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing, Vegeta?" Dr. wanted to jump down and give the monster a wave of energy. Dad is waiting for the monster to change. There is no need to guess. After the monster devoured number 18, its strength would definitely increase greatly. Otherwise there would be no point in him doing this. Allowing the opponent to improve their strength without doing anything is what Data can't stand the most when facing the androids. He tried every possible way and racked his brains, thinking every day about how to weaken the androids' strength. If he knew that the androids had a way to increase their own strength, but did nothing to stop it, which would lead to greater tragedy after the android's strength increased, that would be something Data did not want to see. If it weren't for his own lack of strength and inability to deal with the androids, Data would have destroyed the androids long ago. Bulma patted Dotto's head and said earnestly, "Don't ever learn from your father in the future. It wasn't long since I touched her heart, but she's already relapsing into her old habits. Even having a second child, just give birth to your own child." She didn't want to give birth to a child with Vegeta's personality. "Uncle, what's the situation?" After making a wish, Goku, who returned from New Namek, also joined the ranks of peeping. "What wish did you make?" Feng asked curiously. "The changes on Earth have taken place. and the prosperous city has returned to its original state as soon as the change occurred. Feng moved his position and came to an uninhabited wilderness. He himself couldn't transfer Vegeta and others quietly, but the convenience store could as long as Vegeta and others are kept within the convenience store. Feng can use the convenience store's ability to transfer the three people. Vegeta and the monsters thought they were in a ruined city. In fact, there was no city around. When they came out of the deep pit, they could see the desolate scene around them. The first wish is for the Earth to return to its original state. The second wish is to revive those killed by the androids. The third wish, what the hell are you talking about? Feng urged, hurry up and tell me. Wukong scratched his head and said sheepishly, I reinforce the Earth. You reinforce the Earth? Feng asked in surprise. Then when we farm in the future, we have to transform into Super Saiyan to dig holes? And when we build houses, we have to use energy waves to blast the foundation, right? From now on, if we need to repair the road, it won't be useful to use machines. We will have to find you. Hi, it is Hi, Yizio said with a half smile. Wukong, you will be very successful in the future. You will be the one to handle all the big and small things on Earth, such as building bridges and roads, quarrying and mining. Any work that requires working with the ground will be done by you. You have to collect money. If you collect less, you won't be accepted. You have to queue up. In less than 2 years, you'll be worth more than Bulma. Wukong paused, scratching his head, and said anxiously, how can that be possible? I still need to practice, so I don't have time to do these things, Bulma said leisurely. Still practicing? You will starve to death in the future. The soil has become hard. How can plants grow? If crops cannot be produced, what will we eat and drink? Don't tell me about eating meat. Animals will starve to death if they don't have food. In less than 2 years, the Earth will become lifeless. Wukong, you are amazing. It took more than 10 years for people to create artificial humans, but you have wiped out all of humanity in less than 2 years. Wukong was stunned. He didn't expect that his good intentions would lead to bad consequences. When he made a wish before, he thought that the enemy was getting stronger and stronger, and the Earth might be destroyed at any time. It would be better to reinforce it so that he would not be restricted when fighting the enemy in the future. After hearing what Feng and Bulma said, Goku realized the seriousness of the problem. If we only strengthen the Earth without taking corresponding measures, it is possible that, as the two said, it would take a person who practices Kigen to dig a hole. Ordinary people who practice Kigen cannot come here. In terms of strength, they must at least have star-level strength. What should I do then? Wukong was in tears. It was too late to find Purunga again to make a wish. Purunga had fallen into deep sleep, and he had to wait for a while before he could make a wish. What can we do? Find the dragon on Earth. Chapter 236. The perfect ending of the play. Feng suggested, the Dragon Balls on Earth are back now. You can use them to make a wish and cancel this wish, or add some more so that the reinforced Earth will not affect ordinary people. Ordinary people still live the same way they did before. The effect of strengthening the Earth is only for warriors like you who have to fight the enemy at every turn. Bulma also added, it will only take effect during the battle. The rest of the time, you warriors should practice as usual. If it works on soldiers 24 hours a day, then they won't have to do anything every day, and from then on, they will have no chance of working with the ground. Not every soldier has abundant capital. They also need to eat. How do you get money to eat if you don't work? Wukong scratched his head and cheeks, almost turning into a monkey. He felt more and more that his third wish was a mistake. Even though the ideas proposed by Feng and Bulma were very effective, he always felt that there was something wrong. There is no time to think too much, and the first thing to do is to find the Dragon Balls scattered around the Earth. Bulma, is your Dragon Ball radar still there? Goku stretched out his hand to ask Bulma for the Dragon Ball radar. Without the Dragon Ball radar, it would take him forever to find it by himself. Before Bulma could say anything, Feng shook his head and sighed. This is the most ridiculous wish I have ever seen. The last time someone said something like this, if I remember correctly, it was probably a mistake, using the Dragon Balls to make a wish for a girl's original panties. This operation was so amazing that Feng's scalp was tingling. Although Wulong's strength is not that impressive, it is definitely enough to deal with ordinary people. If you were a little braver and went to a residential area at night, he could steal not only one person, but the entire community. Still making a wish to the dragon? Just one wish. What's the difference between this and Yakabello eating senzu beans as a meal? Wukong was so anxious that he put his hands together and begged Feng and the other two, Sir, Bulma, and Trunks, please don't tell anyone about this, okay? Nodded expressionlessly. Bulma looked as if she was defeated by you and reached into her clothes to take out the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Goku. Next time you want to make a wish, ask other people's opinions first, and never make it on your own. Goku seems to be a very simple person, but Bulma, who has known Goku since childhood, knows very well that Goku is indeed simple, but too simple. The line in the brain that represents thinking is almost always straight sometimes. He really can't think of other aspects. As soon as Goku got the Dragon Ball radar, he couldn't wait to take off into the air and head straight for the mark displayed on the Dragon Ball radar. Feng was slightly curious. Do I need to carry the Dragon Ball radar with me? Bulma spread her hands and said helplessly, there has to be hope. Making a wish to the Dragon Balls is the only way to restore the Earth. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth are gone, Bulma is thinking that one day, Tarkov will defeat the androids and go to New Namek, use the Dragon Balls on New Namek to restore Earth to normal. Then she can get the Dragon Balls on Earth as soon as possible. More and more people are knowing the news about Dragon Balls. Bulma is afraid that she is too late to collect them, and they might be obtained by someone with ulterior motives, which may cause trouble again. In fact, not only did she carry it with her, but Ted also carried it with him. Ted took out his Dragon Ball radar, looked at the dots flashing on it, and said with a smile, Uncle, Mom, aren't you afraid that Mr. Wukong will find out that you are lying to him and cause trouble for you? It's a good thing that the Earth is reinforced, at least it won't be blown up at any time. But it wasn't as serious as they said. Plants can still grow freely, and people can still quarry, mine, build bridges and roads. Porunga is still very humane. His reinforcement is not the reinforcement that Wukong understands, but rather it enables the Earth to have the ability to heal faster, just as the desert will gradually erode the land. After being reinforced by Porunga, the opposite effect will occur, and the desert will gradually degenerate into arable land. The deep pit dug by Vegeta, like before, if left unattended, may take tens of millions of years for the pit to gradually recover, or it may never recover and be filled with rainwater and turn into a lake. But now it's different. It may take less than 100 years for the deep pit to return to its original state. If you want to ask Feng how he knew, it would be strange if he didn't know. It was the wish he made. If Bulma had known Goku's character, there was no way she would let Goku make a wish alone. She asked Feng to take the lead and complete the wish-making process. King Kai, the Great Elder and Porunga are all actors, cooperating with Feng in acting. Feng didn't know the aura of King Kai and the Great Elder, but Goku from another world knew it. If Wukong from another world knows, it is the same as Feng knowing. The rest is easy. There was no need to show strength to King Kai. With the title of God of Destruction Beerus and the fact that he could deal with Goku, King Kai readily agreed and seemed quite impatient. All the dragons on Earth knew Beerus, and naturally Porunga from his hometown knew him as well. While Goku and Vegeta were in contact, Feng and Porunga completed the deal. It was even easier to get the Great Elder to cooperate. Feng promised that if there were enemies that could not be dealt with on New Namek in the future, the Great Elder could ask for help from Ted at any time. If Ted and others can't solve the problem, he will naturally take action. The Great Elder thought that since Feng knew Wukong, he wouldn't possibly harm him. Also, it was not a bad idea to have another way to save his life, so he readily agreed to the deal. Of course, words are not enough. Feng also demonstrated his strength in front of the Great Elder. All these little moves were done without Goku's knowledge, and a world was achieved where everyone was happy and only Goku was hurt. This guy naively thought that he had made a wrong wish, and he was anxiously looking for the Dragon Balls on Earth. Seeing that he had already collected 2 Dragon Balls, it was obvious that he was really panicking. Feng and Bulma looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Ted had a bad feeling. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? Bulma touched Ted's head and smiled until her eyes narrowed. What does your idea have to do with us? That's right. Feng nodded and said, this is my first time here. I'm unfamiliar with the place, so it has nothing to do with me. You are the mastermind, they said in unison. Ted was shocked all over, and he lost his grip on the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and it fell to the ground. She wanted to cry but had no tears and said, you can't do this, I didn't do anything. Ted said he couldn't take the blame for such a huge crime. Bulma and Feng held Ted's shoulders on the left and right. Bulma said with tears in her eyes, Trantis, can you bear to watch your mother get beaten? Ted shook his head. How could it be possible? But obviously, Goku didn't know that Goku would never dare to beat Bulma. It would be more difficult for Bulma to beat him. Feng's tone was quite relaxed. He shrugged and said, you heard everything we discussed just now. It wasn't my idea. It was your mother who decided it. The nature that has been suppressed for a long time is released in one day and seems unstoppable. Bulma's idea was so evil that Feng couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and admit defeat. Boom! An invisible airwave blew the gravel everywhere. Feng quickly made a shushing gesture. Don't say anything. The show is about to begin. The play of teasing Goku was arranged by Bulma, but the play of Vegeta was directed by him personally. Let me see. Let me see. King Kai was so anxious that he wanted to see such a wonderful show he felt that he might have a new hobby. Pranks are also a good hobby. Don't be anxious. Feng rolled his eyes. King Kai was making a lot of noise in his head, so Feng shared his vision with King Kai at the edge of the deep pit. 3 pairs of eyes, and one King Kai who was not on Earth, were quietly watching the movements below. The monster that swallowed number 18 underwent a huge change in its body shape. Its height increased by an estimated 1/3, and its body became bulging with muscles, becoming strong and powerful. The tail and wings are still retained, but the appearance is becoming more and more human-like. The lips, like 2 sausages, uttered inflated words. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you shouldn't watch me devour number 18. The monster felt that he was incredibly strong now, and the surging power in his body made his self-confidence soar. The monster took a deep breath, opened his arms, and opened the wings behind him. He looked so intoxicated that he deserved a beating. From now on, I want everyone to remember my name. My name is Cell, the Cell who brings killing to you, Cell said arrogantly, running his fingers and palm across his neck. What, Vegeta? What, Son Goku? From now on, there is only one name on Earth, and that is him. Cell, are you done? Vegeta squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His face was grim. He could hardly suppress the violent emotions in his body. No, no, no. Cell stretched out a finger and shook it, saying frivolously, it's obvious that the tragedy on Earth was not caused by me, but you insist on blaming me. In this case, I don't mind making your wish come true. Don't we still have the Dragon Balls? Namek, that's what it's called, right? After I kill you, I'll use the Dragon Balls on Namek to restore the Earth to its original state. Man, I want to recover too. I want to make the tragedy on Earth happen again. Your wife is Bulma, right? I will crush her bones bit by bit in front of you. I will inflict double the humiliation you brought upon me on her. I will make you watch with your own eyes as your friends die one by one. Cell simply shouted out the last sentence. He has been hiding underground for more than 10 years. This is just the time since he became conscious, not to mention the time before that. More than 10 years. More than 10 years of hiding. He should have brought fear to everyone, but he was chased by Vegeta like a stray dog. He, Shalu, can't stand this kind of grievance. You want to kill my Bulma? Vegeta said word by word, gritting his teeth. Cell's words completely ignited his emotions in an instant. The clear sky became extremely dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed through it, making rumbling sounds like rain. Lightning crackled from the sky, the ground was charred black by lightning, and the already desolate land became even more barren. This, Cell staggered and retreated until his back hit the wall of the deep pit. He said in disbelief, what's going on? Such a huge energy. Cell can also use his own energy to cause great changes in heaven and earth, but the range of the changes is limited. A range as large as Vegeta's is simply beyond his imagination. There is no end to the dark clouds in the sky at the center of the huge change. Vegeta had a splitting headache, and the strong negative emotions made his brain almost a mess. He was suppressed a lot because of Bulma's last wish, which made Vegeta feel restricted, and Goku's vague words made Vegeta feel confused. Anger, resentment, regret, self-blame and other emotions combined together, and Cell's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a bang, Vegeta's brain exploded. Roaring, Vegeta kept hitting his head, trying to relieve his pain. The confession in hell did not teach him to control his emotions, but made him learn to suppress them. He didn't want anyone to get hurt because of his arrogance, but at this moment, screw it. Bulma is everything to me. Roar! Vegeta let out an inhuman roar, and his golden hair, the symbol of a Super Saiyan, instantly grew to his waist. The lightning stopped at this moment, and the dark clouds were blown away by the air current. The sunlight fell into the deep pit, covering Vegeta's body with a layer of golden light. But Cell was heartbroken. Vegeta's face, which was already full of evil, became even more sinister due to the lack of eyebrows, and his cold eyes revealed a sense of indifference that had lost humanity. All the souls of Cell are emerging, and the surging power is fake, all fake. Damn, compared with the power of Vegeta, Cell felt like a grain of sand on the seashore. Compared with the entire beach, he was not even a drop in the ocean. Run! At this moment, There was only this thought in Cell's mind, and it was also his last thought. He turned sideways and pointed his palm at Cell, and the energy wave hit him with a whistling sound. No, before he could utter his complete last words, Cell's breath, along with number 18 in his body, disappeared from this world. Still worried, Vegeta attacked from both sides, as if all the energy in his body was endless, and energy waves kept hitting the place where Cell was. The rumbling sound of the explosion resounded throughout the world. Wukong, who was collecting Dragon Balls, looked unhappy. Vegeta, please don't do anything stupid. Goku knew how powerful Super Saiyan 3 was. He has been stuck at this step for a long time, just like Vegeta has been stuck at Super Saiyan 2 for a long time. No matter how hard he tries, he can't improve his strength to a higher level. Especially Goku knows that Super Saiyan 3 is not a correct way to transform. With all-round enhancement, the body will become like an hourglass. Even if you do nothing, the energy in your body will continue to be consumed, and it will be consumed very quickly. Wukong once tried it, but in half an hour, or at most half an hour, all the energy in his body would be used up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Eating the Melon and Eating Yourself. This is without taking any action. Once the action starts, Wukong has no idea what the exact cost will be because he has never used the transformation at this stage to fight with others in order to take Vegeta's feelings into consideration. He never even showed this form in front of Vegeta at the same time. Wukong was also very happy. Vegeta has been stuck in Super Saiyan 2 for a long time, and Super Saiyan 2 has been developed to the extreme by Vegeta. Being at the same level, Goku doesn't dare to say that he can beat Vegeta. He also tried to give advice indirectly, but Vegeta, who was disheartened, only wanted to immerse himself in his own world and turned a deaf ear to his words. He once worried that Vegeta might go to extremes. Wukong didn't want to see his friend go back to his old ways, as his friend had finally changed his character. Looking at the Dragon Balls in his arms, Goku hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe Vegeta. His body drew an arc in the air and Goku rushed towards the next Dragon Ball, feeling the huge energy. Gohan and the others who were resurrected did not even bother to check the environment of the earth, and rushed towards the deep pit. In less than a minute, the few people flying at full speed arrived at the deep pit. Above the deep pit, right above the convenience store, a large arrow made of energy pointed directly to the location of the convenience store. Gohan and the others landed in front of the convenience store and immediately saw three people lying on the edge of a deep pit, sticking their heads out to look down. Trantis. Gohan hesitated, frowning in disbelief in his impression. Trunks is still a little kid, crybaby and impulsive. Although after his own teaching, Trunks' temperament has changed a lot. However, the image had already been finalized, and Trunks' changes were greater than Gohan could have imagined. Just looking at Trunks' back gives people a very reliable feeling. Trunks turned around and made a hushing gesture, then waved at Gohan. Okay, I take back my previous thoughts. Trunks doesn't seem to have changed much. Gohan's face was full of black lines. You're here? Bulma whispered. Don't talk yet. Come on, watch the fun for a while. Aunt Bulma. Gohan respected Bulma very much. During the period when the androids were rampant, he received a lot of care from Bulma. If we count the time he was alive, his biological mother Chi-Chi didn't take care of him as long as Bulma did. The energy below his Uncle Vegeta's, he felt a familiar aura at the bottom of the deep pit, but as far as Gohan knew, Vegeta should not have such a huge aura. Hey, Gohan, you've grown up, Bulma said with a sweet smile. Yes, that's Vegeta's. This guy is still thinking about those things after he died. After so many years, his strength has not improved at all. Look, when someone is stimulated, they explode, and now they are venting it down there. Gohan and the others twitched their lips. If Vegeta hadn't improved at all, then they were living like dogs. Not to mention Gohan, just look at Piccolo and the others. After estimating their current strength, they realize that they are at most Super Saiyan 1. It seems that Yamcha doesn't like practicing martial arts very much, but he has nothing to do in hell, so he practices with everyone. However, his strength is still not as good as Frieza's back then. Master Roshi, don't even mention Master Roshi. After he was resurrected, the first thing he did was to go and see little Liu Bei in his collection. He didn't even come here on King Kai's planet. Yi Feng, who had met with them, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. If you have anything to say, wait a moment. Vegeta is showing signs of losing control. What? Bulma was shocked and asked quickly, how could it be? The others followed the three's example. Lying on the edge of the pit and looking down, Feng explained, if Vegeta was in a normal mood, he would not lose his mind when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, but he had been suppressing his emotions for too long, and the sudden outburst of emotions made him unable to control his strength. The Super Saiyan 3 form itself is a wrong form. It consumes a lot of energy. Vegeta seems to be unable to stop now. He has been venting for so long that the energy in his body should have been used up long ago, but look, does Vegeta look tired at all? Bulma didn't understand this, but Gohan and the others saw clearly that Vegeta was completely squeezing out the vitality in his body, using the method of consuming ki and blood to increase the energy in his body if left alone. The moment Vegeta stops will also be the moment he dies. The exhaustion of all the energy and blood in his body will cause Vegeta to lose his life instantly. As Gohan and the others talked at once, Bulma also realized the seriousness of the problem and said anxiously, what should we do? Vegeta has just been resurrected. Is he going to die again? Uncle, can the contract help my dad return to normal? Tess said with his eyes lighting up. Although he had not finished reading the contents of the contract, he had seen that it stated that the person who signed the contract would be immune to negative effects once, and his body functions and condition would be restored to their peak. Yes, he can. Feng raised his head and said, but look at your father now. Does he look like someone who can calm down and sign a contract? I'm afraid that as soon as I open my mouth, I'll be hit by a wave of energy. I'll break your pen and tear up your contract. Ten also became anxious. What should we do? Uncle, why don't you go and wake my dad up? Hey, you really think highly of me. Although I am strong enough to beat your father now, I am still a little short of being able to subdue him in one move. Feng shrugged and said speechlessly. After signing a contract with Vegeta from another world, and with the power of everyone, Feng now has the strength to rival Super Saiyan 3. There is no problem in defeating Vegeta, who has just entered Super Saiyan 3, but Vegeta at this time is already unconscious and has only thoughts of destruction in his mind. If he fights against Vegeta, it will only make Vegeta's energy and blood consumption worse. The only way to deal with Vegeta is to do it as quickly as possible, and it would be best if we could knock him out. Let's find Goku. With Goku's current strength, he should be able to do it. Feng signaled that they could contact Goku. Goku likes to hide his abilities the most. I don't believe that he can't transform into Super Saiyan 3. Before everyone could contact Wukong, he suddenly appeared beside them with his finger on his forehead. Obviously, he had teleported back directly. The 7 Dragon Balls in his arms were shining brightly. Carefully placing the Dragon Ball on the ground, Wukong crouched back to his original position, poked his head out and asked, what's going on now? Sure enough, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 as he expected. Just in this state, Wukong saw the problem at a glance, frowned and said, he is consuming the blood and energy in his body. Does he want to die? Te told Wukong about your Feng's method. Now only you can help my father, Mr. Wukong, please. If he wasn't still lying down, Te would have to bow to Wukong. Wukong still had a frown on his face, and said in a deep voice, although I can defeat Vegeta, according to what you said, I can't do it in a short time. Although he has been stuck at the peak of Super Saiyan 3 for a long time, he is still at the Super Saiyan 3 level. The gap between him and Vegeta is not so big that he can defeat Vegeta with one move. Seeing that the time was ripe, Feng revealed his fox tail. Wukong, I heard that when you were training in Hell, you learned a combined skill from the Metamor Star. I wonder if it is true. Wukong was surprised and asked, Sir, how did you know this? I have never told anyone. King Kai told me. When did I tell you? The peeping King Kai asked in confusion. Using King Kai as an excuse was still very useful. Goku said, the fusion skill requires 2 people of similar size and strength to merge successfully, and there is only 30 minutes. Not everyone can perform fusion skills. Vegeta is barely the only one who can meet the conditions for fusion with Goku, but Vegeta lived in his own world, so Goku had no chance to speak. The others couldn't meet his conditions, so Goku didn't say anything either. The strength after the fusion is very strong. He heard it from the people of Metamor. As for how strong it is exactly, without anyone's cooperation, Goku himself doesn't know. Thinking about it, it would at least be much stronger than his current strength. Te looked at Wukong's height, then looked at your Feng's height, and said happily, Uncle, you are very close to Mr. Wukong in height. Can't you also become a Super Saiyan? You can fuse with Mr. Wukong. The more he talked about it, the more he felt that his method was feasible, and Te became completely excited. Uncle, You will definitely be able to do it after you merge with Mr. Goku. No, no, no. Yi Feng waved his hands and refused. I have a serious misophobia. I can't merge with a man. He just wants to watch others merge, and doesn't want to merge with others himself. Doesn't he know himself? He said that Saiyans were very extravagant, but in fact, Yi Feng knew that he was much more extravagant than them. Although the track is different, Yi Feng doesn't want to die socially. Who knew that it was just Yi Feng's words, said casually, I want to tell Sister Wei that you want to merge with another woman. You're talking nonsense. Yi Feng was instantly furious. I am sincere to Sister Wei. Apart from her, there is no room for anyone else in my heart. Who is Sister Wei? Bulma asked Tung as she got closer. Said in a low voice, Sister Wei is Uncle's girlfriend, but as for whether she will be his wife in the future, that's not certain. What's uncertain? What's uncertain? Yi Feng said anxiously, I'll get married when I get back. I want to have a grand wedding. Yi Feng snorted and said, I won't invite you if I invite anyone. Said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. If I can't be the best man, I can be a bridesmaid. I didn't need you to talk to number one on the phone for any reason. Yi Feng felt a little regretful. Is such a good kid. How could he say such words? It must be number one, this rascal, who has been causing trouble for him time and time again. He is really getting angry. Number one, who was far away in another world, looked at the time on his phone, waiting for Feeding to pray for half an hour, reaching out and scratching his back. Number one chuckled, Uncle, oh uncle, I've been so worried about your lifelong happiness. Wukong didn't care about number one and Sister Wei. His eyes sparkled and he said, Sir, are you a Saiyan too? No, Yi Feng said weakly. At this moment, he no longer had the idea of eating melons. If he had known that eating melons would affect his head, he should have cut the Gordian knot and moved the convenience store directly next to Vegeta. As long as he is within the convenience store, Yi Feng is almost omnipotent. Even if the Omni King comes, he will have to spank him. He denied it, but Date betrayed him. Although the uncle is not a Saiyan, he can become a Super Saiyan. I saw the uncle become a Super Saiyan 2 before. If your Feng hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Date would have thought that Super Saiyan 1 was the end of the Saiyans, and the uncle also said that there is a higher realm above Super Saiyan 3. Date continued to reveal the explosive news. According to what number one told me, everything that the uncle showed was not his true strength. Ha ha ha! Yi Feng was so angry that he laughed. If you weren't here when I was dealing with number one would have been in big trouble. He was just being beaten up, and he wouldn't die. Date was not afraid at all. Number one said, Uncle, you still have some private money hidden. That's not true. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he said, I gave all my money to Sister Wei. Sister Wei takes care of my food and clothes. She doesn't need any money. I'm not interested in money. Number one knows your private money is in. Yi Feng covered Date's mouth with his hand and said through gritted teeth, we have a plan. Date struggled to pry Yi Feng's hand away and said quickly, number one told me, and I also know where your private money is hidden. Uncle, fusion, it must be fused. Yi Feng stood up with a whoosh and pulled Wukong up from the ground, holding Wukong's hand and shaking it up and down. Yi Feng said sincerely, Wukong, come quickly, I can't wait. Wukong was confused by Yi Feng's attitude. Sir, fusion must be accompanied by gestures and spells. I understand, I know everything. Yi Feng stopped Wukong from continuing. Just come on. Goku was sharp. Iden saw Vegeta start to spit blood. He didn't bother to ask Yi Feng how he knew it, and said seriously, with the current appearance, it will be very difficult to transform after fusion. It will be much easier to fuse after transformation. Sir, can you really become a Super Saiyan? Yi Feng didn't waste any words and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Date, go hold your dad back. The movement of the fusion could not be hidden from Vegeta. Vegeta, who has lost his mind, doesn't care who Yi Feng is. Uncle, Mr. Wukong, please. Date rolled over and fell directly into the deep pit before landing. The transformation was completed in the air. Gohan said with satisfaction, Trunks is becoming more and more proficient at transforming. Only by becoming proficient in your transformation can you better exert your strength. Gohan didn't understand this principle before. In order to prevent the androids from detecting his whereabouts, he never transformed except when fighting with them. He is stronger than Date after his transformation, but he just transformed a few years earlier than Date. But after continuous training in Hell and with Goku's guidance, Gohan finally understood this truth before he was able to transform freely into Super Saiyan 2. He had always maintained his Super Saiyan 1 state, treating this state as his normal state. After getting used to it, and with more training, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 is almost a natural thing. Chapter 238, the car overturned and made people laugh. Dad, sir, I'm going to help Trunks. Gohan also turned over and entered the deep pit in the air. He also completed his transformation Super Saiyan 2 at full power mix. Gohan second only to Vegeta before him. Don't go. Feng stopped Piccolo and the others who were eager to try and said, the fusion process is very fast. It's enough for Big Tot and Gohan to hold Vegeta back. Even if Piccolo and the others combined their strength, they were still not enough to defeat Vegeta alone. What's more, Vegeta has lost his mind now. He didn't hold back when he attacked, and he might accidentally kill Piccolo and others. Piccolo and the others had to suppress their excitement, as competing with a master was the dream of every martial artist. However, Vegeta is not in good condition. If he really goes down, it will not be a competition, but a real instant kill. As soon as Daito and Gohan entered the deep pit, they were noticed by Vegeta, and his cold eyes were instantly locked on the two of them. Gohan and Daito looked at each other, and neither of them understood each other's eyes. Vegeta wanted to say I'll hit you on the left, you hit you on the right, but Gohan understood it as go straight ahead, so he went ahead, but was kicked away by Vegeta. Who started to take deep breaths and prepare to adjust the rhythm of his attack. Had his plan disrupted at once, he originally just wanted to delay time. But he had no choice but to go ahead with it. The heavy punch made Date fly backwards, spitting blood in his body, hit the rock wall of the deep pit heavily in a human-shaped mark. Date coughed and spat out some blood with just this one blow. He felt that the injuries he suffered were more serious than any previous ones inflicted on him by the androids just recently. My ribs were broken again, and during the pain in his chest, Date activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu again. The door of shock opened, the aura surged, and a hint of green was wrapped in the golden flame. The huge amount of energy shattered the rock wall. From the rubble, Big Toot's figure suddenly rushed out and punched Vegeta directly before Piccolo and the others at the edge of the pit could be shocked by Date's drastic change. Another powerful force almost blew their bodies away. Is this Goku? Piccolo felt bitter. Once upon a time, he could fight with Goku evenly, and even almost beat Goku, but now the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Let alone fighting. If Goku gets serious, he can't even take a single move. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Goku's golden hair grew to his waist. Judging from his aura alone, the sense of oppression he brought was much stronger than that of Vegeta. Do I have to lose my eyebrows to become Super Saiyan 3? Feng touched his eyebrows. Although Super Saiyan 3 looks very handsome, Feng is a little reluctant to see his handsomeness come at the cost of sacrificing eyebrows. Without eyebrows, he always felt something was wrong, even with Kaguya. Forget it, I can't tell you that, sir. This transformation will consume a lot of energy. We need to hurry. After Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his voice became much rougher. We only have one chance. If the fusion fails, you can only cancel it after waiting for 30 minutes. But after 30 minutes, Goku was not sure if he still had the energy to support his transformation. Besides, Vegeta can't last more than 30 minutes. Making a reassuring gesture, Feng said calmly, once is enough. Within the confines of a convenience store, he has yet to make a mistake. The tail behind him swung freely, and as it swayed back and forth, Feng spread his hands and stroked his head. The hair that was touched began to grow wildly and thicker, and in an instant, it grew to the waist. Wukong narrowed his eyes and was extremely surprised. Even he couldn't complete the transformation silently. Even though he has developed Super Saiyan 3 to the extreme, a lot of energy will still be emitted when he transforms. He compared it and thought that just the leaked energy was enough to defeat several Friezes. Come on, stop being dazed. Feng hooked his finger after coming back to his senses. Wukong quickly moved a certain distance away from Feng, adjusted his breathing, and looked at Feng. Feng also adjusted his breath to match his breathing frequency with Wukong's, and then nodded to Wukong, indicating that he was ready. The others abandoned Vegeta and focused on seeing how the two would merge. Bulma, however, was no longer as anxious as before, and instead had the leisure to point out the problems. Do you think that if one of them has a tail and the other doesn't, will the success rate of the fusion be lowered? Piccolo and the others had no idea. If Feng hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have known that Goku could also fusion skills. Piccolo, who had experienced similar things twice before, said thoughtfully, it shouldn't be possible. Didn't Goku say that as long as two people have similar strength and height, they confuse? If you want to find two people who are exactly the same, it simply does not exist in nature unless they are man-made. When Wukong heard the conversation between the few people, he was also a little worried, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, and his fingers were about to touch each other, so there was no point in thinking about it. Wukong quickly put aside these distracting thoughts. With overlapping shouts of merge, the two people leaned sideways, their fingertips touching each other, index fingers facing each other. A ball of dazzling light enveloped the bodies of the two people. Through the light, one can vaguely see that the two bodies are blended into one. Light suddenly burst outwards, and an invisible airwave made the clothes of Piccolo and others rustle. The clouds in the sky were attracted and gathered together, becoming increasingly thicker, with a tendency to turn into dark clouds. It was getting dark again. Piccolo and the others felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by someone. They felt heavy and it was difficult for them to breathe. Disperse! A beam of energy waves shot out from the light and flew straight towards the dark clouds with a loud bang. The dark clouds that had just gathered were broken up by the energy beam before they could drop lightning and raindrops. The light gradually shrank and disappeared, revealing the two people who had successfully merged. No, now I'm a person. His thick tail hung down as if he had no strength, and he was wearing a small waistcoat unique to the planet Metamor, leaving his sturdy upper body naked. The sneakers on his feet looked a bit out of place, but they were worn by Feng with great effort. He really couldn't stand the ugly shoes on Wukong's feet. What should we call you now? Bulma was a little curious. Should we call you Goku or Sir? I have no name or surname. It was like two people were talking at the same time, with mismatched harmonies. And it sounded like there was an echo. He pulled up his pants, the pants that Goku usually wore, which made the other person very uncomfortable, and as a result, the new person after the fusion also felt awkward. A hero who only appears once is not worth being remembered, the fused newcomer said seriously. Please remember my name. I am neither Wukong nor Feng. Please call me Sen Shao Kong. Why do you call me that? Since you asked, I will be merciful and tell you. Who asked? Piccolo and the others were confused. Bulma bumped Piccolo's arm and asked quietly, after you merged, did you also like to talk to yourself? How could I? Piccolo said with a frown. He felt that he should not be called integrated, but assimilated. He only absorbed the other party's strength, memory and experience, and did not inherit anything at all. After assimilation, he is still himself, not talking to himself like he is now. Aha, because I really have 1,000 hands, Qian Shaoquang said to himself, spreading his arms as if embracing something. Qian Shaoquang flew to the top of the deep pit and suddenly put his palms together with his hands clasped together. Jin Shaoquang said loudly, let you barbarians see what shock is. Mutin, thousands of hands. After being bombarded by energy waves, the ground at the bottom of the deep pit, which was compacted like being rolled back and forth countless times by thousands of steamrollers, appeared green. A small sapling broke through the soil and stubbornly came out. The sapling grew against the wind, just like it had eaten golden Kala. In less than a breath, it rose from the ground and grew into a towering tree. Its height is much higher than the deep pit. Withdraw. Seeing this, Taitsu immediately called on Gohan to retreat. Gohan did not hesitate. He flashed to Date's side, supported Date, and flew out of the deep pit through the gaps between the branches. As soon as he landed, regardless of his injuries, Date said to Bulma anxiously, Mom, give me the phone. It's bad for children's eyes to play with mobile phones. Bulma smiled and made a big joke, but he was not slow and quickly took out his cell phone. The cell phone belongs to Feng. It had been with Date before. When he was fighting with the android siblings, Date gave it to Bulma for safekeeping. As for why he didn't return it to Feng, it was because number 1 had asked him to do so. Date took the phone and dialed the video call of number 1. After 2 rings, number 1 answered the video. How is it? Is there something exciting to watch? Number 1 asked with a smile. Be prepared to record the screen. I think you may have another dark history of controlling uncles, Date said with a shrug, coughing up blood. You've vomited blood, and you're still thinking about your dark history. Number 1 stood up suddenly. Date wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, didn't you say that the more dark histories Uncle has, the safer you will be? But Uncle just said that he would beat you up when he gets back. Seeing that Date was still in a good mood to laugh, number 1 knew that Date's injury was not serious. He was relieved and said, if you can't kill me, it will only make me stronger. What is he doing crazy again? Sasuke poked Naruto and asked. Naruto pouted, who knows? Don't ask me, I'm just a clone, whose main body is so shabby. Hinata covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes fixed only on Naruto's figure. Sakura looked at Sasuke without blinking, with a silly smile on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Date adjusted the screen of his phone, turned the camera towards Jin Shao-Kong, and said to number 1, hurry up and record the screen. This uncle in this form may only appear once. Fuck. Is that an uncle? Number 1 was so shocked that he almost threw his phone away. Why did he become like this? Date explained, He has merged with Mr. Wukong. His name is now Senju Sora, Bulma reminded from the side. Uncle is now called Senju Kong. Te pointed at the tree that was still growing, but at a slower speed. This should be a move from your place. We don't have this kind of move here. Number 1 scratched his head and said uncertainly, that shouldn't be the case. I haven't seen it either. What did the uncle say? Uncle is shouting would release. Sheen thousand hands. Te nodded affirmatively. Jin Shaokuang shouted loudly, and he could hear it clearly at the bottom of the deep pit. What did you say? Number 1 scratched his ear and laughed. You said this is really thousand hands. I believe in would release, but where are the hands? The branches. Ha ha ha. Number 1 covered his stomach, shaking with laughter. I told the uncle to learn some ninjutsu, but he refused. Now he's screwed. Would release? Really thousands of hands? If the first generation were alive, they would die of laughter. If the first Hokage knew his moves were used like this, wouldn't he be laughing so hard that he fainted? What did you say? Tsunade grabbed number 1's neck and said in a bad tone, you dare to say something bad about my grandfather again? Number 1 patted Tsunade's arm and begged for mercy. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Look for yourself. Uncle's would release. True thousand hands. He showed the screen of his phone so Tsunade could see the other side. Tsunade looked over and couldn't help but frowned and said, where's the real thousand hands? She had seen thousands of hands when she was a child, but there was only a big tree in front of her. How could there be thousands of hands? Number 1 said with great joy, the tree you see is the real thousand hands. The uncle has failed. Haha. He can't even use the basic shadow clone. It's good enough that he can use would release. Don't ask for too much. It's the real thousand hands. Ha ha ha, this is it. Ha ha ha. The more he watched, the more he wanted to laugh. If Tsunade hadn't been holding his neck, he would have laughed so hard that he would have fallen to the ground. Kaguya also cast a curious look. She didn't care about the thousands of hands. What she cared about was the fusion. They are all integrated. Is her Feng still her Feng? Seeing that Kaguya was also interested, number 1 sensibly projected the image. Of course, he did not forget to record the screen. After Uncle and Goku fuse, how long will it take for them to separate? According to his understanding, given Yi Feng's personality, if the two cannot be separated after the fusion, Yi Feng will definitely not agree to the fusion. Since they have agreed to the integration, it means that the integration will not take too long, 30 minutes at most. Te said, if the energy consumption is too great, the time will be shortened. Senju Sora, who was sitting cross-legged on top of a tree, stroked his chin and muttered, it shouldn't be like this. I remember using it this way. I clap my hands and shout and whatever I say comes true. But why is it that it doesn't work when it comes to me? He casually knocked Vegeta, who was about to fly up, back to the bottom of the deep pit. Sora Senju couldn't figure out what the problem was, so he decided to give up this cool and handsome move after lowering his altitude. Senju Sora spat into his palms, rubbed his hands together, and said to himself, a tree this big should be able to burn for a long time, right? He knocked Vegeta down again, and with his thousand hands he grabbed the tree trunk, and with a little effort, he uprooted the tree with the tree between his legs. Cayenne Shaokuang flew out of the deep pit with the tree with a loud bang. It was thrown next to the convenience store. Hey you, please keep an eye on the tree for me. I need it when I eat the chicken and mushroom stew. Chapter 239, Imitation is not good. Who is that? Piccolo and the others looked at each other, not knowing who Senju Sora was talking about. Hurry up and deal with the business, Bulma shouted, pinching her waist. It's already this late and you're still thinking about eating. With such a big tree, you can't use up all the firewood in a year to cook. No hurry. Senju Kong waved his hand, and a gust of air blew Vegeta back. Looking around, Sen Shaokong felt a little disappointed when he couldn't find his battle robe. Without the robe, his next moves would not be perfect. The Sharingan from Sasuke quietly appeared and Senju Sora's eyes flying to the bottom of the deep pit. Cayenne Shaokong's face was serious, and the tail behind him was also raised straight. How can you understand my pain if you don't understand pain? With his hands spread out again, Senju Sora said he was not in a hurry, but his body was very honest, and his body slowly floated up. Hurry, play the BGM, number 1 said anxiously. The anxious tone made Date nervous. What should I do? He doesn't know how to operate a mobile phone. Now he can only make and receive video calls. Time waits for no one. Number 1 stuffed the phone into someone else's hand without even looking at who he was giving it to, and quickly said, stand there and don't move. I'll be right over. Number 1 was so impatient that he stopped pretending. He put his index and middle fingers on his forehead, and with a swish, His body disappeared. "Sir, your noodles are ready," Yi Li said with a smile, holding the noodles in his hand. Serving with a smile has always been his purpose. He wants every guest to feel at home. Number one suddenly appeared beside him, making Yi Li shiver. He lost his balance and the bowl in his hand was about to fall to the ground. However, number one caught it quickly without spilling the soup. "Uncle Ichiraku, I want this bowl of noodles. Please make another one." Holding the noodles, number one ran into the convenience store before Ichiraku could come to his senses. It was not until the door of the convenience store was closed that Yao came back to his senses. He bowed to the customer with an apologetic look and said, "I'm sorry, sir. My child is a little irritable. I'll make you another bowl," the guest said nonchalantly. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." He is also a ninja, but the speed of number one just now was completely beyond his imagination. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? The guest pondered in his mind and sighed a little. It really was worthy of being the Hidden Leaf Village, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. A little boy actually knew time and space ninjutsu. That touch of yellow hair. Is the reputation of Yellow Flash going to appear again? Yale didn't know what the guest was thinking, but seeing that the guest was so easy to talk to, he reciprocated by putting a few more pieces of meat in the guest's bowl. "Oh, here I come." Number one, holding a bowl, rushed out of the convenience store shouting as Data stared in amazement. Number one, holding the bowl in one hand, took off his clothes and threw them into the deep pit. "Uncle, take the battle robe." A red cloud robe with a black background fell from the sky. Jin Shaokong, who was secretly lamenting the imperfect skills of his own, suddenly had his eyes lit up, and in a flash he caught the robe and put it on himself as he buttoned his shirt one by one. Jin Shaokong shouted to number one in high spirits, "Aha, you still understand me, number one. When Yi Feng hits you later, I will stop him for you." Number one sneered and didn't take it seriously. "You were gone when the uncle beat me, so what can you use to stop me?" Sitting on the edge of the pit, number one swung his legs and raised his eyebrows at Date and the others. "It's obvious that you are not qualified spectators. How can you watch the fun without eating?" Bulma shook the drink in her hand, took out a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this it? I'm going to enjoy it." Number one gave a thumbs up. Who is he and how did he get here? Gohan and Daichi lay side by side. With the strength of Super Saiyan 2, even at the peak, it was still too difficult to fight against Super Saiyan 3. After just a few fights, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. "Let's talk about it later, it's a bit long." Date was lying on the edge of the deep pit with his hands drooping. On the screen of his mobile phone, there was a paused triangle pattern. He was waiting for number one to give him a signal so that he could click. Number one moved very quickly. After taking off his clothes, he quickly found a piece of background music that he had collected long ago. The various background music collected on the mobile phone that Yi Feng had exchanged from the colonel's assistant had never been used at this moment. He didn't use it first, but was used by number one. "It's now." Number one's excited shout made Data quickly click on the triangle pattern. A vertical equal sign, wrapped in a circle, and green energy lines began to slowly rotate. "Oh Haraj," a pleasant female voice singing, but somewhat dull music, slowly began to sound after fastening his buttons. Sora Senju opened his arms again. Facing Vegeta who was rushing towards him, he said coldly, "Watch your attitude when you speak. This is God's final warning. Tell me where Naruto is. Tell me now." "Me." Naruto pointed at himself, his face full of confusion. He couldn't help but think about whether he had done anything wrong recently. After thinking about it, he still couldn't think of anything. Could it be that the uncle knew about it and I was the one who told him off? Naruto shrank his neck guiltily. It was purely an accident that he discovered Yi Feng's private money. He had no idea that Yi Feng would hide the private money under the sofa. He swore that he didn't take more than 2, and he didn't know how many tickets number 1 took. Yi Feng, who is still unaware that his private money has been stolen, is now playing his role seriously. Vegeta, who had already lost his mind, would never answer Sora Senju's question. Even if he was awake, he wouldn't know who Naruto Sora Senju was talking about. Seeing that he couldn't get close to Sora Senju, Vegeta used his inexhaustible technique again, shooting energy waves at Sora Senju with both hands. The energy was released, and the barrier composed of ki blocked Vegeta's energy wave attack. Jin Shaokong's feet left the ground and slowly floated upwards. You mortals who don't know your own limits, feel the pain, think about the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Those who do not know pain cannot understand true peace. His body floated higher and higher, and soon exceeded the height of the deep pit, but he did not stop and continued to rise. The sun in the sky seemed to have become his backdrop. and the dazzling sunlight made it impossible to look directly at Xiandao, who was holding the phone. Inexplicably felt that these words were somewhat familiar. When they were spoken by Qian Xiaokong, he felt empty in his heart. Vegeta squinted his eyes. The glare prevented him from seeing Sora Senju's figure clearly. He only relied on his perception of Sora Senju's breath to emit energy waves, which kept changing directions as Sora Senju rose higher. I will never forget Yahiko's pain. Senju Sora, who was addicted to acting, said words that broke Xiandao's defense, completely disregarding Xiandao's feelings. From now on, let the world feel pain. Before he finished speaking, the energy in Qian Xiaokong's body suddenly burst out. The rich energy turned into light, and Jin Xiaokong's body was completely submerged in the light. The dazzling light affected Xiandao and others who were watching through the projection to varying degrees, except for number 1 and others who were within the convenience store. Subconsciously shielding his eyes with his arms, he turned his body so that his back was facing the projection. It was Naruto and the others. They were too weak, and facing the light directly made them feel not only blinding but also heart-straining, difficulty breathing, and palpitations, as if they were about to die. Xiandao and others who were stronger did not react so much, they just narrowed their eyes slightly. After all, it was just a live broadcast and the impact was not that great. Vegeta felt very uncomfortable and fell to his knees with a thud. The arms that were supporting the ground creaked, and the bones inside groaned heavily. The sudden increase in gravity made his entire body howl in pain. Crack! 2 crisp sounds were heard, and the bones could not withstand the pressure and broke without the support of his arms. Vegeta was instantly crushed to the ground by the heavy pressure. The arms and legs are all in twisted shapes. There was not a trace of mercy in Qian Xiaokong's eyes. At this moment, he really seemed like a god. Because he is disgusted with the endless wars among mortals, he decides to take action himself to end the war and bring peace to the world. Shinra Tenzhen. As he spoke, the holy light representing peace ruthlessly devoured everything around it. The earth was swept by the power of God, and the entire earth was shaking in order to welcome its own God. The earth lifted up its own soil layer and welcomed the coming of God with a new look. With God as the center, the area within 100 miles was dug more than 3 feet deep. Vegeta, who was at the center, had his clothes torn into strips and scattered around his body. Now, there are no deep pits around him, but deep pits within 100 miles. The convenience store without a foundation landed next to Vegeta under the guidance of Sora Senju. Senju Sora landed from the air, tiptoed, and picked up Vegeta and brought him to the convenience store. Number 1, who was eating noodles, came up to Jin Xiaokong with a smile and asked with a playful face, "How is it, uncle? Is it enjoyable?" Jin Xiaokong frowned. "It feels a little bit off." Number 1, who understood Feng, shook his head and said, "You must be saying it the wrong way. You should say that 1 bag of rice should be carried to a certain floor, and 1 bag of rice should be carried to the second floor." "That's right. No, that's not the case." Qian Xiaokong shook his head in denial. Number 1 guessed, "There are no buildings around, so it lacks visual effects. The surrounding area is too desolate. There is no human habitation within a radius of 100 miles, not even any animals." Number 1 doesn't even know about such a large area. Why hasn't it been developed? It's not a desert. It's a bit desolate, but not so desolate that you can't even grow vegetables, right? Jin Xiaokong snatched a bowl from Number 1, and without disdaining the chopsticks he had used, he picked up the ramen and stuffed it into his mouth, saying vaguely, "There is a reason for this, that is, I can't use my full strength." The feeling of holding back, you know, that kind of, he didn't know how to describe it. Number 1, who had nothing to eat, narrowed his eyes and smirked, saying, "Is it the feeling of being constipated and unable to poop?" Qian Xiaokong was about to nod when he suddenly felt that the noodles in his mouth no longer tasted good. With a flick of his fingers, Number 1 screamed and his body slammed against the wall of the convenience store. "You deserve it." Te finally understood why Feng always wanted to beat Number 1. With Number 1's personality, he also wants to beat him up. When others are eating, you talk about shit. Isn't that just causing trouble? How many times have I told you not to talk about such disgusting topics when others are eating? Qian Xiaokong, who had no appetite, glanced at the bowl which still had a lot of noodles left. The thoughts coming from Wukong made him want to continue eating, but the thoughts coming from Feng made him feel a little nauseous. On the contrary, his thoughts were intertwined. Qian Xiaokong closed his eyes, thinking out of sight, out of mind, and slurped the noodles into his stomach. "I only showed up once, and I can't even have a meal." With this thought in mind, Sen Xiaokong didn't even let go of the soup. How comfortable, Senju Sora rubbed his belly. Not eating or drinking enough will not prevent you from doing your work. Putting down the dishes and chopsticks, Sora Senju put his left hand on Daito, his right hand on Gohan, and at his feet, the unconscious Vegeta. With these three approaches working together, energy is continuously input into the bodies of the three people. Number 1 crawled to Senju Kong's feet, pulled Senju Kong's trouser leg, and blinked pitifully. Uncle, please help me treat it too. Go away and don't make trouble. Qian Xiao Kuanghan drove Number 1 away. How much effort you put in? Don't listen to Number 1 screams. Actually, nothing happened. The blood on his face was all from Daten, and the dust on his clothes was all new, stuck to him after rolling on the ground several times. Seeing that it was useless to gain sympathy, Number 1 stood up, dusted off his clothes and snorted, I'm going to tell Sister Wei that you're hiding some private money. What can threaten Yi Feng cannot threaten Qian Xiao Kong. Just go ahead. What does it have to do with me? Forget about that. Number 1 slapped his forehead, rolled his eyes and said, I'm going to tell Black Zetsu that if you have limited edition shoes that you don't want to wear, just hide them in. Little ancestor, if you have anything to say, tell me when you get back. Senju Sora, who loves shoes very much, said with a smile, how about I perform a magic trick for you? Vegeta woke up slowly, feeling extremely ashamed. He had clearly made up his mind to kill the androids, but he only killed one and the other was swallowed by a monster called Cell. Although I did kill Cell in the end, I always felt like something was missing. Thanks to Cell, who devoured Number 18, his strength did not increase much after his evolution. If this greatly increases Cell's strength and he can't defeat him, then Vegeta simply couldn't bear to think about what kind of cruel thing Cell would do if he was playing with him. Awake, Bulma took off Sora Senju's clothes and put them on Vegeta. Vegeta now looks almost naked. The strips of cloth on his body cannot cover his body at all. Seeing Bulma, Vegeta's eyes became wet again. Hugging Bulma, Vegeta cried and said, I thought I would never see you again. Do you know how happy I was when Goku told me that you were still alive? Bulma patted Vegeta's back as a comfort, then pushed Vegeta away with some disgust. How dare you say that? You can easily deal with the androids, but you still have to chase them. How can you chat with a monster for so long? They're all enemies. Can't you just kill them directly? If it weren't for Yi Feng's support, Bulma felt that she would have a myocardial infarction. Chapter 240. Don in Number 039, T give me face. After being harmed by the androids for so long and living in fear every day, Bulma's thinking has long since changed. She has a hot temper, and being kind to her family and friends doesn't mean she is kind to her enemies. If she didn't lack the strength, Bulma would have gone up and fought the android to the death. She and Datek often said that only dead enemies are good people. They're all enemies and everyone wants to kill you, but you are still hesitating and insist on having a few words with your enemies. What is there to talk about? Can't you talk about it even if you are dead? His death is better than your own. Vegeta lowered his head and said nothing after being scolded. He already felt guilty, and now he felt even more guilty knowing that Vegeta was a person who cared about his reputation. Bulma did not say anything too extreme in front of everyone. She snorted and said, not only you should remember this, but you all should remember this. Next time you encounter an enemy, if anyone dares to talk too much, I will. They were all friends, so Bulma couldn't say anything too serious. I'll let Vegeta beat you up. PFFT, Number 1 couldn't help laughing. He was professional at taking a beating. He admitted his mistakes humbly and would do it again next time. That was a true reflection of him in his opinion. Bulma's threats were completely harmless and had no deterrent effect at all. Is it funny? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and showed a dangerous look. Bulma, if you dare to laugh at him, I think you want to be beaten. The clothes you are wearing are mine. With just one sentence, Number 1 controlled Vegeta. Vegeta blushed and said, I'll buy it for whatever price you want. Number 1 was also very stubborn and refused directly, saying, this is our employee uniform, not for sale. No matter how much money you pay, 1,000, your fighting style is that of a beggar. Number 1 said with disdain, 10,000, I still don't like it. Number 1 turned his face away, seeming to be very disgusted. 100,000, Number 1 was a little moved and his eyes avoided just as he was about to say it was a deal. Kakuzu's voice came through the screen, me. I'll sell it. Kakuzu snatched the phone from Shiandeo's hand and shouted anxiously, I'll sell it. No matter how many pieces you want, I can get them for you. The price is cheaper than Number 1. I only want 50,000. One piece of clothing costs 50,000, 2 pieces cost 100,000, and 3 pieces cost 150,000. Oh my god, this is going to happen. Kokuzu's eyes instantly turned into money symbols. He too, number one, cursed at the phone screen. You shameless Kokuzu, this is my business, what does it have to do with you? Return 50,000, you are maliciously lowering the price, don't you know that, if the deal goes through, one piece of clothing will be sold for 50,000 less, and if two pieces are sold, the loss will be 100,000. The more pieces are sold, the more the loss will be. Just thinking about it makes number one feel heartbroken. Kokuzu smiled and said, haha, this is free trade. Besides, you bought all your clothes from me. I'm the manufacturer, so it's normal for me to sell them cheaper. Number one said angrily, what the hell is normal? If I weren't there, would you be able to sell the clothes to other worlds? This is the route I opened up, so I should be the one selling it. No, Gyudu disagreed. I can also talk to your boss. If I give up some of my profits, I believe your boss will be happy to help me close this deal. Will you give the benefits you have gained to your boss? The soul-searching question from Kokuzu made number one silent, and he gave in. How was he going to make up for the money he had taken from under the sofa? If Feng knew that all of his private money had been taken away, number one felt that he might not see the next day. Don't even think about going out during the day. Seeing that number one remained silent, Kokuzu said earnestly, young man, you are still young and have plenty of time to make money. Unlike me, an old man, I don't know how many years I have left to live. Take my advice, this deal is too big for you to handle. Let me do it. Ha, number one sneered, when you get older, just go home and retire. Why are you competing with young people for opportunities? You already have one foot in the coffin, and you're still so greedy. Isn't it just giving up part of the profit? Give the uncle 10,000 and keep 90,000 for yourself. It's such a simple thing. For the rest, you can borrow from others. Sunflower is so cute, she must be very pampered. Even I want to buy her food. Needless to say, her father must give her pocket money. He lent it first, and he had already thought of an excuse. Be good, it's easy for a child to lose so much money, so uncle will keep it for you first, and I will give it to you when you grow up, you beast. You even cheated children out of their money. Qian Shaoquang moved away from number one. Goku's thoughts made Senju Sora curious about the convenience store. He was thinking about it randomly and accidentally heard the voice of number one. You are in trouble. Feng will beat you to death when he gets back. If I know it, it means Feng knows it. Feng's thoughts made Qian Shaoquang realize how difficult it was for Feng to hide that little bit of private money. Feng is no longer short of money now, but hiding some private money is a man's hobby, especially married men. No matter whether the money is useful or not, they will hide it first. What are you doing? Are there flowers on my face? The atmosphere was a little quiet. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Qian Shaoquang couldn't help but touch his face. Up to now, he still doesn't know what he looks like. Who of you has a mirror? Bulma took out a mirror from her pocket and whispered, aren't you afraid that number one will get angry if you tease him like this? Spending 100,000 yuan to buy a piece of clothing, especially one made of very ordinary material, isn't that a big mistake? It's a pity that someone will be fooled. Jin Shaoquang took the mirror, looked at it narcissistically, and said casually, don't worry, I will be gone in a while anyway. When he comes to his senses, he won't be able to find anyone to trouble me. Feng's mind was playing tricks on him, and he couldn't help but want to tease number one. When he saw him when Vegeta said he wanted to buy clothes, he casually quoted the price in Vegeta's voice. Yes, he called the price after Vegeta followed Bulma. Bulma helped him buy food, clothing and other expenses, so he didn't need to worry about these things like Goku. Vegeta has little idea of money. The value of currency is different in the universe. When he was working under Frieza, he valued the freedom to destroy things at will. He never cared about money or anything like that. Vegeta's face also turned red. And the idea of buying clothes that he blurted out was a bit childish. How much time do you have left? Vegeta changed the subject and said, with your current strength, what can you achieve? Sen Shaoquang was formed by the fusion of Feng and Wukong. Te told him that the fusion time was only 30 minutes. If too much energy was consumed, the fusion would end prematurely. He didn't know whether the two moves just now were too exhausting for Qian Shaoquang, nor could he figure out how much time Qian Shaoquang had left for the fusion. There are only about 10 minutes left. Having had enough of boasting, Sora Senju returned the mirror to Bulma, stood up and said, as for how far I can go, well, I'm probably the best in this universe, second only to Beerus. The two moves just now were not considered a waste of time for him, and the time wasted was not as much as the time he spent talking trash. Beerus, Vegeta frowned. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar name. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Close to Vegeta's ear, Senju Sora said, "He's the one who stepped on your father." Vegeta's pupils suddenly dilated, and the memory that was about to be forgotten resurfaced because of Senju Sora's words. "Don't be weak." Senju Sora supported Vegeta's body and said with a smile, "Based on Beerus's character, he didn't destroy planet Vegeta at the beginning, which was already a great favor to your father. Frieza, who you thought was invincible back then, is nothing in front of Beerus. If he dares to let it go, I don't mind killing him right then and there." A voice suddenly sounded. Beerus, the familiar figure, and the fear from the depths of his soul made Vegeta tremble when he spoke. Senju Sora was a little surprised by Beerus' sudden appearance, and asked the peeping King Kai in his mind, "Who are you calling?" King Kai said awkwardly, "You said you knew Lord Beerus, so I. Before he could finish his words, King Kai went offline and escaped. Just by seeing Beerus through Sora Senju's perspective, King Kai felt great fear. This is a person who truly stands at the top of the universe, a person whose words can decide the life and death of the universe. He does things based on his mood, and his mood is unpredictable. The key is that no one can judge him because his job is to destroy. Take care of yourself." The king of the world who escaped regretted his decision. He didn't want to ask Beerus, he just wanted to find his superior and ask if he knew your Feng. But his superior directly brought Beerus over. "Isn't it said that Beerus-sama often sleeps?" King Kai thought while hiding in his bed, shivering. His superior, God Kai, was also watching the movements on Earth through the crystal ball with a look of trepidation. He didn't expect Beerus to wake up. He knew that Beerus was sleeping, so he mustered up the courage to ask Beerus's servant Whis. Little did he know that Whis would wake up the sleeping Beerus. If he had known Whis would do this, he would definitely not have done it. Whis always has a smile on his face that is as warm as the spring breeze, which makes people relax their guard and feel good about him at first sight. "I'm so sorry, I heard that there was a master here, and my master wanted to come and see it for himself," Whis said with a smile. "The seventh universe has always ranked at the bottom of all universes. Any universe that ranks at the bottom for a long time will be destroyed on the grounds of being labeled as garbage. Although they are angels, they will be fine even if the universe is destroyed. It's just that when the god of destruction in the universe dies, their corresponding angels will fall into deep sleep until a new god of destruction is chosen. But if the universe is destroyed, how can a new god of destruction be born? There is a god of destruction in each universe, and there is no place for him in other universes. It is likely that once he falls into deep sleep, he will never wake up again. Unfortunately, the god of destruction he served was a lazy person. He slept all the time and sometimes slept for decades or even hundreds of years. He had no idea how to manage things in the universe. The work of the god of destruction seems to be just destruction, but in fact it is to eliminate those races that make no contribution to the universe, so as to improve the overall quality of the universe. But Beerus' lazy temperament caused the overall quality of their seventh universe to never improve. It has been a long time since a master like Senju Kong was born in the seventh universe. So when Whis heard the report from King Kai, he was originally just bored and wanted to see who was bold enough to act under the name of Beerus. As soon as he saw Jin Shao Kong, he instantly became energetic regardless of Beerus's bad mood. When waking up, he forcibly woke him up. Before Beerus could get angry, he slapped Beerus to wake him up. Then he took Beerus to Earth. "Lord Whis should know that I am just a fusion. My strength after disintegration should not be able to meet Lord Bruce's standards." Sen Shao Kong shrugged and said he has less than 10 minutes left before disintegration, and with the strength of a Super Saiyan 3 after disintegration, he is not even enough for Beerus to deal with such strength. "How can one call himself a master? You're smart, kid." Beerus yawned loudly and muttered, "Go back, Whis. I haven't gotten enough sleep." Beerus was neither in a good nor a bad mood today. He just wanted to go back to sleep quickly and had no intention of destroying the Earth. Whis said with a smile, "Lord Beerus, you have been sleeping for decades. It's time to get up and move your body." "I have not." "Okay, alright. Beerus waved his hand and said, "Come here, kid, fight with me for a few moves." Whenever Whis spoke to him in this tone, Beerus knew that Whis was angry. If Whis gets angry, he won't be able to sleep well. For the sake of his next dream, Beerus had to take action. Even though he was a little reluctant, he wanted to take action, but Kai and Shao Kong was not happy. "If you said you would take action, then you should take action. Would I lose face then? Anyway, I'm just a disposable character and there are less than 10 minutes left. If I don't enjoy myself, would I be crazy to fight with you?" Lying back, Jin Shao Kong lay on the recliner like a big boss, rocking leisurely and saying, "If you want to fight, just wait." When I disintegrate, you can fight anyone you want, huh? Beerus got angry instantly. No one had ever dared to reject him. Boy, do you know who I am? Beerus said coldly with a purple glow on his hand. Believe it or not, I will destroy the earth right now. Just hurry up. Senju Sora didn't take Beerus' threat seriously at all. Instead, he took out a bag of snacks, tore the package slowly and said, I can't say anything else, but for food, Earth is the best in the universe. If your brother Xiangpa knew that you destroyed the Earth, do you believe that he would dare to pour a basin of cold water on you while you were sleeping? He dares. Beerus' voice suddenly rose. If Weiss dared to wake him up by force, he had nothing to say because he couldn't beat him. But as for Xiangpa, he was very confident that even if he let Xiangpa use one hand, Xiangpa still couldn't beat him. No one can help you if they dare to wake you up from your deep sleep, not to mention your brothers. Bruce sneered and said, if he dares to come, I will make sure he can't go back. Oh, right. Senju Sora nodded perfunctorily. Then the two of you will be wiped out by the Omni King in a snap. Chapter 241 The Angry God. All King, Beerus, who was fearless, lowered his head immediately upon hearing the name of the King of All, and stammered, Master King of All, Master King of All, I didn't know you were coming on this auspicious day. I am really guilty of not welcoming you. What do you want me to do? Well, that's right. I like the Earth very much. Well, I hope nothing will happen to the Earth. Well, you know what I mean. Imitating the tone of the Omni King, Qian Shao Kongjia conveyed his will. Beerus, who didn't dare to look up, took it seriously when he heard the familiar tone. When I thought about what I said about destroying the Earth, cold sweat broke out on my head, instantly falling to his knees with a thud. Beerus rested his head on the ground and said in panic, Yes, Lord Omni King, I promise that nothing will happen to the Earth. Anyone who wants to destroy the Earth must step over my body first. Seemingly very satisfied with Beerus' attitude, the Omni King said slowly, Sora is my friend, and I don't want anything to happen to him. Understand? I understand. Beerus sweated even more. Do you want to compete with the king's friends? Didn't you check the calendar before going out today? Oh, I really didn't see it. I was dragged here by Weiss. I'll go find King Kai and get the earrings back. Qian Shao Kuang is just a product of fusion. If you want to maintain it for a long time, you have to use special means. I heard that King God's Potara earrings also have the effect of fusion. I think if I ask for it myself, the other party will not refuse. Besides, I am doing this for the King of All, so the other party has no right to refuse. My lord, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. Time waits for no one. In less than 10 minutes, Sen Shao Kong will disintegrate. If after the disintegration, the Omni King does not recognize him and only recognizes Senju Sora, then he will definitely be implicated. The most urgent thing is to get the earrings as soon as possible. Beerus knelt on the ground and backed up until he felt his butt bump into someone. Then he stopped and said, take me to the King of God Realm. He didn't have the ability to teleport, so he rushed to the King of God Realm by himself. Although it wouldn't take long, he still had enough time to go back and forth. But how could Beerus really let the King of All wait for him here? What if the King of All gets impatient and eliminates him? Whis is an angel, and although he cannot teleport, an angel's high-speed flight is almost as good as teleportation. It doesn't even take him long to cross the cosmic barrier and reach other universes. It only takes a few minutes to go to the King of God Realm and return. Beerus was extremely anxious. He quietly moved his feet on the ground, touched Whis, and urged in a low voice, hurry up, Whis, this is not the time to be in a daze. I'm about to die. Weiss coughed lightly and said, Lord Omni King asked me to stay. Beerus lowered his head, did not notice Whis' shrugged shoulders, and did not doubt the truthfulness of what was said. He said respectfully, Sir, I will go right away. You haven't gone yet. The Omni King seemed very unhappy, and questioned in his voice, the little time you wasted could have made you reach the Kaishin realm? Beerus thought that the Omni King was angry, so he kept begging for mercy, saying, Sir Omni King, please give me a chance. I will definitely get the earrings. I will go right away. Yes, I will go right away. I can't die yet. I still have a lot of delicious food to eat, a lot of sleep to get, and I don't want to die. Xiangpa, brother, I'm sorry for you. It was me who gave Bartis the idea. It was me who asked her to control your diet. A lot of the food that originally belonged to you, I ate it. Seeing Beerus sweating profusely, Whis couldn't help himself any longer and said with a smile covering his mouth, Beerus-sama, Sora Senju is teasing you. Lord Omni King is not here, Whis, you don't have to comfort me, Beerus said lifelessly. Next time you look for a god of destruction, don't look for someone with my personality. I'm too lazy. Find someone who's more diligent. I'm sorry for your guidance. Angels are special beings to the god of destruction. They are teachers, friends, and servants. Most of the skills that the god of destruction possessed were taught by angels, although they are called servants. Which god of destruction would really treat angels as servants? Beerus has already thought about it for Whis. When a new god of destruction appears in this universe, if he has a personality similar to his own, he will let Whis find an excuse, or just make it clear and let Whis train a new god of destruction after explaining the interests involved. I believe the new god of destruction will obey Whis' arrangements. After all, why die when you can live? People with lazy temperament are not suitable to be the god of destruction. With my predecessor's personal testimony, you have to believe it even if you don't want to. Wise, I suddenly feel a little sorry for you. Once I die, I don't know how long you will sleep. In the past, you always watched me sleep, but this time, you can finally have a good sleep. Frightened by the words of the Omni King, Beerus began to have wild thoughts. Whis kicked Beerus in amusement and said, Lord Beerus, look up. Lord Omni King is really not here. Beerus was skeptical, so he raised his head a little higher, pretending that his neck was uncomfortable, and shook it left and right. In a quick glance, he indeed did not see the figure of the king of all. Just as Beerus was about to stand up, he suddenly remembered that this was not appropriate. The Omni King was relatively short and usually floated. I look up too low. What if? Thinking of this, Beerus raised his head a little higher. No, raise it higher. Not until his neck was stretched so long that his head was pressed against his back did Beerus finally believe what was said. The Omni King really didn't come. I was actually fooled. Instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from Beerus. With a red face, Beerus said angrily, Who is so bold as to impersonate the Lord of all? Inside the convenience store, everyone was not affected by Beerus' aura at all. They just felt that Beerus, who was looking up and saying this, looked a little funny. Whis grabbed Beerus' neck and lifted him up from the ground like a cat. He straightened Beerus' head, pointed at Sora Senju and said, It was him, Lord Beerus. He was the one who scared you again. Beerus' eyes turned red. He lost face in front of so many people. He swore that if he didn't destroy the earth today, he would not be called Beerus. A purple energy ball condensed in Beerus' hand. Beerus said gloomily, Boy, this is the price you pay for teasing me. The energy called destruction is an energy exclusive to the god of destruction. Except for Shin, who has the same priesthood as himself, ordinary people, even if their strength is equal to or even greater than theirs, cannot escape the energy of destruction as long as they have not been crushed. With a light flick, a purple ball of destructive energy flew towards Senju Kong and others. There was no intention of dodging at all, and Kai and Shao Kong even had the leisure to take out something that looked like candy from the bag. The blue, round ball exuded a smell that made Beerus involuntarily sniff. Sniff sniff, what smells so good? It's so strange, I really want to lick it. Boom, an explosion sounded, and the purple energy ball expanded instantly, ruthlessly swallowing up everything around it. The deep pit can no longer be called a deep pit. The magma from the ground is gushing out, emitting scorching heat and a pungent smell. Zila zila. The high temperature caused strange noises in the surrounding air. Beerus regretted that he acted too early and did not snatch the thing from Sora Senju. A small purple energy ball appeared on his fingertips again. Although it has been shrunk several times, its energy cannot be underestimated. One shot is enough to destroy the entire earth. Just then, Weiss frowned and whispered, Interesting, reaching out and holding down Beerus, who wanted to destroy the earth. Whis smiled and said to the lava pillar, Come out. If you don't come out, Lord Beerus will really destroy the earth. What are you talking about, Whis? Beerus felt it carefully, but didn't feel any breath. He said unhappily, Do you think they can survive under the destructive energy? After living for so many years, he has never seen anyone who can survive the destructive energy. Since Shao Kong's strength was barely worthy of his approval, but that was all. It was impossible for him to block his attack. Weiss didn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. However, the reality was that some people survived the destructive energy, and there was more than one person. Even the buildings behind them did not suffer the slightest damage. A hand stretched out from the lava column, as if teasing, and the blue ball on the fingertips was tossed back and forth by the owner of the hand. Beerus' eyes involuntarily followed the trajectory of the blue ball, and he didn't notice that a drop of saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Gudong. Beerus swallowed his saliva and stared at the blue ball. He knew that someone was playing a trick on him, but the smell coming from the blue ball tempted him and made him unable to refuse. Seeing Beerus about to be embarrassed again, Whis took the scepter in his hand and knocked it with the bottom of the scepter. Ripples appeared in the air, like a stone hitting the water, creating layer upon layer of ripples as he knocked. Everything around him seemed to be paused. Then, the gushing lava column continued to shrink and soon shrank back into the ground. This oil that was swallowed by the destructive energy appeared out of thin air and filled the gap. Time was going backwards, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings returned to the state before Beerus' destruction. Your ability is amazing. Whis couldn't think of any other way to describe it, so he could only use the word amazing. The destructive energy couldn't even destroy the people in front of me. What? Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief. You are actually still alive. Others might not know, but how could he not know? When Whis went back in time, he could operate freely, that is to say, for those who died during this period, Whis can choose to resurrect or not, but the people in front of him were still alive, and Whis said so it was obvious that the previous people did not die from his destructive energy. The hand that stretched out from the lava column was actually Senju Sora's hand. Beerus never expected that there would be a day when he would fail in his attempt to destroy energy. With 5 minutes left, Sora Senju deliberately revealed his presence in the lava column so that Whis could detect it. Facing Whis' doubts, Sora Senju adjusted his lying position to a more comfortable one, yawned and said, "There are many more magical places. Do you see the store behind me? It's full of food, although most of them are snacks. They taste good. When Beerus is asleep in the future, Whis, if you have nothing to do, you can come to my store and have a look." Whis smiled and said, "Okay, when it comes to food, Whis has a say, since the person he serves, Beerus, is a delicious god of destruction." "Wow," Beerus shouted angrily, "how dare you ignore me, after so many years of debut?" Except for a few exceptions, everyone who sees him is respectful. "Boy, go to hell." Beerus rushed towards Sora Senju quickly. Destructive energy doesn't work, but he does know a little bit about boxing and kicking. The universe is so big, it is not surprising that there is someone who can withstand destructive energy, but the aura of Senju Kong could not be faked. So he did not believe that he could not defeat Senju Kong with his fist and foot skills. He was one of the best among all the gods of destruction. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. "Well, you entered the convenience store and you still want to hit me." Sora Senju just pointed his finger casually, and Beerus, who was still in a punching posture, was fixed in place, unable to move. "That's because I have a good temper. If your Feng comes in, I don't hold you in my arms and pet you. I'm not a qualified cat lover." Senju Sora held the blue ball, placed it on Beerus' nose and asked teasingly, "Do you want to eat it?" Beerus wanted to turn his head away, but he couldn't move his body. Even to blink he was frozen, but only his thoughts were not affected when Beerus appeared. Number 1 had already closed the video call, held up his phone, showed it to Beerus and said, "This cat looks like you, but it's a pity that we don't have this kind of cat. Buy it." Qian Shao Kong waved his hand and said proudly, "Buy it online." Whis, who was walking over, took a curious look and immediately laughed. "Lord Beerus, this cat really looks like you. By the way, buy one for me too. I want to raise a little." Beerus, "You dare?" Beerus, unable to move, roared in his heart, "If you raise one, I will kill one." I have to admit that the cat on the phone screen looks a lot like him. When Beerus sees him, it's as if he sees himself as a child. Number 1 slid sideways on the screen and another cat appeared. There is no cat on the body, the skin is lavender, and it is chubby. The cat is wearing clothes that are exclusive to the god of destruction. Beerus' eyes suddenly widened. "PFFT ha ha ha." Beerus laughed and couldn't help but pat his thigh. "Ha ha ha, Whis, did you see that? The little Xiangpa, haha, it looks exactly like Xiangpa." "Whis, Wes, buy me one. I want this one. I want this one." He could imagine Xiangpa's shocked look when he appeared in front of him holding little Xiangpa. "When the time comes, I will take the delicious food that even the little elephant cannot eat and feed it to the little elephant. Wouldn't the little elephant be so angry that he will die?" Chapter 242, Playing with a Cat to Try to Break Through. "How about we buy two?" Whis held her face and said like a fangirl, "Little Beerus is so cute." "No." Beerus refused immediately. "It's okay to watch the excitement of Xiangpa, but it's absolutely not okay to watch your own excitement." "Can I move now?" Beerus realized belatedly that he could move. His eyes suddenly locked onto Senju Sora, who was lying back on the recliner. "Boy, you, Qian Shao Kong raised his hand. Beerus wisely changed the topic. "What is that thing you are holding in your hand? Is this what you're talking about?" Jin Shao Kong tossed the ball in his hand. smiled faintly and said, "Mint ball, a small snack, do you want to try it? It's delicious." Beerus really didn't want to eat the charity given by Sora Senju, but his nodding action betrayed him when he came to his senses. The ball was already in his mouth in an instant. Beerus' eyes widened and his whole body froze as if he was frozen in place. A tear silently rolled down the corner of his eye, and the taste in his mouth reminded him of his childhood at that time. His mother held him in her arms, the embrace is so warm. Before Beerus could reminisce, the taste changed again, a salty taste, as if he was in the sea, the blue sea. Blue sky and unique sea breeze make people feel relaxed and happy. The unique scent of green grass made Beerus think he had come to the prairie. The endless grassland sways its fragile body in the breeze lying on the prairie. It seems as if my mind has become open. The relaxed and unrestrained feeling made Beerus linger. The next moment, the environment changed again. The stars lit up the darkness of the universe. It was mysterious, but it made people want to explore it involuntarily. So beautiful. Why didn't I realize before that the universe and the starry sky are so beautiful? It is a scenery that can be seen every day, but today, Beerus opened the door to a new world. Looking at it from a different angle. The brilliant starry sky brings endless reverie, the collision of civilizations, the destruction of planets, and the instantaneous fireworks can bring eternal memories. Beerus was intoxicated and laughed. How he sounded from his mouth at this moment. He was no longer the terrifying god of destruction, but a naive child, whose laughter was full of purity. Whis couldn't help but become curious. He couldn't remember the last time Beerus was this happy, and his impression, it was not that it had never happened, but it was very rare. Almost every time, it was when Xiangpa came to cause trouble for him. "Can I have a taste?" He stretched out his hand to Qian Shaokong and asked for it. Qian Shaokong took out another one and said, "This thing may not work on you, it's just an ordinary snack, nothing special." Bruce had such a big reaction. Firstly because it was his first time eating it, and secondly because this thing was originally for cats. Catnip is something that makes cats addicted. As for the specific effects, Jin Shaoquan didn't know either. After all, catnip had no effect on humans, and cats couldn't speak, so they couldn't describe what it felt like. But looking at Beerus's appearance, he was probably hallucinating. I don't know what I saw, but the corners of my mouth were always raised, and I didn't even realize that my saliva was flowing out. Weiss put it in his mouth. But just as Senju Sora said, he didn't feel anything. However, it tasted good, with a minty scent overall. He quite likes it. It's refreshing and cool. As time passed, Sora, Senju and Whis chatted in a random manner. Piccolo and the others couldn't interrupt. They didn't dare to interrupt because their levels were too high. Chatting with Whis always made them feel nervous. Bulma has a big heart. All her friends have returned, her husband and children are fine, the earth has recovered, and everything is developing in a good direction. Especially the appearance of Yi Feng brought a different world to Bulma. The magical convenience store made Bulma completely worry-free. Even if similar incidents of androids occur again in the future, she doesn't have to worry, because she has the convenience store to back her up. Even if the Dragon Balls are gone, she still has a way to resurrect her family and friends. Therefore, they talked more and she became the main person in the conversation, with Sen Xiaokongdu becoming just a foil. "We have so many delicious foods on Earth. When you come to Earth in the future, just come to me and I will arrange everything," Bulma said generously. When the Earth was restored, her status as the richest person was restored. With her wealth, she could buy anything that was available on Earth. Just with delicious food, she can make Weiss have 3 different meals a day, 365 days a year. "Okay, then it's a deal." Whis took out something that looked like a button and handed it to Bulma. "If you have anything delicious in the future, you can contact me through this. Don't you leave." Thousands of hands looked at the number one that stole his snacks, reached out and played the number one brain to collapse. "You are not afraid of Uncle Yi Feng, catch you for a while, and beat you first." Number one rubbed his head, laughed and said, "There's only 1 minute left. Uncle, if you don't show it now, you won't have another chance in the future." He knew Yi Feng's character and knew that he would not easily show his strength in front of others. He always hid in the room and practiced secretly, but this time it's different. There is no time. The convenience store only recognizes Yi Feng. Although Qian Shaokong is a fusion of Yi Feng, he is not Yi Feng after all, and only has a small part of Yi Feng's authority. Some functions of the convenience store will not be open to Sen Shaokong at all. Jin Shaokong wanted to adjust the flow of time in the convenience store, but he couldn't do it at all, nor could he temporarily fix his current state once the 30 minutes are up. Senju Kong will disintegrate. "Uncle, aren't you curious about your current state and what you can do?" Number one said temptingly. "Red-haired one, here are the treasured photos in your phone. It's less than a minute. Oh no, hey, you're done. Jin Shaoquang pointed his fingers, imitating the tone of number one. Someone is really going to get beaten up. The private photos in the phone have been seen by you. Someone is likely to kill to silence you. I am the shadow clone. Number one proudly raised his head and reminded. 40, 39, 38. With a whoosh, Jin Shaoquang's figure disappeared on the recliner. The 100 miles deep pit not far away did not recover because of Weiss's time reversal. Weiss's time can only go back 3 minutes. Number one happily occupied the recliner and adjusted the backrest so that he could lie half lying and see Sen Shaoquang. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Number one said in a tone of watching the fun, everyone be quiet. Warriors beyond Super Saiyan 3 are about to appear. Everyone, take your melon seeds, pick up your watermelons, and start eating. The battle robe fell down, and number one took it and covered himself with it, then took out his mobile phone and took a picture of Senju Kong. Vegeta watched it most seriously. He now possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 3. If he succeeded the first time, there would be a second time. If Sora Senju could really transform successfully, it would undoubtedly point the way forward for him. The others also held their breath, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Kai and Shaoquang. Weiss watched with interest. To be honest, Senju Sora's current strength was not up to his standards, but if Jin Shaoquang can go one step further, he is looking forward to it. After taking off the troublesome battle robe, although it looks handsome, it is also inconvenient when transforming. Senju Kong adjusted his breathing and calmed his mind. This step was not difficult for him, and he could do it easily. Look up at the sun, imagine the sun as the moon, and focus your attention. Breathe in, breathe out. Bang, bang. My heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Roar. With a roar, Jin Shaoquang's body swelled up, and his handsome face, which looked somewhat evil, turned into a ferocious beast face. During the few minutes he lay on the recliner, Senju Kong adjusted his breath to its peak. His own brainwashing had made him mistake the sun for the moon. With the support of both parties, Kai and Shaoquang easily transformed into a giant ape. Giant ape, Vegeta frowned. Although this form can increase strength, it has too many shortcomings. It's useless, right? The giant ape form is similar to the transformation of Super Saiyan 3, but it consumes too much energy. Vegeta had long abandoned this form and focused on the Saiyan transformation in order to achieve a breakthrough in his form. He had never transformed into a giant ape before, nor had he ever seen a giant ape transform. This was the first time he had seen it, and he couldn't help but mutter, no wonder the uncle said that the tail is the source of the Saiyan's power. The tail is the source of Saiyan power. Vegeta was stunned. As a Saiyan prince, how could he not know this? But it is true that in order to transform into a giant ape, one must have a tail. Oh, the sole of his foot stomped heavily on the ground, making a loud bang. Senju Kong, who had transformed into a giant ape, roared and shouted, "Number one, just a little bit more, understand?" Number one flew up and flashed in front of the giant ape Kai and Shaoquang at the eye level. The giant ape Senju Kong can easily see the photo in number one's hand. The photo is a group photo of everyone next to a bonfire. The 12 little strong men sat around it, each holding their own barbecue in their hands. Sasuke looked a little unhappy because Naruto stole a bite of him, and Hinata's face was red, and it was not known whether it was because of the temperature of the bonfire or because she was next to Naruto. Kakashi seemed helpless as he was being entangled by Guy, but Guy seemed to be completely oblivious and was talking about something with great interest. Orochimaru was in deep thought, and seemed a little troubled because his research was stuck at a bottleneck. Feng leaned on Kaguya's shoulder. Kaguya enjoyed the current tranquility and had a smile on her face all the time. Tsunade raised her fist, Jiraiya blocked with his hands, and Shizune hugged the frightened Tonton. Outside the screen, no one is taking pictures with his mobile phone. The peaceful and quiet atmosphere soothed the giant ape Kai and Shaoquang's somewhat irritable mood, and even relaxed his ferocious animal face. Enough. The gentle tone made number one shudder uncontrollably. Very nice. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and the giant ape Kai and Shaoquang's body was slowly shrinking. The hair is thick and has changed in color. A touch of red appeared quietly. He seemed to hear a sound of deflation in his ears, and before number one could react, an invisible airwave blew his body backwards. Weiss reached out and took number one, quietly watching the changes in Senju Sora. Just from the perspective of momentum, he is no less powerful than Beerus Sama. If Sora Senju is also endowed with destructive energy, it would be hard for Whis to judge who would win or lose. Beerus was awakened by this powerful aura. He crushed the catnip candy in his mouth with a crunch and cheered excitedly. Good, good, this kind of power is more than enough to fight me. The reason why he often fell asleep was not only because he liked to sleep, but also because he was too bored and had no rival who could match him. I can't beat Whis, and it's not realistic to fight other gods of destruction. The regulations of the priesthood prevented the god of destruction from fighting with all his strength. He felt that ordinary competitions were not satisfying. They were not even warm-up exercises. It was worse than sleeping, but the appearance of Sora Senju gave Beerus a glimmer of hope. The ground beneath his feet could not withstand Qian Shao Kong's powerful energy. The ground, which was already extremely solid, became fragile under his feet as if stepping into a quagmire. Jin Shao Kong's legs sank deeply into the ground, which had turned into rubble. Boom! Another powerful energy burst out from Qian Shao Kong's body. The rich energy formed a cocoon of light around him, blocking the sight of others. Number 1 was filming while nervously watching the time on his watch. Faster, faster, time is running out. 19, 18, 17. When the time came to the last 10 seconds, cracks appeared on the light cocoon. The shattered pieces of the light cocoon fell one by one, revealing Sen Shao Kong inside. The long red hair combines the characteristics of Yi Feng and Wu Kuang's hair. It is angular yet flowing. His entire body, except for his chest and face, was covered in red hair. In the blink of an eye, red eyeshadow appeared, and the dark pupils turned deep red. The wide belt, like a silk scarf, flutters in the wind beside the legs. Cool. Number 1 danced and shouted, "Is this Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta was filled with horror and took a few steps back unconsciously, unable to believe it. Time was limited, with only a few seconds left. Senju Sora didn't intend to waste it. He stretched out a finger and hooked it at Beerus, provoking him. Try, haha. Beerus couldn't wait any longer. Just the aura he felt was enough to give him the capital to compete with him. But as a veteran god of destruction, Beerus had seen all kinds of masters over the years. He was just excited and didn't expect, that's all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qian Shao Kong's mouth. The outstretched arm covered Beerus' head, and Beerus' outstretched fist was still a few punches away from his body. Boy, don't be so arrogant, Beerus shouted angrily. The angrier he got, the weirder the situation became. It's just like a child doing useless things in front of adults. With a flick of his fingers, Beerus flew backwards, covering his head with his hands, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Chapter 243 IN number 039, LL do it if I say so. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Beerus didn't see how Sora Senju made his move at all. The pain on his forehead was not the cause of his body flying backwards. He felt as if he had been kicked by someone and his body involuntarily formed a C shape. Beerus stepped on the ground with both feet, leaving a long groove on the ground, and then stopped retreating with a whoosh. Beerus' body disappeared from the spot as if sensing something. Qian Shao Kong tilted his head. A fist brushed past his ear, and the wind from the fist made his hair flutter. Oh, there was a loud noise in the air behind Qian Shao Kong. A circle of white air waves appeared out of thin air. The violent air friction gave shape to the air, which should have been invisible to the naked eye. Bang bang bang. The sound of air explosions continued. Senju Sora's head swayed left and right, dodging Beerus' attacks again and again. Ultimate freedom. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Weiss shook his head in denial. It's not the ultimate freedom, it's a much stronger strength. Ultra Instinct is a divine move. Different from fighting through the perception of ki, it uses the body's instinctive reaction to allow the body to dodge and defend without thinking. You can let your body perform conditioned reflex movements, maximize your strength, and comprehensively improve your movement speed and reaction ability. Beerus also learned it, but because he often slept in and neglected exercise, he was never able to practice Ultra Instinct to a high level. Seeing Sora Senju dodged Beerus' moves easily, Whis thought that Sora Senju had comprehended the ultimate instinct, but upon closer inspection, it was not what he thought. Senju Kong's eyes did not focus on one point, but kept changing. To put it simply, Sora Senju sees every move of Beerus and has enough reaction to avoid Beerus' attacks. In other words, Beerus' moves were completely seen through by Sora Senju. Stop, holding Beerus' fist nonchalantly, Senju Sora shook his head. If this is all you have, there is no need for us to continue fighting. This kind of attack wouldn't hurt him at all even if he got hit. Ha! Beerus laughed contemptuously. There comes a day when I am looked down upon. Boy, the warm-up is over. I will show you my true strength, next time. He reached out and pushed, and Beerus staggered back a few steps. What do you mean, kid? I just felt it, my blood boiling. It's been a long time since I felt this way. And you said next time. I'm stuck in this situation. Can you tell me what the next time is? You are looking down on me. Beerus roared and threw another angry punch. Faced with the angry punch, Jin Shaoquang did not dodge or evade. His confident look made Beerus hesitate. What's going on? Why doesn't this guy hide? The force of this punch is so strong that even I couldn't withstand it. Do you expect you can take it with your face? Never mind, you asked for this. At worst, I can let Weiss revive you later. Beerus even had a smile on his face, as if he saw the arrogant Sora Senju being shot in the head by him. Beerus passed between the two men and could see one of them, and saw his eyes full of surprise. Who is this person? Where is my Senju Sora? With a heart full of questions, Beerus used his foot brakes to stop his body. He quickly turned around and asked, where's Jin Shaoquang? Where's that red-haired monkey? There are no monkeys, but I saw a cat. Yi Feng waved his hands and made a sucking sound from his mouth. Beerus looked at Yi Feng as if he was a fool. Do you think I'm a dog? I'm a cat. Bah. I'm the noble god of destruction. Damn boy, you are more hateful than Qian Shaoquang. Uncle, that's the signal you're using to tease the dog. Number 1 flashed to Yi Feng's side and reminded him in a low voice. Number 1, who had completed his mission, was about to slip away when he heard Yi Feng let out a strange cry, and then he was kicked back again. Ada wiping his nose with his thumb, Yi Feng put down his raised leg and snorted coldly. Do I need you to remind me, kid? I'll settle the score with you later. Seeing Beerus, Yi Feng put on a smiling face again and called out, Mimi, Mimi, come here quickly. Mimi, I have delicious food here. Wukong retreated quickly, fearing that he would be splattered with blood. Beerus had a blank expression on his face and walked towards Yi Feng step by step, as if he was really a cat attracted by the delicious snacks. Yes, that's it. Yi Feng was filled with joy and really took out a bag of snacks from behind him. There are delicious cat strips, and dried fish. How about some? They are fragrant and crispy. Beerus clenched his fists and couldn't help roaring in his heart. I am not a cat, I am the god of destruction. Damn boy, you actually treat me as a pet. You, even Qian Shaoquang's personality is not as bad as yours. Compared with Yi Feng, Beerus felt that Senju Sora was much cuter. Yi Feng didn't know that in just a few breaths, Beerus had already criticized him twice. Seeing Beerus approaching him, Yi Feng said happily, Dear cat, do you want to? I want you to die. Beerus punched Yi Feng in the face. Sora, he is not you. Beerus was a little disappointed that he failed to hit Sora Senju. It was a bit regretful. He didn't know if he could see Sora Senju in the future. The Dragon Ball bling bling attracted Beerus' attention. With his eyes rolling, an idea flashed through Beerus' mind. How about trying to make a wish with a Dragon Ball? Does it hurt? Number 1, who was stuck in the shape of a Chinese character tie on the wall of the convenience store, asked Yi Feng, who was stuck in the shape of a Chinese character Mew next to him. It hurts? Yi Feng rubbed his eyes. Why hit me in the eyes? Don't you know that eyes are one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body? It's what he deserves. Number 1 gloated, I'm a great god of destruction, but you treated me like a cat. It's a good thing I didn't kill you. Does it hurt? Yi Feng asked slowly. Pain? Why doesn't it hurt? Number 1 rubbed his chest. Why don't you kick me anywhere else? Kick my chest? Don't you know that the organs protected by the chest are one of the most important parts of the human body? You deserve it. Yi Feng gave him a sidelong glance. With your broken mouth, I will punish you sooner or later to save you from causing harm to the world. Then should I say great and mighty heavenly dragon? Number 1 disagreed. He had heard this kind of threat many times. Bah, you shameless bastard, those are my words. Yi Feng spat. The people around looked at the two people who were of the same lineage in silence. Uncle, Number 1, do you two want to come down first? Tech couldn't bear to watch Number 1 pull himself off the wall, and with a big jump, he landed on the recliner with perfect accuracy. Yi Feng slowly climbed down the wall, stretched out his hand to grab Number 1's collar, and threw him back. With a snap, Number 1, who had just climbed down the wall, was stuck to the wall again. Yi Feng rolled over and lay down on the recliner. He stretched comfortably and said, Go, place an order online and buy a cat of the same model, and there's Xiangpa, Weiss reminded with a smile. Oh, yes, 2, Yi Feng held up 2 fingers, they are the same style. I don't want one less hairless cat, Number 1 said resentfully. Uncle, we want to buy a hairless cat. Where can I get a hairless cat from you? You don't understand. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and said, hairless cats also have hair, but their hair is very short and it is easy to be overlooked, just like Beerus. Don't be fooled by his baldness, he actually feels pretty good. Yo, look at his ears sticking up. Yo, he's glaring at me and showing his teeth. I'm showing my teeth. I really want to bite you to death. Beerus was so angry that he almost regressed to his ancestral state, and let out bursts of low growls from his throat. Boy, if you have the guts, come out. Standing 2 meters away from the convenience store, Beerus shouted, gently rock the recliner, and your body moves up and down with it, which is so comfortable he half closed his eyes in comfort, and even his voice sounded lazy. Come in if you dare. Ye Feng hooked his finger. The provocative action made Beerus feel he was stupid enough to go in. Before even entering the convenience store, Beerus was frozen. How could he be fooled again after being fooled once? No, come out, there's plenty of space outside. I won't, Ye Feng said firmly. It's hot outside, I'll help you shit down the sun. Beerus said kindly. Go ahead and fight. Ye Feng pointed at the Dragon Ball at his feet. I can make a wish. If he dares to fulfill your wish, I will kill him. Beerus roared angrily. If you dare to kill him, I will report you to your superior. Ye Feng curled his lips and looked up. Do you think I can contact your superior? Do you think I dare to say bad things about you in front of your superior? What bad things can I say about you? Let me think about it. With a hammer on his palm, Ye Feng said, I got it. I will tell your superior that you often sleep in and neglect your job. You also find an agent, you, haha. If you keep talking, Lord Beerus will start to cry. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. He found the quarrel between Ye Feng and Beerus really interesting. It was the first time he saw Beerus looking helpless. Crunch, crunch. Wukong stuffed potato chips into his mouth while watching the fun. Vegeta was so noisy that he wanted to slap Goku on the head. Do you want to eat? Goku saw Vegeta looking at him and thought Vegeta wanted to eat too, so he reached out and handed the bag of potato chips to Vegeta. It's delicious, try it. I don't want to eat. Vegeta was speechless. This is Beerus, the god of destruction. The god who stands at the top of the universe. You damn idiot. Can you have a sense of crisis? We are not in a fusion state now. Once Beerus gets really angry, what can we do to stop him? Forget about it, Goku muttered softly. Bulma bought a lot. She definitely can't finish it all. What did you say? My wife bought it. Bring it to you. Vegeta snatched the potato chips from Goku's hand and stuffed them into his mouth, gritting his teeth. It didn't look like he was eating potato chips, but more like he was eating a person. He was not a fool. Seeing Bulma eating melon and watching the fun without even looking at him, he knew that everything that happened before was fake. I was fooled by someone. I'm so angry, but what can I do? It's my wife, so I have to pamper her. Goku shrugged helplessly. He knew that Vegeta was saying one thing and thinking another. The way he was eating voraciously showed that he was extremely hungry. Taking another bag of snacks from behind him, Wukong also joined the group of people eating snacks. Whis, Beerus' face turned red with anger. When have I ever cried? It's pure rumor. Beerus wouldn't even cry if his head fell off. While you were sleeping, Whis said something that Beerus couldn't refute. Beerus opened his mouth and stammered, don't talk nonsense. I sleep well too. Oh, right, Whis said with a smile. Then how come the stars next to our house disappeared? In the past, there were stars twinkling all around his house, but now the number of stars has been reduced by half. If he had not moved some stars from other places, his house would have been dim long ago. I'm telling you, Whis was just like the old lady at the entrance of the village, constantly spilling the beans. Lord Beerus has no manners when he sleeps. He talks in his sleep, snores, and grinds his teeth. He has all the bad habits. He also likes to sleepwalk and often runs around without clothes. Luckily there's no one around our house, otherwise Lord Beerus would have been seen naked by everyone. I'm in my pajamas. I'm in my pajamas. Beerus jumped up and shouted, don't listen to him. He's lying. Whis is lying. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Don't take pictures. Don't take pictures. Seeing Ye Feng picked up the phone, Beerus hurriedly covered his face. Quick, put your phone back, quickly, or I will destroy the earth. Is it my illusion? Why do I seem to hear a hint of crying? Ye Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Lord Beerus, you are not going to cry, are you? I'm not crying. Sucked. Beerus turned his back and touched his face with his hand, as if wiping something. Ye Feng and Whis looked at each other. Ye Feng put his hand to his mouth and said in a hushing voice, Whis, don't you think Beerus is cute like this? Whis held the small Beerus given to him by number 1 in his arms, teasing him, and smiled knowingly, saying, it's very cute. I'm cute. Just wait till I trick you out. Beerus thought viciously, with his back to everyone. Whoa, Lord Beerus is really crying, Whis said exaggeratedly, but his feet did not move at all. Instead, he winked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng took over the conversation, picked up the small elephant handkerchief, and said anxiously, oh, what should I do? How about I go and comfort him? Yes, yes, you come and comfort me. Beerus shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be crying, but in fact he was thinking about how to perform a craniotomy on Yi Feng. Goodbye, Lord Beerus is angry with you. Whis got a recliner from somewhere and lay comfortably on it, letting little Beerus step on his chest with his front paws. How about I go? I don't need you, I want Yi Feng. Beerus almost couldn't pretend anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Large Cat Playing Scene. Let me do it. I'm always very patient with small animals. Yi Feng held the little elephant and couldn't let it go. Number 1 thought to himself, oh yes, I have the patience to eat them. Tuten avoids you when he sees you, and Parker doesn't dare to come out now. Last time, he was forced to be summoned by Kakashi and he even bit Kakashi. It's unclear whether the flesh on Orochimaru's Meijiki has grown well, but I have to say that the meat of the snake is indeed very tender and has no strange smell. As if he heard number 1's thoughts, Yi Feng glanced at number 1. Number 1 immediately looked at his nose and pretended nothing had happened. Hey, I've been taking care of Lord Beerus for a long time, and I know his habits very well. Let me do it. Whis affectionately played the face-rubbing game with little Beerus. Seeing how little Beerus was enjoying himself, Whis laughed so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. Let me do it. Yi Feng pinched the little elephant's nose amid the little elephant's protest. It's obvious that Beerus has been spoiled by you. If you go at this time, it will only have the opposite effect. Let me do it. Whis didn't quite agree with this point. At least Lord Beerus and I have something in common. If you go, you won't be able to find an excuse to comfort me. Let me do it. Let me do it. The two seemed to be caught up in a competition, talking back and forth. All of their remarks sounded nice, but neither of them had any intention of standing up. Anyone can do it, Beerus said anxiously. If it doesn't work, both of you can come together. Pretending to cry was embarrassing enough, and pretending to cry for so long was even more embarrassing. Not to mention that there were so many people watching. Beerus suddenly felt fortunate. These people would only live for 100 years at most, and half of their time had already passed. In the time it took him to sleep, these people would die of old age. Unlike Xiangpa, if Xiangpa were here, wouldn't we meet each other once in the future and be teased by him once in a while? Fortunately Xiangpa didn't know, otherwise I would not be able to raise my head in front of him in the future. Now the only thing that can crush Xiangpa is my figure. Absolutely, absolutely must not let Xiangpa know that I was pretending to cry. Why haven't you come yet? It's just 2 steps away. You have the time to discuss but no time to comfort me first. Let me do it. Let me do it. Enough. Beerus, who had been waiting for a long time but no one showed up, shouted, you have no intention of comforting me. Beerus turned around and said, I've seen through your faces. It's true, you two just moved your mouths without moving your butts at all. Don't interrupt. Scratching your butt is just scratching your butt. The corner of his mouth twitched. Beerus was furious, pointed at Yi Feng and said, I want to fight you in a duel. I love peace and don't like fighting with others. Yi Feng shook his head to refuse. Yes. The uncle usually lets us do the fighting and he only does the talking, said number 1. I'm not human. In order to trick Yi Feng out, Beerus risked everything. I am God. That's even worse. I have always respected God. I took good care of the God in our world. Although he already knew Yi Feng's character very well, number 1 still couldn't help but look at Yi Feng with a "Are you serious?" look. They all come from the same place. As for who is the god of the ninja world, it is recognized that the ancestor of Chakra, the moon goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki, is the recognized god of the ninja world, an evil god that is recorded, not what Fedouin boasted about, but one that no one has ever seen. Hey Otsutsuki Kaguya, it's not wrong to say that Sister Kaguya is well taken care of by you now, but number 1 always felt something was odd. I'll take care of me. I don't think you have any respect for me. Beerus had never seen such a shameless person, and this was the first time he saw someone using such skill in telling lies with open eyes. I believe you can see that although I am a god, I don't have any airs of a god. Beerus imitated Yi Feng's ability to tell lies. And he failed, nauseous and wanted to vomit, trying hard to suppress his nausea. Beerus forced a smile. Weiss knows me best, giving Whis a warning look. Beerus continued, I'm so lonely. I don't even have a friend. Don't you feel sorry for me? I just want an opponent. What's wrong with that? As if he really believed what Beerus said, Yi Feng hesitated and said, but I can't do it. My strength is too weak, not enough to satisfy Lord Beerus. Seeing that Feng was about to be fooled, Beerus quickly said, it's okay, just a sparring match. I'm optimistic about your potential, and it won't be long before you can surpass me. It just so happens that I have some experience in cultivation. As long as you accompany me to practice, I will pass on these experiences to you, which can help you avoid many detours. How about it? Do you want to try it? But Whis just said that Lord Beerus has been sleeping all the time and has no time to practice. His experience couldn't be fake, right? Feng said doubtfully. It hardened, and the hands behind his back were clenched into fists. If he had wanted to trick Feng out and beat him up to vent his anger before, now Beerus really wanted to destroy Feng. Damn it, I still doubt him. I will endure, he kept reminding himself in his heart to trick Feng out first. Beerus took a deep breath and pretended to be displeased, but in fact he was really displeased, and said, since you know that I am the god of destruction, you must also know what kind of strength is required to sit on the position of the god of destruction. If I didn't have the strength, would I have been able to sit in the position of god of destruction for so many years? If I'm weak and sleep so much, won't the higher-ups have a problem with me? Do you know why the higher-ups don't dare to remove me from my position? When Beerus said this, he looked around a little guiltily. When he saw nothing unusual, he raised his head and said proudly, because my strength is so strong, I rank first among all the gods of destruction. If I am dismissed, will those who are less powerful than me also have to be dismissed? It's all because of my high status. I'm afraid of causing others jealousy, so I have to resort to the self-protection method of sleeping in to reduce my presence. The more I talked, the more I felt that this was exactly who Beerus was, and I became more and more excited as I spoke. Don't think that our universe ranks low. Why is it so low? It's because I have a cause less destruction. Just think about it, if I didn't sleep and worked hard, would there be such a brilliant civilization in the universe? Why do I need an agent? It's because I'm strong and anything I do is a big deal. If I let someone else do it, at least there's hope of survival. Do you think that's the case? Feng stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, that's the truth, but why do I always feel like something is wrong? That's right, Beerus was secretly delighted. I found an agent purely because I was lazy, not because of any hope or desire. Whis nodded and said, Lord Beerus is right about one thing. His strength is indeed the best among all the gods of destruction. Of course, that's just on the surface. As for the actual situation, due to the rules above, the gods of destruction cannot fight each other privately, so it's hard to compare. As for Beerus' strength, I am the one who taught him. How could I not know it? With Whis' certification, Feng seemed to be finally relieved, and said hesitantly, let's make it clear first, it's just a competition, just stop at the right time. I don't need any experience or not, I have my own way of practicing. As long as he could trick Feng out, Beerus wouldn't care about anything else. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, and Beerus agreed immediately, no problem, okay, you and I will move around. Feng stood up and said with his hands stretched forward. Feng swayed from side to side, as if he was doing warm-up exercises. Beerus didn't suspect anything else, even though Feng's warm-up movements were a bit strange. How could he know that Feng was holding a cat in his arms that he couldn't see? Warming up is fake. Getting up to play with a cat is real. The little elephant paw was not afraid at all. Instead, he meowed excitedly. Little Beerus was not in such good spirits. After playing with Whis for a while, he yawned and curled up on Whis' chest, snoring and sleeping with eyes closed. Whis liked this adorable look even more, and he even took deep breaths on purpose, causing his chest to rise and fall. Beerus also began to move his hands and feet, saying, don't get me wrong, I'm just stretching my muscles in advance so that I won't lose my strength when the time comes. I understand. Feng put the little elephant handkerchief on his shoulder and flexed his wrist. I don't like fighting with Beerus because I'm too strong. Of course, this strength is not as strong as Lord Beerus. Relatively speaking, you said you were just getting excited, but your opponent fell down. How boring is that? You still know that, Beerus said in his mind. Then why did you seduce me to do it before? I was in a dilemma. Just wait, kid. If I don't beat you to death, I won't be called Beerus. With those harsh words in mind, Beerus smiled and said, as for the experts, I have been through this stage before. Then how did Lord Beerus overcome it? Feng seemed curious and took 2 steps forward. Come out a little more. Beerus was delighted in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and said, what's the big deal? You already know that I have a superior, so what else could it be? Was he beaten into submission? Yi Feng seemed to have guessed why Beerus was so obedient as to be the god of destruction, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Well, it's good that you know it. Don't say it out loud. It will embarrass me. Veins popped out on Beerus' forehead, but he had to apologize with a smile. Meow? Why is there a cat meowing? Beerus was stunned before he had time to think about it. Yi Feng had already walked to a position just 1 step away in front of him. Lord Beerus, are we ready to begin? Okay. Beerus nodded hurriedly. No matter whether it is a cat meowing or not, the most urgent thing is to beat Yi Feng up first, kid. Yi Feng came out, so he didn't have to pretend anymore. Beerus quickly changed his expression, looked at Yi Feng jokingly and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Yi Feng realized that he had been fooled, and did not beg for mercy. Instead, he said seriously, "If possible, I want to starve to death." It was so cool that it was unbearable. If they were not in control of themselves, Feng Luan would have been in ecstasy forever. It was just that the consumption was not as fast as the replenishment. Are you kidding me? Beerus said viciously. "I will grant your wish. I'm going to shove my fist into your mouth and stuff you to death." Beerus, who was itching to do something, could no longer control himself. In order to prevent Yi Feng from escaping, he first hooked his hand around Yi Feng's neck, and then, meow, the little elephant paw, who was attacked in the butt, slapped Beerus in the face with his paw. Beerus looked confused. "Didn't you just hit me in the face?" Yi Feng raised his hands with an innocent expression, indicating that he was not taking any action. Meow meow, still touching? "You stinky man, get out of here." Little Elephant Paw used his cat punch and kept hitting Beerus in the face. Still not satisfied, he used his hind paws to kick Beerus' hand on Yi Feng's shoulder. Beerus was shocked. "Is there something on your shoulder? What is this? Why do I feel like something is licking my hand?" To Beerus, the attack of the little elephant paw was not even a tickle. He just couldn't see anything, which made Beerus feel a little uneasy. "Are you talking about little Xiangpa?" Yi Feng took little Xiangpa off his shoulders and held it in his arms. The little elephant paw was still glaring at Beerus angrily, hissing continuously. If the hair on its body wasn't short, it would definitely become frizzy. "What is Xiangpa?" Beerus couldn't help but look around. Even a picture involuntarily emerged in his mind. The fat Xiangpa, standing on tiptoe, on Yi Feng's shoulder. That scene is so terrifying. No matter how you think about it, it's not an elephant. It's a baby elephant. Yi Feng corrected seriously. Baby elephant is a baby elephant, an elephant is an elephant. These are 2 different species. What the hell? Beerus was a little confused and decided to punch Yi Feng to vent his anger first. "Boy, I don't care about you. What does it mean when it looks like an elephant handkerchief? I didn't expect you actually bought a small elephant handkerchief." "That's it." Yi Feng snapped his fingers, revealing the little elephant handkerchief that had been hiding his figure in his arms, and said with a show, "How about it? Is it the little elephant handkerchief? Is it really the little elephant?" Beerus' eyes suddenly widened and his punch suddenly stopped. Affected by the fist, the hands on the little elephant's body seemed to become waves, piling up layer by layer. Meow. Little elephant paw was startled, and the pupils in his eyes subconsciously narrowed into slits. Meow meow meow. Little elephant paw cursed so rudely that Yi Feng even wondered how his previous master could have raised 2 extremes. Little elephant paw and little Beerus, at the same time. One is quiet, doesn't like sports, and is very thin. The other is lively and energetic. Logically, he should exercise a lot, but he is fat like a ball. Little elephant paw. Beerus stared with his eyes wide open, and stretched out his hand to touch the little elephant paw's cat head. The little elephant paw, who was eager for revenge, grunted and bit Beerus' hand. Beerus was not angry but delighted, and said happily, "Haha, this little thing, this little movement, is exactly the same as Comper when he was a child." Chapter 245. Bribed by Little Elephant. Seeing the little elephant paw, Beerus couldn't help but think of his own childhood at that time. Xiangpa seemed to be never full no matter how much he ate. After finishing his own food, he started to steal his food. He argued with the reason the first 1 or 2 times, but after that, Comper refused to change his ways, and Beerus gradually got used to it. "Before I started practicing, I was too small to defeat Xiangpa, who was of strong build. After I started practicing, I was able to suppress Xiangpa due to years of overeating. Xiangpa's figure became out of shape, resulting in his practice progress never catching up with himself. Later, the 2 went their separate ways. One went to the 6th universe to become the god of destruction, and the other went to the 7th universe to become the god of destruction. If Beerus had known earlier that he wouldn't be able to meet casually after becoming the god of destruction, he would never have become the god of destruction. Unfortunately, it was too late. After becoming the god of destroyer, the two brothers spent less and less time together, and they would habitually fight each other every time they met, but this does not hinder the relationship between the brothers for the sake of Xiangpa's health. He even found Battis, the angel who served Xiangpa, let Battis prepare a weight loss package for Xiangpa, which requires not only a moderate diet but also regular exercise. I have put a lot of effort into my brother's health. There is no need for this kind of secret concern to be known to everyone. Xiangpa still doesn't know why Battis suddenly changed his personality and started to pay attention to his health problems. Brother Xiangpa, you don't have to thank me. After all, I am your good brother. Quack. Oh wow, baby elephant pa is so cute. With a little elephant pa, Beerus no longer has time to think about beating Feng. All his attention is on the little elephant pa. After all, he's a pet cat. Being fat isn't a good thing. So, you hand him over to me. After a while, I'll give you a healthy little elephant. Beerus looked like he was saying, I'm thinking about you, and if Feng hadn't seen the upturned corners of his mouth, he would have actually believed his lies. How long does this after a while mean exactly? Feng said reluctantly. I have taken care of little elephant pa since he was a child. He has been with me for so long. I am afraid he will not be used to leaving me. Isn't this just what? When did you take care of it since it was a child? Everyone complained in their hearts, but no one exposed Feng's lie. Eating melon is the most important thing. However, Piccolo's heart has always been uneasy. Ever since Wissen Beerus appeared, his body has not stopped shocking them old god. Although he does not have a priesthood position, the old god who once assimilated with him does as a god on earth. The old god is also an official, a serious one. With his title registered there, this kind of suppression due to level made Piccolo tremble. Uncle Piccolo, why don't you step aside for a while? Gohan asked with concern. The relationship between him and Piccolo cannot be explained in just a few words. In short, when he sees Piccolo, he feels more intimate with him than when he sees his biological father Goku. The time he spent with Piccolo was not as long as the time he spent with his biological father Goku. Let's go inside the convenience store. Bulma waved her hand and said, I'll set it up for you so that you won't be affected by the outside world. Mom, why do I feel like you're more familiar with convenience stores than I am? Tef felt a little jealous. It was obviously me who came here first, and I was the one who brought the convenience store to this world, so I should be the one to introduce it to everyone and prove that I, Trunks, am also a reliable person. Why are you still cutting in on me, Mom? Now that everyone has returned and the burden in his heart has been lifted, Tef can't help but experience some mental decline. It's not that he has really regressed, it's just that as the youngest, he can act like a spoiled child in front of his parents. Oh, Bulma tapped Dotto on the head and frowned and said unhappily, how many times have I told you to just call me Mom? Don't add the word old in front. Did you see the mark on my head? Pointing to the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, Bulma boasted, the yin seal can keep my appearance young forever. By the way, Vegeta, as if she remembered something, Bulma turned her head and said, remember to teach me how to increase my chi later. The yin seal is good, but it requires chi to maintain it, which is quite annoying. Listen, is this still human language? Gohan and the others were speechless. Bulma, Auntie, are you showing off? Aunt Bulma has learned the yin seal. Number 1 came closer and said, did Uncle tell you, Aunt Bulma, that when the ki is stored to a certain level, the effect of the yin seal can be deepened, so that your physical skills are always at their peak? I don't know. Bulma didn't know whether Feng had said it or not. She only heard that the yin seal could keep people young forever, and she became excited. She seemed to have said something afterwards, but it also seemed as if she hadn't said anything. What? Unlike Bulma's relatively calm reaction, the others were furious. To be honest, if it were just to keep their appearance from aging, they wouldn't think it was a big deal. After all, for them, continuous practice is the only goal to pursue, especially Vegeta, who looked down on him the most. He is a purebred Saiyan. Once a purebred Saiyan reaches adulthood, his appearance will basically be fixed at that moment compared to ordinary people. The process of their aging is a very long process. If planet Vegeta still existed, you would find that there is no one who looks old on the entire planet apart from the fact that their appearance ages very slowly. They, the Saiyans, are known as a fighting race. No one dies of old age, but only dies in battle. Vegeta had never heard of any Saiyan who died of old age. Of course, apart from aging very slowly, their lifespan is actually similar to that of ordinary people. Not much more, but if it is possible to keep the body in peak condition at all times, then Vegeta would be interested, and very interested. After all, they are Saiyans, and their physical fitness will decline over time. Little brother, I wonder if I can practice the yin seal. Vegeta asked nervously. As for the difficulty of training, Vegeta didn't consider it. There was no reason why Bulma could learn it, but he couldn't. Piccolo and the others didn't dare to breathe. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully to number one's answer. The yin seal has the word yin in it. Literally, this move is practiced by women. Having said this, number one deliberately paused. Everyone was a little disappointed. How come only women could practice such a great move? Vegeta still did not give up and asked, is it possible to improve the yin seal so that men can practice it? Sure. Number one rolled up his sleeves, pointed at the snowflake mark, nodded and said, this is the improved yin seal. Men can practice it too. Then although he didn't finish his words, Vegeta's meaning was already very clear. I can't make the decision on this, number one said, lowering his sleeves and waving his hands. You have to ask your uncle. However, with your conditions, I don't think your uncle will object. Number one also has a sense of propriety. He knows when to joke and when not to make a promise. The yin seal was improved by Feng, so he has no right to make the decision. Little brother, do we have the qualifications to study? Piccolo, who was nominated by several people as a representative, asked nervously. As long as you have money. Ten also showed his snowflake mark, shrugged and said, uncle prefers money. As long as you have money, you can learn. The yin seal is not difficult to learn. The difficulty is only for others. For a few people, it is probably as easy as playing. They just need to figure out the energy conversion involved. Hearing Tech, whom they knew, say this, everyone felt relieved. It was just money, a small matter for them. With their respective abilities, they can make a lot of money in minutes. By the way, let me take this opportunity to introduce you to a convenience store. You'll probably be coming here every few days in the future. Lost interest in the hustle and bustle. It's just a cat-hugging scene, nothing to see. Can I visit? Whis said as he stood up holding little Beerus. Whis was very interested in the convenience store, which can withstand Beerus' destructive energy. Not to mention other things, the building materials alone could not be found in the universe. He knew if this material could be used to build a fighting arena, or something similar, wouldn't it mean that the gods of destruction would no longer have to worry about not finding a place to fight? After all, those who can become the god of destruction are basically the most powerful people in their respective universes, but after becoming the god of destruction, they have fewer opportunities to take action. For them, destroying planets and completing tasks is just a matter of moving their fingers. The degree of warm-up is not even as good as turning over. If you stay in this situation for a long time, your strength will improve very slowly, and you will be overtaken by others sooner or later. If there was a fighting arena built with this material, the situation would be different. Being able to fight with someone of equal strength would be a huge benefit to each of them. Maybe by then, their angels will also have a chance to play. Absolutely. Number one can still make the decision. Convenience stores are open for business and will not refuse any customer who comes in, except, of course, those who are looking for trouble. What are they whispering about? Beerus held the little elephant paw in his arms and couldn't let go. The little elephant paw kept struggling in Beerus' arms. He did not forget that this big fellow of his had a bad face and was not a good person either. Not only did he touch its butt, he also spit on it. The short hair that it had combed clean with great difficulty became messy again. Meow, with his paws against Beerus' chin. The little elephant paw was very resistant to Beerus kissing him. Little did it know that the more it resisted, the more excited Beerus became. After giving the little elephant paw a kiss, Beerus was satisfied. When he was a child, he was not able to be close to Kampa. He didn't expect that after so long, he would still find the opportunity. Beerus even felt like crying. Oh, who cares about them? Number one was doing business, and Feng was not idle either. You've touched it enough, it's time to give it back to me. What do you want to give back? Beerus dodged Zio's hand that wanted to hug the little elephant and said cautiously, I can tell you that this is my long-lost brother. I have been looking for him for a long time and couldn't find him. I am lucky enough that I didn't cause trouble to you. How dare you snatch my brother in front of me? Don't you take me seriously. I'll beat you up. Beerus showed his fist, as if he was going to fight if Feng dared to mention the little elephant again, as if he was afraid of Beerus. Feng said unwillingly, I raised it from childhood. We have a deep relationship. You just took my sweetheart away like this. Isn't it too unreasonable? I want to tell everyone, don't. Beerus covered Feng's mouth with his hand, looked around with a guilty conscience, and warned, don't mention the Omni King all the time. The Omni King can sense it. If you mention the Omni King again, if the Omni King really comes, no one can save you. If I remember correctly, Feng said with a strange look on his face, You have mentioned the king of all more times than I have. Do you think the Omni King will be able to sense that you are teasing him from behind? Instantly, Beerus broke out in a cold sweat, and said in fear, "It shouldn't be like that. I am a subordinate of the Omni King after all. How can the Omni King not feel my sincerity?" "Stop talking about the Omni King, okay? Let's change the subject. Just tell me, how can I take the little elephant away?" Beerus was really scared. It would have been better if Feng didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, he always felt like a pair of eyes were watching him. Feng was in a dilemma. After all, the little elephant paw has been by my side since he was a child. Suddenly he has been in a strange environment. Stop talking. Beerus raised his hand to stop Feng from continuing. "As long as I can do it, you can make any conditions you want. Let me make it clear, there is only one chance. His favors are rare." After successfully adding the money, Feng did not delay any longer and stated his conditions very readily. "It's not a difficult matter. It's just the Earth. There are many disasters. If there are any enemies, you don't have to worry about it. Vegeta and the others will take care of them. You just need to make sure the Earth won't be destroyed, that's it." Beerus said in surprise. "You better think about it carefully." Protecting the Earth was not a difficult task for him. The worst that could happen was that he would tie up the god who was bound to the Earth's Dragon Ball, whose name was Piccolo or something, and take him to where he lived, and then take the Dragon Ball away. In this way, even if the Earth is destroyed, I can restore it through the Dragon Balls. Think it through. Feng nodded affirmatively. It's no problem for him to revive humans, but he really can't revive the Earth after all. We can't stay in Dataj world all the time. So asking Beerus to help look after something is also a backup plan. This would save the situation where the next time he comes, he'll find only the convenience store floating alone in the universe, surrounded by countless fragments of the Earth. He also had to spend a lot of time and effort to resurrect Piccolo. By the way, was it Piccolo who was bound to the Earth Dragon Ball, and what pill was it? True Sun pill? No, I remember there is also a character D. Forget it, no matter who he is, I have to revive him anyway. So just let Beerus watch over it. Chapter 246 Sales Promotion. No problem, Beerus patted his chest and agreed, as long as I'm here, there won't be any problems on Earth, unconscious Earth. Thank you so much. By the way, can you let Weiss help me repair my body? Having solved another worry, Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Beerus. Let's go to my store and buy some cat food for little elephant paw." Have I been fooled? Looking at the happy Feng, Beerus suddenly had this idea. However, when Beerus saw the little elephant paw who was tired of struggling in his arms, he put this thought behind him. Who cares? Taking care of the Earth is the smallest thing he can do. If I use it to exchange for a small elephant handkerchief, I will definitely make a profit. The two of them, both feeling that they had made a good deal, walked into the convenience store laughing. "You don't need to buy cat food or anything like that. I have all kinds of delicious food here. Little Xiangpa will eat whatever I eat." Feng disagreed. "Lord Beerus, you are so powerful that you won't die even if you take poison, but our cute little elephant papa is weak and fragile. What if he gets an upset stomach? Although Whis can revive the little elephant papa, can you bear to let him suffer innocently? Don't buy? If you don't buy, how can I make money from you? Not only do I need to buy cat food, cat climbing frames, cat beds, I also need to buy everything that has to do with cats. This time it's a cat elephant scarf. Next time you come, I'll give you the whole dog elephant scarf. I'll also sell you anything related to dogs when you come next time. I will have all kinds of elephant paw, and I will surround you with all kinds of elephant paw." Feng, who was extremely evil, sat on a chair and pointed at one of the cat foods on the cash register and asked, "How about this one, Master Bruce? This is the one that little elephant paw ate before." Buy. Beerus was so immersed in petting the cat that he asked Feng to place the order without even looking at it. Swipe. Feng kept clicking until he reached the upper limit set by the merchant. Before the merchant could react, he clicked to confirm the payment. The payment was successful, and a large pile of cat food appeared out of nowhere in the storage room on the second floor. "What about this one?" Feng asked, pointing to another one. Beerus still said the same thing. "Purchase." Okay, repeating the previous operation, there was a pile of cat food in the storage room. Purchase. This is what little Xiangpa likes to eat too. I don't know how much you bought, Feng asked again. Isn't that right? Beerus raised his head, his eyes flashing dangerously. You have said this more than a dozen times, and if you add the ones you didn't say, it's probably hundreds of times. Do you think I'm being taken advantage of? How can a little elephant eat so much? Yi Feng said calmly. Why do you think the little elephant is so fat? Yes, that makes sense. Looking at the chubby little elephant, who was exactly the same as his brother elephant, Beerus was speechless. I bought this one too? Okay. Yi Feng paid the bill readily. The money used is still the money that Bulma has deposited in her account, but it doesn't matter. Beerus will return double the amount of money used. Too much is as bad as too little, so Yi Feng decided to stop while he was ahead. He exited the cat food page and clicked on the cat bed page. Lord Beerus, now that we have food to eat, we also need a place to live, right? Before Beerus could say that the place he lived in was big enough for little elephant Pa to mess around, Yi Feng rushed to stop Beerus. Little elephant Pa can't be compared with Lord Beerus. He would be scared if he lived in such a big place. When he arrives in an unfamiliar environment, he always has to get familiar with it before he can relax. This cat bed is the same one that little elephant Pa lived in before. Only when he sees a familiar environment can little elephant Pa adapt faster. What else could Beerus say? He waved his hand and said, buy it. If there's anything else you want to buy, don't ask me. Buy them all and fill them all for me. Just waiting for your words. A smile appeared on Yi Feng's lips, his fingers turned into trailing shadow, and he kept making payments and exiting. He bought all the cat-related things that could be bought online, of course. Yi Feng was not so crazy as to buy dozens or even hundreds of cat beds and other things. The main thing is that many things are not consumables and each one can be used for a long time. More importantly, the upper limit set by the merchant prohibited his desire to buy. There is no need to contact the merchants directly. On the second floor, after visiting the bedroom, Dad led everyone to the storage room, pushing open the door of the storage room. There was nothing inside except the shelves against the wall, and it seemed a little empty in everyone's opinion. A bedroom that can be infinitely expanded is the best place for practice. The storage room is very large compared to the initial form of the bedroom, but compared to the expanded bedroom, it seems as small as it can be unless, that's right, the storage room can also expand its space infinitely. Tess snapped his fingers, like a child showing off in front of adults seeing how excited Tess was. Number 1 did not take up the role of commentator. You have to know that he is the one with the highest authority among all the employees except the boss Yi Feng. Apart from Yi Feng, he knows the most about convenience stores. Tess' limited knowledge was obviously not enough in front of him, but since Tess was so happy, Number 1 just let him do what he wanted with Tess' snap of fingers. The storage room underwent tremendous changes. The shelves against the wall were gone, replaced by 2 large doors not far apart. Apart from that, the surrounding area was deserted, much like the scene outside a convenience store. How is it? It's a big place, isn't it? Tess said boastfully. You can do whatever you want. Those who don't believe it can try flying. Ha, you will never reach the end, because it has no end. Ha ha ha, ouch. The laughing Dad covered his head and looked at Bulma, who eyed him aggrievedly. Old, Bulma stretched out her voice. Tess wisely changed the subject. Mom, why did you hit me? What's there to introduce? Isn't this the same function as in the bedroom? Bulma looked around and warned, I'm telling you, if you want to make trouble, go to Trunks' room. No one is allowed to go to my room, including you, Vegeta. These guys are almost going crazy from training, and they forget everything else when they start fighting, whether it's with their own people or with the enemy. Bulma has seen with her own eyes how unrestrained the Saiyans, except for her own son, are when they have the upper hand. Even Yi Feng, who prefers to play it safe, started to act recklessly after merging with Wukong. Even though the problem can be solved with just one move, you still want to show off your skills. Vegeta was about to open his mouth, but closed it again. If it had been in the past, when they had just gotten married, Bulma would never have dared to speak to him like that. But now, the situation is reversed, and he doesn't dare to speak loudly to Bulma. It's my fault that I owe Bulma so much that I can never repay her in this lifetime. The corners of Vegeta's mouth that were subconsciously raised with happiness were slapped down by Goku. Vegeta, we can practice here from now on. Goku patted Vegeta's back excitedly, his excitement beyond words. To be honest, he really missed the days when they practiced together. It's a pity that as they became stronger, the distance between them gradually widened. Not only did practicing together have no effect at all, it could also easily undermine the other person's self-confidence. Let's train with Vegeta. I tried it in Hell for a while, but I haven't tried it on Earth, except when Vegeta first came to Earth. At that time, everyone's strength was not very strong and the range of destruction was limited. Now, if I didn't hold back, any energy wave would be enough to cause the Earth to explode. It's different with a convenience store. With such a large area, you can do whatever you want. Even if it is destroyed, you can just build a new one. It will not affect the Earth at all. Besides, he couldn't destroy the convenience store's defensive capabilities. The silly smile on Goku's face made Vegeta couldn't help but sigh. How could he lose to such a guy? Before, he had only lost his sanity, not his memory. There were two auras in front and behind him, stronger than his own. One was Feng's, and the other one was needless to say. He knew very well that Goku had surpassed him long ago, but he was afraid that he couldn't accept it, so he never showed his ability in front of him. But, forget it. Now I have a new goal to strive for. Super Saiyan 4, Kakarot, this time, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta made up his mind that from today on, he would live in the convenience store and would never go out until he broke through to Super Saiyan 4. It's different, Mom, He explained. The bedroom is a private practice room, and the storage room is a public practice room. When the convenience store closes, people who stay in the bedroom can continue to practice. Anyone who is not an employee of the convenience store will be forced to leave the other places. If you don't believe me, ask number 1. Huh? I can't even live here. Vegeta was a little dumbfounded. He had just sworn an oath, and in the blink of an eye, the oath was no longer valid. Are there any vacancies for convenience store employees? Piccolo said first. I'm alone, so I'm most suitable to stay at the convenience store. What a cunning guy. He is indeed the former great demon king Piccolo, others thought angrily. Then, not wanting to be outdone, they all started talking about their own advantages. You talk as if everyone is alone. Clint jumped up and said if he didn't jump, he was afraid that He wouldn't be able to see him. His height didn't stand out at all when standing next to number 1. Don't you also open a martial arts school? And Jia also needs your care. Piccolo interrupted Tien Shinhan, who was about to say something. Tien Shinhan said unconvincedly. I can move the martial arts school next to the convenience store, teach at night, and deliver the dumplings to Master Game. Jia curled her lips and almost cried. After all these years of love, it was all wasted. Yamcha raised his hand and was about to speak when he was attacked by Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. You can't. Don't you dislike practicing? You like to pick up girls and can't stay in one place. I want to say I give up. Yamcha was defeated. Pool reminded from the side. Don't give up, Yamcha. Trunks hasn't said how many places there are. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Trunks. Yes, if there were more places, they wouldn't have to fight for them. Yamcha, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. You know, this is just my personality. Tien Shinhan apologized quickly, holding Yamcha's hand and speaking sincerely. There's still one spot left. Ted just felt like Alexander and stretched out a finger embarrassedly. HMPH, Tien Shinhan snorted as he shook off Yamcha's hand. Go pick up your girls. Being an employee isn't for you. Give me back my gratitude, you bastard. Yamcha roared inwardly, wishing he could spit in Tien Shinhan's face. Even though they had known each other for such a long time, he still didn't know that Tien Shinhan could change his face. Let's have a fight, Wukong suggested. There's only one spot available. Let's have a fight, and whoever wins gets the spot. Tisk. Everyone turned their heads away. Who can beat you? Vegeta stood aside with his arms folded, not expressing any opinion. He said that his wife and children are both employees of the convenience store and have 2 bedrooms. He can live in whichever one he wants. Well, seeing that the tension was getting stronger and stronger, Tess said weakly, who becomes an employee depends on what I think. The implication is that no matter how you fight, it's useless. Even if you use the victory or defeat to decide the final winner, it will be in vain as long as Feng doesn't nod. What are you waiting for? Wukong flashed to a door and was about to open it. Go find the master, turn the doorknob. Huh? Wukong was stunned. Why can't I turn it, Mr. Wukong? This door is the one we came in through. Te pointed behind him. What about this door? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Snapped. With a crisp snap of fingers, the storage room returned to its original state. Te said, that door leads to another world. No one can enter without a staff member leading the way. Number 1 came out of that door earlier. Do you know that traveling through time and space without permission is a serious crime? Weiss frowned, his expression solemn. If there is no reasonable excuse, even if he violates the rules, he will be punished. The magic of the convenience store opened his eyes. If the matter of time travel was noticed by the Omni King, Whis didn't think the convenience store could withstand the Omni King's erasure. It would be a shame if convenience stores disappeared. Weiss had never heard of such a magical place. It's not that there are no similar places, but they are different in terms of spatial structure and other aspects. The only place that he couldn't see and even he couldn't break through, apart from the temple of the Omni King, Was this place Weiss even had a feeling that even the temple of the Omni King, if only the stability of the spatial structure was considered, could not compare to this convenience store? Dater was shocked. It's not that serious, right? Weiss stretched out his hand and drew a line. A glowing thread of energy appeared in front of everyone. This line represents the world we live in. Here, Weiss randomly tapped the silk thread, and immediately, a small black dot appeared on the thread. This represents the time we live in. Time was originally moving forward, but because of your behavior of traveling through time, the timeline has changed and a new timeline has appeared. Chapter 247 done and number 039, embarrass me. Number 1 couldn't help but look around. What are you looking at? Wukong, who was not listening carefully, looked around curiously. Nothing, I just want to see if a big green fat guy will suddenly jump out. Number 1 shrugged. The previous Weiss teaching scene really looked like a scene from a movie he had seen. Big green fat man. Goku was stunned and looked at Piccolo involuntarily. I don't know what he was thinking about, but he burst out laughing for fear of disturbing everyone. Wukong covered his mouth to prevent himself from making any sound. It was just that the shoulders shrugged, and Number 1 seemed to see his own shadow in a trance. It's all like that. Well, two big fools. Number 1 couldn't help but say in his heart, you have to know one thing. Although you seem to have traveled through time and returned to the past, in fact, your past is nothing but your future, Weiss said seriously. There is no special method. You thought you went back to the past, but in fact, you just went to the past of a parallel world. No matter what you did in the past, you can't change the present of your world. On the contrary, because of your time travel, a new world will be created. What is produced is not only a new world, but also a new universe, and it is perfect. If you regard the entire universe as a number, 2 represents the universe and 1 represents the planet you are on. The parallel world created by traveling through time is not just a 1, it will also copy 2 as well. One Omni King is scary enough. If another Omni King appears, Whis gets a headache just thinking about it. Looking at the forked threads, Bulma muttered. That makes sense. She said that Dater went back to the past with a special medicine she developed and successfully rescued Sun Wukong. So, at the moment Dater returned, correspondingly, changes should have occurred here as well. Even if Sun Wukong died at the hands of the androids, the ending would definitely not be like it is now, where the world was allowed to be dominated by the android brother and sister for more than 10 years. No wonder the world didn't change after Dat came back. It turned out that Dat didn't go to the past, but to the past of a parallel world. Seeing Bulma's distracted look, Whis' heart skipped a beat. You guys didn't really travel through time, did you? The light in Weiss's explanation made it clear enough for Big T. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, because we had no other way to deal with the androids before, we had to resort to this method. But, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Number 1 also came from another world, a world with a different power system from theirs. When he and Yi Feng appeared, Ted only saw the good side and had not seen the bad side yet. You are not God, so you don't understand God's duties, Weiss said cheerfully. I hope nothing will happen like you said. This is a big trouble. The emergence of a new universe means the emergence of a new Omni King. Considering the Omni King's fickle personality and his desire to wipe out the universe at any time, things on my side are better. I can still coax him if anything happens. I wonder if I can coax the person on the other side. If this fails and that universe is wiped out, Whis is worried that another Omni King will target his own universe. If one person can't stand it anymore, another one will come, and when a fight starts, I can't even stop them from fighting. Who has the power to persuade? What can happen? Number 1 said, the world is big, and the Omni King is just your supreme god. He can erase the universe, but he can't erase a convenience store. As long as you stay in the convenience store, nothing will happen to you. By the way, do you want to sign a contract? Number 1 said temptingly, as long as you sign the contract, the Omni King can't bind you. If you want to be your god, then you can be your god. If you want to work in a convenience store, then you can work in a convenience store. Even if the god of destruction is gone, you won't be affected. If you feel bored, you can always visit other worlds. Although Yi Feng did not say the source of his ability, after being together for such a long time, several people including Number 1, well, more than a dozen people, were waiting to clear out the Kusagakure village and followed Yi Feng out for the trip. Except for the 3 new members who had joined Tsunade, everyone else had roughly guessed the source. After all, it is obvious that Yi Feng has never practiced ninjutsu, but he can use their ninjutsu. Not only that, even the unique bloodline limit can be used. Yi Feng used the Kamui Sharingan, which was still in Kakashi's eye socket, several times in front of them. Unless you are blind or stupid, you will be able to guess it isn't just about the employees. In this case, seeing how dignified Whis was, Beerus was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the words Omni King, but Whis still dared to laugh while standing with such confidence. The strength must be quite good. There is still one spot left. So let's sign Weiss. To be honest, Weiss was quite moved. Their mission as angels is to serve the god of destruction. Everything else, including how the god of destruction carries out his work, has nothing to do with them. The only thing is that when the god of destruction dies, they will also fall asleep before serving Beerus. Whis had been asleep for a long time and had fallen asleep many times. Beerus's lazy sleep is just child's play for him. The time he slept was longer than Beerus' lifespan. Is there a time limit on the contract? Weiss asked excitedly. If it is a contract like selling one's body, I will not sign it. Once you sign, you are bound to it and cannot leave even if you want to. There may also be other mandatory regulations. Very good. This is the first time you ask, Pa. What the hell? Number 1 was about to talk to Weiss about the term and restrictions of the contract when he was buried under the cat food that appeared out of nowhere. Number 1 popped his head out from the pile of cat food, looking a little dumbfounded. Uncle, are you clearing out the merchant's inventory? The cat food appeared out of nowhere in an endless stream, as if there was no end at all. The rest of the people were in the same situation as Number 1, all buried under the cat food, with only their heads exposed. It was a very strange scene, as if a person had grown out of a pile of cat food. Meow. Little Beerus opened his eyes wide, stunned by this sudden surprise. He couldn't help but sigh about what a hard life he had lived before, even having to count the cat food one by one. If I wasn't hungry, wouldn't I be so thin? Now, Little Beerus said that he couldn't finish it. He simply couldn't finish it. Wandering in the ocean of cat food, Little Beerus ate like crazy. With a swish, his sharp claws popped out and he tore a bag of cat food apart in 2 scratches. His entire head was stuck in the bag, and his cheeks were constantly chewing, making a snoring sound. It was so absorbed in eating that it forgot that cat food kept appearing. If Weiss hadn't flicked the cat food away for it, it would have been crushed under the food. Well, let's talk about the contract later. Let me ask first, does Beerus have money? Number 1 wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked. According to his understanding of Yi Feng, he definitely didn't pay for so many things himself. If no one paid for it, Yi Feng wouldn't be so crazy. Money is of no use to Lord Beerus, Weiss said, spreading his hands with Beerus's identity. People always pay for him wherever he goes. This is known to everyone. Even if they don't know each other, no one would be unwilling to show their strength and become the savior of the world for a meal. So, you have no money? Number 1 looked strange and sized Weiss up. You? I don't have any money either. Considering Number 1's attitude, it was not difficult for Weiss to guess what Number 1 wanted to say. With his level of strength, he no longer needs to eat to survive. Eating is just to satisfy his appetite. Money is of no use to him. How about you go out and get some money while the uncle is still buying things? Number 1 said, slumped in the cat food. Based on what I know about the uncle, if both of you have no money, he will definitely not let both of you leave. He will definitely keep one of you here and will only let you go when the other one gets the money together. It's not that credit is not allowed. You can owe it temporarily, but that's small amount of money. Looking at the full storage room, Number 1 estimates that under this circumstance, credit is not possible. He could. Weiss raised an eyebrow before he could finish. He was interrupted by Number 1. Number 1 nodded and said affirmatively, yes, in the convenience store, Yi Feng is God. Even if the king of all comes, he has to sit still. Wait a minute, I'm going to go out and get some money. Weiss, who had never expected that one day he would be worried about money, ran out in a hurry. Meow. Little Beerus looked at the cat food getting farther and farther away from him and let out a shrill roar, his eyes full of reluctance. Any money will do. Number 1 shouted at Weiss's back. Gold, precious metals, anything that can be exchanged for money, or, forget it. They all disappeared, and I don't know if Weiss heard it. Downstairs, Beerus looked at Weiss, who passed by him, and couldn't help but shouted in confusion. Weiss, where are you going? There's delicious food here. Weiss waved his hand without even turning his head. Leave some for me. Strange. Beerus tilted his head in confusion. That's weird. In the past, Weiss would always grab the delicious food. Why does he seem to have changed his temper today? I feel a little uncomfortable if I don't snatch his food. Maybe he's going home to get something. Yi Feng smiled and recommended another snack to Beerus. Come, try the instant noodles. Taking 2 buckets of instant noodles, as well as matching ham and boiled eggs, Yi Feng introduced to Beerus how to eat them. Tear open the packaging bag, put the ham and boiled eggs in, pour hot water, wait a few minutes and you can eat it. Beerus sniffed and was a little confused. Can this be delicious? The bread didn't smell like anything, but the sauce inside smelled quite fragrant. If your Feng hadn't been here, Beerus would have wanted to try it. Who would have thought that the food would taste so good before it was cooked? Yi Feng looked at the time on the watch and asked casually, "Do you like harder noodles or softer noodles?" "All is fine," Beerus said greedily. "I want to try them all. Look at the amount in this bucket. It's not even enough to fill my stomach." "Okay, wait, I'll get a few more buckets." After a while, Yi Feng came back with a few boxes. This time, he brought a portion of noodles of different flavors. It was full, filling up the tables in the lounge area. Tear open the package, squeeze on the sauce, and pour in the excess hot water. As time goes by, the soaked noodles emit different aromas. There was a clanging sound coming from the stairwell. Wukong floated over from the stairwell with his eyes half closed and his nose twitching. "Oh my gosh! Jerry Mouse," Yi Feng exclaimed. "I saw the real person. Why is it necessary to be so exaggerated? I was in another Dragon Ball world." Not long after I finished eating barbecue, I thought of making a quick meal and making some instant noodles for Beerus to taste. While I took a walk, if it wasn't easy to make and only required hands, I wouldn't be able to eat instant noodles. What's the matter? Is the smell of instant noodles so attractive that you have to come down from the second floor? "Sir, what are you eating?" Wukong was not polite at all. "Can I eat it?" Beerus held the instant noodles in his hand cautiously, fearing that Goku would snatch them from him. "If you want to eat, go get it yourself. There are still a lot of them on the shelf. Pick whatever flavor you want." Yi Feng pointed at the instant noodles on the shelf, and then at a pile of snacks scattered on the ground. "Don't forget to deal with this pile as well. Our store has a small business, and once sold, no returns will be accepted." To the enthusiastic Wukong, he assured, "No problem, I'll finish them all after I finish the instant noodles." After picking up a few buckets of instant noodles, Wukong suddenly remembered something and asked, "Sir, do you know about chicken stewed with mushrooms? This is something I suddenly dreamed about. It seems like I heard someone talk about it when I was a child." Originally, the memory in the dream was very vague, so vague that he only remembered the name and knew that it was food, but he couldn't remember who said it and whether he had eaten it as a child. When I saw Yi Feng, somehow the memories in my dream became clear again. It seemed as if the figure of the person who said this to my childhood self in the dream gradually became clearer. It's becoming clearer. "Wow, Uncle, you said that, didn't you?" Wukong said excitedly. "You definitely said that." When he remembered it, he looked at Yi Feng and unconsciously became closer to him, even changing the way he addressed him. "I said that." Yi Feng did not deny it and nodded. "But I didn't say it to you. Also, don't call me uncle. You're old enough to be my uncle." He was only in his 20s, while Goku was already about 40 years old. This was not a game between him and Kaguya. Yi Feng was a little uncomfortable being called uncle by someone so old. "No problem, uncle." Wukong was so excited that he didn't care about that and asked impatiently, "Can I eat it?" "Please, uncle." Yi Feng shuddered all over. He couldn't stand a man in his 40s acting like a spoiled brat, even if the person was his childhood idol. "If you want to eat it, just take it yourself. I told you there's still plenty on the shelf, not instant noodles," Wukong said coyly. "I want to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms." Just hearing the name, Wukong felt like drooling. He couldn't even imagine how happy he would be if he could actually eat it. "It's very troublesome. I'm too lazy to do it," Yi Feng said perfunctorily. "Let's wait until next time. When there are fewer people next time, we can organize a dinner party among the employees and I will arrange it. Not only do we have chicken and mushrooms, but we also have goose stewed in an iron pot. Given your appetite, this alone is definitely not enough. We need to add a hot pot, some barbecue, and some barbecued meat. This amount is enough to fill you up." It's a bit confusing, right? There are so many cuisines. Don't worry about whether it's messy or not, just tell me whether you want to eat or not. It's easy for you to say, but you didn't do it. Chapter 248 Food Causes Riot. Number 1, who came down from upstairs, pinched his waist and said dissatisfiedly, "Uncle, do you know how tired I am as a chef after making such a big fuss? They only have long mouths, and I am busy alone. After a day, the money is not even enough for Wukong to make." "Are you stupid?" Yi Feng looked at him like he was stupid. "After coming into contact with a new system, have you even forgotten what you do? Where's your shadow clone? You've created hundreds or even thousands of shadow clones, and you're still afraid of tiring yourself out. Besides, don't we have Naruto? Big and small Naruto are attacking together, and you will still be tired, number 1 said unconvincedly. Uncle, you have never practiced shadow clones, you don't know how unreliable the real body's shadow clones are. Unless you dare to ask them to come out to cook during a battle, I dare say that not a single one will come out. If we eat in a restaurant, it won't be so rich. Slurp number 1 sipped his saliva, and said with shining eyes, the feast must be held outdoors, only then will the atmosphere be right. A whole bonfire, accompanied by a sky full of stars, roasting a whole lamb. Eat. Yi Feng nodded vigorously. How can we have a bonfire without a whole sheep? That is, are you saying that we are off topic? Who did you learn this problem from? Bring up a roasted whole lamb and some ice-cold beer. Hey, I'm not the real me, so don't give me that minors are not allowed to drink thing. Yi Feng was about to say this when he was stopped by number 1, who guessed his thoughts. He couldn't help but ask strangely, didn't you have enough for lunch? Number 1 nodded and said aggrievedly, I only had a bowl of noodles at noon. I wanted to fill my stomach with a bowl of noodles just now, but you snatched it away. Uncle, what are you talking about? Who stole your noodles? Yi Feng refused to admit it. The one who stole your noodles was Qian Shao Kong. It has nothing to do with me. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Blame me. I shouldn't have approached you with the noodles in my hand. Number 1 did not refute, but stared at Yi Feng with his big watery eyes, pitifully. Uncle, we haven't had a meal together in the wild for a long time. Didn't we have a dinner party outdoors just a week ago? Yi Feng said with a headache. Besides, the flesh on Wen's body hasn't grown back yet, so don't try to take advantage of him. I took the blame for you last time, and you want me to take the blame for you this time. The first person who came up with the idea of cutting the flesh of thousands of snakes and eating it was not Yi Feng, but number one saw someone in a video saying that snake soup was delicious, so he wanted to try it. This made Yi Feng, who had never eaten it before, also tempted. That's how the 10,000 snakes dilemma came about. I don't care. Number 1 sat on the ground, hugged Yi Feng's thigh and threw a tantrum. The barbecue you had at noon made me so hungry. I want to eat barbecue too. You just saw so many people die. How can you still eat? The sacrificial ceremony for Fituin has already begun. With so many people dead, the scene is extremely bloody. A timid person will have nightmares at night after just one look at it, and may suffer from psychological trauma for the rest of his life. Feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit when seeing similar scenes. How can you still be in the mood to eat barbecue when you're watching from such a close distance? Number 1 rolled his eyes and pointed at Goku and Beerus and said, whether I want to eat or they want to eat. Goku, don't believe what the uncle said. The uncle just said it was a staff dinner, and you are not an employee, which means you have no share in the dinner. What? No portion for yourself at the dinner party? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue to Wukong. In an instant, Wukong felt like the sky was falling. Chicken stewed with mushrooms is away from me. Goose stewed in an iron pot sounds delicious just by the name, and those hot pot, barbecue, and other delicacies have nothing to do with any, not to mention eating it. You can't even smell it. No. Wukong imitated number 1, hugged Yi Feng's other thigh, and sobbed, Uncle, do you have any vacancies in your store? Give it to me, let me finish eating, or you can fire me. Not really. Yi Feng felt like his head was exploding. The left thigh was number 1 pretending to cry, while the right thigh was Wukong really crying. They are all home-cooked dishes. Go back and ask Kiki to prepare them for you. No one will compete with you for them. It will be so pleasant to eat them all by yourself. It's over. The atmosphere is gone. Number 1 said sarcastically, I'm eating dinner alone without even a friend. Tisk tisk, how miserable. Homesuck. Wukong's humming sound became louder, and snot flowed out, which he sucked back with a bang. He hit number 1 hard on the head. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, don't talk nonsense. Wukong has a family, even though his head hurt a lot. Number 1 didn't let go of Yi Feng's thigh. I'm miserable. I'm an orphan. There's no one to accompany me even when I eat, pretending to be pitiful. It would be fine if he didn't mention this. As soon as he mentioned this, Yi Feng immediately got angry. I told you that I would revive your parents, but you refused. You said that you were not mentally prepared. Now that you have learned the impure world reincarnation, it would be easy for you to summon your parents. Is this the orphan you mentioned? What's wrong? I haven't been reincarnated yet, and you're telling me whether I'm an orphan? Number 1 asked back righteously. Yi Feng, who was defeated by the shameless number 1, was furious. Get out of my way. With a snap of his fingers, number 1 was teleported to the second floor. Yi Feng, whose ears were temporarily quiet, looked at Wukong who was crying while hugging his thighs and said, I'm not doing it for you, it's just that I don't have the time. I have a lot of things to do when I go back. Maybe I have to kill someone. You know what killing is. You are so soft-hearted, you will definitely not be able to do it. Next time, before he finished speaking, Beerus stood up with a bang, drooling, and said, Who do you want to kill? I'll help you kill. I'm good at killing people, so don't worry about leaving it to me. I am the god of destruction Beerus, and my name is definitely not in vain. He had been listening for a long time, one name after another of delicacies he had never heard of. If he had only heard the names, it would have been fine, but the key was number one's attitude and Goku's reaction, which left Beerus with no doubt that if he missed it, he would be so angry that he would not be able to sleep. He doesn't like anything else. He just loves that bite of food. There is delicious food in front of you, but you don't get to eat it. This resentment cannot be eliminated even if you destroy many planets. Don't you want to go back to bed? Another one. How is it possible to bring so many people to the Naruto world? How can I explain this when I return? Oh, that's not right. Who should I explain to? I am the number one in the Naruto world. I can do whatever I want. Who agrees and who disagrees? Sleep. What kind of sleep? Beerus said that he had just woken up and was very energetic. He didn't need to sleep at all. He gestured and said, I have slept for a long time. It's a good time to get up and stretch my muscles. Tell me who you want to kill. No matter who it is, I can help you deal with it. After thinking for a while, Beerus added, those with official priesthood are not allowed. They have registered in the temple of the Omni King. It will be troublesome if one is missing. The gods that he could take seriously were at least to the level of the king of the realm. Although they were not as powerful, their duties were exactly the opposite of his. He is in charge of destruction, while King Kai's lineage is in charge of creation. Although the balance is not clearly defined, it takes a long time to train a qualified king of the realm. If anything went wrong during this period and the king of all blames him, he would not be able to bear the responsibility unless the person who did it was not you. Beerus looked at Goku, frowned and shook his head, then looked at Vegeta and shook his head as well, and finally his eyes fell on Daito. After some estimation, with Daito's strength, it is not impossible for him to kill King Kai. King Kai, who was far away on King Kai's planet, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat after lifting the quilt to get some fresh air. King Kai said suspiciously, What's going on? Why do I feel so cold? Not only him, but also several other realm kings who were as famous as him felt an inexplicable chill. Daito waved his hands and said, I can't do it. My wounds haven't healed yet. This is the only excuse I can use. If it was a bad guy, if Feng asked, he would not refuse and would not show mercy. But if it was an ordinary person, or someone who would not have any impact on the world, he would not be able to do it. Ordinary criminals have their own laws to determine their punishment. If he gets involved in everything, he'll be busy to death. Everyone on the second floor had finished visiting. As number one went downstairs, they all followed him down as well. After all, there was still one last spot that had not been assigned. What if Feng didn't like Wise, but instead liked one of them? As long as the final contract has not been signed, it means there is still a chance. Those delicious foods are so tempting, aren't they? Vegeta also swallowed quietly, but with his pride, he really couldn't do what Goku did. Wukong was so sad that his tears wet Feng's pants up. Seeing that things were getting bigger and bigger, even Beerus couldn't resist the temptation. Feng had to tell the truth. No need to kill anyone. The people have been killed. They are not important people, just a group of ordinary people with a little bit of strength, who have done evil things and are intolerable to heaven. I'll just be finishing up when I go back. At most, I'll just be planning the city layout. Well, I'm not needed for that. There are professionals who plan and design. To put it bluntly, I'm just a supervisor. Huh? Beerus sat back down in disappointment. It's gone, all gone. I'm destined not to be able to eat it anymore. What should I do? How can I sleep when I go back? Sniff. The instant noodles are quite fragrant. Never mind, let's eat this meal first. Beerus turned his grief and anger into appetite, opened the lid of the instant noodles, and immediately, the fragrance filled the air. Even Wukong, who was crying sadly, couldn't help but raise his head seeing that Wukong's attention was diverted. Feng quickly said, Eat the instant noodles first. If they are soaked for too long, they will become inedible. The slurping sound of Beerus made Goku temporarily forget about a chicken stewed with mushrooms. He picked up the instant noodles on the table and poured them into his mouth. He really poured it out, along with the noodles and soup, and swallowed it after just a few chews. Feng's eyes twitched as he watched this, and he was worried that Wukong might choke. If you want to plan a new city, I can do that too, Bulma. who finally found an opportunity to speak, volunteered. In the past few years, besides my research, I have also imagined how to rebuild our homeland after the problem of artificial humans is solved. I have a lot of plans for urban construction in my mind. Believe me, the person you are looking for is definitely not as professional as me. She is not interested in food, of course. It's not that she has no interest at all. Mainly, she wants to see other worlds anyway. Peace has returned to the earth now, and all the people she knows, whether family or friends, have returned, so she has nothing to do for a while after being frightened for so long. She wanted to relax, pulled Bulma's clothes and whispered, "Mom, the professional uncle found is another you, your younger self. I haven't told them my identity yet. Mr. Goku and others in the other world don't know your relationship with your father yet," snapped. Tech covered his head, looking very aggrieved, and didn't understand why his mother hid him again. "Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier?" Bulma shouted in a low voice. "I didn't have time to say it." Tech felt even more aggrieved. A series of events left him no chance to speak, and besides, the timing was not right. Ahem. Bulma cleared her throat and said unnaturally, "I can cooperate. She is still young and inexperienced. I am different. I am experienced, more than 10 years more than her." The area was so large that Feng did not activate the small area mute function, so naturally everyone could hear what Tech said. Beerus paused eating noodles and said seriously, "Do you know that traveling through time without permission it's a big sin?" Number 1 said with a sneer. Weiss said that it has already happened and it can't be undone. So let it be. Anyway, with Uncle here, all problems will be solved. That's okay. Weiss has already said it. Why should I worry anymore? Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Beerus, feeling relieved, happily ate his noodles again, without any awareness that he was the tall guy. Weiss was carrying a huge piece of gold and appeared in the 100-mile deep pit. He didn't see the convenience store and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, where's it?" I disappeared for just a few moments and the convenience store ran away. He tapped the ground with his scepter in his hand. On the top of the scepter, there was a crystal ball inlaid with a picture, which was dynamic, just like watching a surveillance camera in the picture. The convenience store is located next to a stream, and opposite it is a building with a somewhat strange shape. Weiss, who had seen many strange buildings, focused his attention on the convenience store. After identifying the direction, Weiss's figure disappeared in the 100-mile deep pit. Kiki, who was alone at home, looked through the window, holding a big pot, and looked warily at the building that suddenly appeared opposite her house. She couldn't hear the noise coming from the convenience store clearly because she was so far away. It was the faint sound of crying that sounded very familiar to her. "Wukong, isn't this Goku's voice?" Kiki suddenly became anxious just as she was about to rush out the door. Kiki stopped. No, what if it's a trap set by the androids? Gohan had told her how cunning the androids were, and that the cyborgs they created had become nightmares for many survivors. For a moment, Kiki hesitated. Chapter 249, Taking Turns to Fool People. Kiki was in a dilemma as she couldn't tell whether it was a trap or not. Just as she was struggling, the crying stopped and Weiss suddenly appeared at the opposite door, attracting her attention. "Gold." Kiki's eyes widened and she exclaimed in disbelief, "How much is that much gold worth? Even after death, she is still a housewife in hell." She is not only busy with food for Goku and Gohan, but also for King Kai, Piccolo and the others. She is busy with every single one of them. Fortunately, she doesn't feel tired after death, otherwise she would have collapsed from exhaustion within 10 days or half a month. Even after death, you will not feel hungry and do not need to eat, but not allowing Wukong to eat was like killing him again. Goku had already eaten, and King Kai came as soon as it was time for dinner. He had to do his part, after all, he was living in someone else's place. He did everything. Piccolo and the others, who were all Goku's friends, died in the fight against the androids. He couldn't just let them watch, right, got to do it too. Kiki, who feels as if she is still alive, still has the same values as when she was alive. When she suddenly saw such a large piece of gold, Kiki started converting it subconsciously after counting again and again. Kiki, who had no idea of the weight of the gold nugget, only had the symbol of money in her eyes. The hand on the door handle opened the door involuntarily. Weiss, who walked into the convenience store carrying the gold, became the focus of everyone's attention. Puff. A mouthful of noodles spurted out of his mouth, and Beerus slapped his thigh and laughed. "Haha, Whis, what are you doing carrying a rock? Having never seen Whis like this before." Beerus just found it funny. Whis narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Lord Beerus, this stone is enough to buy everything you buy." Weiss even put emphasis on the word stone. In order to find this stone, he went to the meteorite pile and picked it up with his status. How could he have ever done such coolly? Not only are you not grateful, but you are also here laughing at me. No, look at yourself. Noodles are coming out of your nose. Beerus felt his nose itchy and took a deep breath. The instant noodles with a tip exposed, as smooth as dove, slid down Beerus' throat and into his stomach. Beerus swallowed involuntarily, not realizing that he had made a fool of himself. He looked confused and asked, "Do I have to spend money to buy things?" In his memory, eating was never free. No matter what he wanted to eat, people would give it to him. Only Feng has made himself suffer defeat time and time again for the sake of instant noodles. "I'll forgive you for now," Beerus thought with a snort. "Hey, isn't this Weiss?" Feng, blinded by money, turned into a flash of lightning and instantly came to Weiss, asking about his well-being. "Are you tired of carrying such a big piece of gold? Let me wipe your sweat off." "Don't." Weiss was a little scared by Feng's abnormality. He pushed Feng's hand away and asked, "Where's the gold? How can you do this little thing yourself?" Feng spoke softly, then roared, "Number one, where's number one? Where have you been? Didn't you see Mr. Weiss carrying such a large piece of gold? Do you still want to go back for the picnic? If nothing happens, just let me go, but if something happens, just come to me." Number one, who was just a few steps away from Feng, rolled his eyes for the picnic in the evening. Number one threw away his face, even though he didn't have much to begin with. Number one was jogging happily, pretending to be running from far away, panting and holding his hands high. "Uncle, I'm here, Mr. Weiss, give me the gold and I'll hold it for you." When number one thought about the picnic in the evening and the chickens, geese and other delicacies that Feng mentioned, he started drooling. Although no one except Feng can eat what he makes, but if he follows the steps step by step, the taste will not be bad. Number one, who was thinking well, had held up his hand for a long time but didn't feel any weight on his hand. He raised his head in confusion. "Where's my gold? Where's my big piece of gold? Who the hell stole my house?" Number one immediately became angry. 10. Who had successfully stolen the gold, held the gold in one hand and with the other hand, cut the gold into small pieces according to Feng's instructions. After keeping a portion of it, Feng threw all the remaining gold into the cash box. Don't worry about whether the cash box can hold all the money. Since it has an exchange function, size is not a problem for the cash box. "This is enough, respected Mr. Weiss. Would you like to keep this gold first or transfer it directly to the card?" To Feng, having money is like being half a god as to why it is not a whole one. It depends on his mood. Such an ugly face made number one despise him. Just a piece of gold. Humph, if he wanted, he could just wander around the universe and find something bigger than this. "Is there any discount for depositing money to the card?" Weiss was a little curious. He stood outside the cash register, tiptoed, and craned his neck to look inside the blank cash register screen. "Is the machine broken? I can't see anything." "It's not bad, it's not bad." Feng was always patient with the wealthy customers. "You are not an employee of our store. You cannot see the cash register page without permission. If you save money on your card, you will be notified of new products as soon as they are released, and you will also get a 10% discount on your purchases. It's a good product indeed. It's cheaper than $1. For some reason, number one thought of this sentence, but, new product. He racked his brains but couldn't think of any new products in the store in total. The main store was open for only 1 month, including the time when it was not open. If we rounded off, all the merchandise is the same as what was on the opening day. How could there be any new products? Number one, who had gone on a picnic, was just about to remind Weiss not to be fooled, because once he recharged the money, he would not be able to withdraw it. Feng's subsequent words made number one wish that Weiss would make a few more trips and bring back more gold. The bigger the better. At the same time, if you have the card, you are equivalent to VIP customer in our store. I will open some permissions for customers with a card. The second floor is originally a closed area, but with a card, you can enter and exit freely. Also, we have a commission model among our employees. For example, if you bring back gold to recharge your card, since it is number one's reminder, it is equivalent to number one's performance. He will get a commission. 1/10 of the money in your card belongs to number one. Moreover, the money in your card will not be reduced. The commission will be paid separately. Wait. Weiss raised his hand to stop Feng from continuing. Aren't we talking about the card? Why did it turn to the employees again? It's a bit confusing, isn't it, Messy? Not at all. Number one shook Weiss's hand affectionately and said enthusiastically, Thank you Mr. Weiss for making me rich overnight. 1/10. How much money would 1/10 of such a large amount of gold be worth? No, I have to check it out later. The main body must not know about this. Mr. Weiss, I wonder if there is any other gold where you found this piece of gold. It doesn't matter if you don't have gold. As long as it's valuable, whether it's metal or something else, as long as it can be exchanged for money, the more the better. The more money you spend on your first recharge, the bigger the discount will be. Is there such a saying? Feng was completely confused by number one's big talk. If he didn't know that the discount had nothing to do with card recharging, he would have thought he had missed the discount regulations, although the discount rules only exist in his mind and have not been written down. You are worthy of being my number one salesman. Feng silently gave number one a thumbs up in his heart and continued to watch number one fool Weiss without any expression. Mr. Weiss, the opportunity is now and it won't come again. After passing this village, there is no such store, number one shouted at the top of his lungs, as if there really was some huge discount that was about to expire. Bulma looked a little strange. She looked at Feng, then looked at number one, and then looked at Feng again. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the old ones are still the best. As a member of the convenience store, the former super wealthy family, the richest man on earth, the contracts that passed through her hands were more than the meals that number one had eaten. After reading it so many times, she can tell at a glance whether there are loopholes in the contract. On the contrary, she would also be able to notice any benefits. As far as she knew, there were many benefits in the contract, and each one of them made her excited, except for the salary, which was written very vaguely. To sum up, it basically depends on the mood of the store owner. In other words, Feng can send as much as he wants, or not send at all. The commission issue is similar. Simply put, whether there is commission or salary is all up to Feng. Bulma doesn't know whether there is a card recharging business, but will 1/10 of the card recharging revenue be given as commission to the employees? Haha, Bulma doesn't believe it. Number one, who believed it, was still trying hard to sell it. Mr. Weiss, would you like to apply for a card? With your status, you will not be too stingy, right? This little bit of gold is not enough. How about this? You tell me where you got this piece of gold from, and I will help you move it back. You don't even need to do anything, just move your mouth. Weiss was really confused at this moment. No, with your strength, should it be easy for you to ask for money? The universe may be inaccessible to others, but for you, isn't it easy? If you treat a convenience store as a spaceship and take a stroll in it, wouldn't you have everything there? Weiss felt something was fishy and said hesitantly, why don't we get back to the employee issue? There's still one vacancy. I think I can give it a try. Don't worry, number one said anxiously. Just get the card first, now that you have become an employee. My commission will be gone. The picnic is gone. The commission can't be lost anymore. Whether I can get rich overnight depends on today. Dimension, snapped, accompanied by the sound of a finger snap, as if someone had kicked number one. His figure flew out of the convenience store with a whoosh after driving number one away. Feng slammed the contract on the cash register. Do you want to become famous overnight? Do you want to become rich overnight? These are not important to you. I know what you want, freedom, and team is freedom. Sign this contract and you have unlimited possibilities, in the endless world, with different power systems. God is just the starting point, not the end point. Transform the myriad into one, integrate different systems, and transcend the past, present and future. From now on, you are you. Different worlds are still the same you. Come on, sign this contract, and all your dreams will no longer be dreams. Call Feng let out a long sigh. He felt comfortable, finally comfortable. Among so many employees, it was the first time that they read the lines complete. I'll revise it next time. The shortened version still doesn't work. I always feel like something is missing. Meeting Weiss was a complete surprise. The Omni King didn't want to think about him for the time being. Undecided to sign Weiss first. Weiss felt his head buzzing. He took the pen handed to him by Feng and asked subconsciously, I was at the door before and heard you guys talking about a picnic. Is there anything delicious? Yes, of course. Feng patted his chest and said, whatever you want to eat, I will make it for you myself. Dad's body stiffened for a moment, and he reminded quietly, Uncle, Mr. Weiss probably can't stand it either, right? The scene of several people suffering from diarrhea at the same time is still vivid in their minds. Dot is worried that Weiss can't stand it after eating the meal made by Feng himself. Seeing Weiss looking so elegant, Dad felt that Weiss' image was somewhat shattered when he thought of him having diarrhea. This is a god with diarrhea. No, Number 1 screamed, and with a snap, he stuck to the wall again, looking through the window at Kiki across the street. She was so scared that she took several steps back, holding the pot tightly in her hand. Kiki asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "Let me tell you, I'm very powerful. My husband is even more powerful. He was once the champion of the world #1 martial arts tournament." "What champion?" Number 1, with his upper body pressed against the window and his lower body pressed against the wall, poked his ear and asked in confusion, "Is the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament really that powerful?" As he was not a local, how could he know the value of being the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament? The ones that Goku participated in, not a martial artist. Kiki thought with a hint of doubt. The reputation of the world's #1 martial arts association is very loud on the earth. Basically, anyone who practices martial arts knows it. After carefully sensing it, she didn't feel any ki from number 1. Kiki relaxed a little and frowned, saying, "Do you know about the capsule company? It's owned by my friend's family. I advise you to leave quickly. My friend has a bad temper. This piece of land belongs to her. If she knew you built a house here without permission, she would be very angry. Not only might you lose your house, you might even be imprisoned." "Are you talking about Bulma?" Pulling himself out of the wall, number 1 pointed to the opposite side. "Bulma is there, and so are her friends. By the way, you look a lot like a friend I just met, Gohan. Did you know that?" "Gohan?" Chi-Chi exclaimed. Gohan is also on the other side. Seeing Chi-Chi's surprised expression, number 1 knew they were his own people and nodded. "Gohan, Tato, and a green-skinned man, I think his name is Piccolo, they are all there." Kiki was a little confused. Aren't they going to deal with the androids? Chapter 250, Signs Before the End. Kiki's strength was too low, and she would only be a drag if she went to the battlefield. In order not to drag everyone down, she simply did not go with everyone. She stayed at home waiting for news and thought that Goku and the others were still fighting fiercely with the androids. She had heard from Gohan about the strength of the androids, so he is not worried at all about whether Goku and others can deal with the androids. Based on the information she knew, the strength of Goku and others, especially Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, who have Saiyan blood, the strength of the 3 of them has long surpassed that of the androids. Even Piccolo and others can check for omissions and do what they can. As for the androids, they should have been dealt with already. He wanted to use should, but then he changed his mind and thought, since Feng was here, it was impossible that the problem could not be solved, so number 1 changed his words. Although he hadn't seen it, he didn't even know what the android looked like. "It's been resolved, so what about them?" Chi-Chi was a little confused. If everything was resolved, why didn't Goku go home? At least find someone to come back and talk to you. Oops, number 1 slapped his head in annoyance. When will he be able to change his poor concentration problem? Is this the time to chat? The most urgent thing is to get Weiss to charge the card before signing the contract. "My commission," number 1 shouted and ran towards the convenience store. Mr. Weiss, wait a minute, let me get the commission first. It's just a few meters away, separated by a stream. If you don't have the time to open a space door, you might as well just run over. Thinking of this, number 1 rushed into the convenience store like a gust of wind, and just in time, he saw Weiss's pen about to drop. Number 1 was glad that he arrived in time. He slid to his knees and hugged Weiss's thighs. "Mr. Weiss, I'm poor. I'm so poor that I can't even afford to eat." Number 1, trying to play the emotional card, raised his head pitifully and met Weiss's somewhat surprised eyes. "I had a bowl of noodles at noon today. This was the only bowl of noodles I had in the past week." "A week? Can you imagine?" Mr. Weiss, please have mercy on me and fulfill my dream of becoming rich overnight. "You are changing the subject," Feng said disdainfully. "Who was feasting at the dinner table last night? It's the real one." Number 1 stiffened his neck, refusing to admit that he had an ugly eating habit. "Then who ate so much that he couldn't walk the day before yesterday?" Feng asked again. "It's still the real body." Number 1 felt a little guilty and began to avoid eye contact. "The day before yesterday, I didn't eat anything the day before yesterday," number 1 said confidently. He had the confidence. He really didn't eat it. "I was browsing on my phone all night and didn't get up at all during the day." He did wake up at night, but was too lazy to go out to eat alone, so he cunningly dismissed his group and left Naruto to starve. Not long after finishing his midnight snack and lying down to sleep, Naruto, who had been tricked by number 1, started rummaging through the drawers and cabinets looking for food. Weiss put down his pen and spread his hands. "Although I really want to help you, I have already signed the contract." "What?" Number 1 looked like a bereaved woman. leaning on the cash register with lifeless eyes. Goodbye, my dream of getting rich overnight. Goodbye. My chicken stewed with mushrooms. It feels like I have acted in such a long play for nothing. It's so embarrassing. How can I face people in the future? But the boss has already agreed to cook me a table of delicious food, including chicken stewed with mushrooms. Aha. Cheered. Number 2. You can earn money again if you lose it, but you can never buy back delicious food no matter how much money you have originally. Making money is just a hobby, a game to kill time, not really for the money, so there is no bottom line. Don't worry, Weiss, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with my craftsmanship. Number 2. Assured. Patting his chest, he enjoyed the process of learning to cook from Feng, rather than following cold video instructions. Although Feng sometimes also learned from videos, the boss means to do it yourself. Weiss emphasized. Number 1 is still young, and it is hard for Weiss to imagine how such a young chef can make any good food. Feng seems more convincing. I know, it was made by the uncle himself. Number 2 nodded. There's nothing wrong with that. Feng cooks it once, and he follows suit. To put it in context, the delicious food that Weiss eats can be considered to be made by Feng himself. It has always been like this in the past. You don't need to emphasize it. You will know it after you have worked there a few times. Mr. Weiss means that the uncle did it himself. 10. Who knew the inside story, couldn't help but say it, and he even wanted to put emphasis on the word by himself. I know. Number 2 said puzzledly. You don't have to emphasize it anymore, huh? The word personally was emphasized twice. Number 2 realized that the problem was not simple and asked tentatively, is it what I understand? It's not what you understand. Tess said, shaking his head, it means exactly what it says. 3 big question marks appeared above his head. Number 2 looked at Weiss with a strange expression. No, are you serious? Do you know what it means if the meal that uncle made himself is eaten by others? It means endless trips to the toilet and endless diarrhea, and the aftermath is weakness in your hands and feet all day long. Since he couldn't get the commission, Number 2 changed the way he addressed Weiss. He dropped the word sir and just called Weiss by his full name. Weiss, what can I say about you? Number 2 exclaimed in amazement. The shaking had made Feng want to slap Number 1 against the wall after giving Number 1 a slap on the face. Feng said with a dark face, is it that exaggerated? That's because you are weak. Weiss can be the same as you. He is a god. A real god. I'm just an angel, I'm not a god. Weiss pointed out the mistake in Feng's words. The Lord Birasai serve as the god. Strictly speaking, angels do not have divine duties. Although I have registered with the temple of the Omni King, it is more like a cooperative relationship, but it is closer than a cooperative relationship. Just like the butler of a wealthy family, if the master falls into poverty, that is the master's business and has nothing to do with a professional butler. He would just be implicated, and no one would dare to hire him for a while. Only after the impact was over could he, as a butler, find a new job. That's pretty much what it means. Number 2 pouted and said, then why don't you let Sister Wei eat the food you cook? Sister Wei's physique is not weak, right? You know nothing. Unable to find a reason to refute for a moment, Feng blurted out in a hurry, if Sister Wei gets a stomachache, will you warm my bed for me? Tisk. Number 2 said sarcastically, oh, you've only lived a wealthy life for a few days, and you've already forgotten the old days. Before Sister Wei came, you didn't sleep. If you want to warm the bed, that's not impossible, but it'll cost extra. Who knows if you will do something strange after you fall asleep now. For example, Number 2 clenched his hands and made a grabbing motion. It's hard. The fist is hard. Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Number 1, I think a shadow clone should not be able to move around in the outside world for such a long time. What do you think? Please call me Number 2. Number 2 straightened his collar and said seriously, because of the uncle's actions, Number 1 lost all his face. He felt ashamed to face people, his mind disintegrated, and he returned to his original body. Now, I take over his body. Feng was so angry that he laughed. Oh, okay, no problem, whatever number you say you are, that's it, but the money for Number 1. He deliberately didn't finish his words and sold a lawsuit. Don't, uncle. Number 1 couldn't pretend anymore when it came to money, and grumbled aggrievedly, that's right, the food you cooked is poisonous, whoever eats it will poison. Bruce stood up and interrupted Number 1. What kind of poison? What poison has anything to do with you? Just when he was about to say it had nothing to do with you, he suddenly saw the instant noodles in Bruce's hand. Number 1 was stunned for a moment and said, did you eat the noodles that the uncle made just now? What kind of poison can poison yourself? People often try to poison themselves, but are destroyed by the destructive energy in their own bodies. Beerus realized that he had overreacted, drank up the soup from his instant noodles, and wiped his mouth with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. Yes, I ate it. It tasted good, but the noodles were soaked for a little too long, so they were not chewy. PFFT, number 1 couldn't help laughing, looked at Feng, and asked teasingly, "Uncle, do you want me to get some paper from the shelf?" Feng had a complicated expression, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. "No need, I've teleported the paper to the toilet. You take Beerus to the toilet on the 2nd floor. Isn't there one on the 1st floor?" Pointing at Wukong, Feng scratched his forehead. "There is another one here, he eats more." Goku looked confused. There were a lot of instant noodles on the table, and he forgot which ones were his. He picked up a bucket at random, but before he could take a few bites, Beerus snatched it away. Looking again, the other instant noodle buckets were empty, all eaten by Beerus. At this moment, he was holding a few unopened buckets in his arms, preparing to soak them. Number 1 counted 3, 2, 1 silently in his mind, and as soon as the countdown reached 0, there was a snap and the noodles in Wukong's hand fell out of the bucket. Suddenly, Wukong felt an unbearable pain in his stomach and quickly threw the instant noodles onto the sofa. "Where's the toilet?" Number 1 pointed out the direction to Wukong. Before he could say anything, Wukong covered his stomach with one hand and his butt with the other. And in a flash he appeared in the toilet. I controlled the toilet door to close, but the moment it closed, a crackling sound was heard. Beerus's expression also changed, and he thought to himself, "What a strong poison, it's a bit too despicable." Goku's strength was insignificant in his own eyes, but looking at the entire universe, almost everyone who could rival him was here. Even Goku couldn't withstand the poison, so Beerus was not sure if he could withstand it. Just as he thought of this, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Forcing himself to hold on, Beerus said calmly, "Is there anything delicious on the 2nd floor? I'll go up and take a look. You've all seen it, so there's no need to go again. I can go by myself." Anyone could tell that something was wrong with Beerus as he was talking to himself. No one exposed him and let Beerus go to the 2nd floor. On the deserted 2nd floor, Beerus couldn't hold on any longer, so he covered his stomach and ran straight to the small room with the word toilet written on it. He closed the door and took off his pants in one go, and with a splashing sound, the toilet welcomed a new guest on the 1st floor. Empty instant noodle buckets were lined up, jumping from the tables one by one into the trash can that would never be filled, located on the busy Konoha Street. Feng still needs to disguise himself and take out the garbage every day so as not to waste the sanitation management fees he paid. By the way, he also pretends that his store is normal in this deep mountain and old forest, in the Dragon Ball world where even wishes can be made. Feng stopped pretending. "What garbage are you taking out? Just queue up and jump in." "What did you say?" Weiss grabbed number 1 and said, "You want money, right? How much? Just tell me and I'll transfer it to you. I haven't even cooked anything yet. I just boiled a bowl of noodles in water, but it has such a powerful effect. I can't imagine how serious the consequences would be if I had a proper meal." Feng, who was slapped in the face again, was alone and sad. "It's over. I will never be able to wash away the fact that cooking is poisonous." At a turn of events, number 1 was overjoyed. "It doesn't need to be much. Mr. Weiss is now the largest employee. I won't be picky. Just let me be the 3rd. Weiss's huge piece of gold directly replaced Bulma's position as the largest gold holder. Weiss had no idea how much the 3rd one would need, so he just let number 1 do it himself. Dragging a movable stool, Feng, who had turned into a stone statue, was pulled out from behind the cash register. Number 1 stood happily behind the cash register and operated it skillfully. In just a few seconds, the deposit in number 1's account increased significantly. At the beginning, there were a few zeros at the end, which made number 1 smile from ear to ear. Gohan, Kiki finally made up her mind to step out of the house. As soon as she came in, she saw her son standing next to Piccolo, looking curiously towards the toilet. "Gohan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Suddenly, Kiki became nervous. When she died, Gohan was still a child. When they met in hell, Gohan had grown up, which made Chi-Chi feel guilty and think that she had not fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother. He loves Gohan even more, but her excessive enthusiasm made Gohan a little uncomfortable. "No, I'm just a little worried about Dad. Goku, he's fine." When she heard that it was Goku in the toilet, she felt relieved. It's not that she doesn't care about Goku, but she has confidence in Goku. Apart from the heart disease, Goku has never been defeated by anything. "Bulma, you've aged a lot. Is that Trunks next to you? Has he grown so big?" I remember he was still very small back then, Bulma's appearance hasn't changed much, but after more than 10 years, she has inevitably aged a little and her skin is not as tight as before, but Trance had really changed so much that Kiki couldn't recognize him. "Hello, Aunt Kiki." Ter was not shy and greeted Kiki with a smile. It was normal that Kiki couldn't recognize him. After all, he was less than 1 year old when Kiki died, and now he was an adult. "Krillin, Piccolo, you guys are here." Originally, when number 1 said that everyone was here, Kiki was a little bit unconvinced, but now, everyone is here, artificial humans. Kiki hesitated. "Have we solved the problem of artificial humans?" Number 1 told her that the incident with the androids had been resolved, but he couldn't say it out loud himself, so Kiki was still a little worried. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.